Silent Order, Thunderhand. Jonathan Moeller. Description: an insane artificial intelligence. A deadly ambush. Jack March must defeat both. Jack March is on the most important mission of his life, to find and destroy the Pulse superweapon before it can kill billions. But to find the Pulse, he must first survive the traps his enemies have set. 1. The orphans. Jack March hadn't spent a great deal of time around children, and he didn't know all that much about them. His own childhood had been grim, dangerous, and hungry. He had grown up in a forced labor camp on Calixtus, one of the planets conquered by the final consciousness. The planet's bleak fate had been a common pattern repeated throughout the empire of the machinists. The governmental, business, media, and academic elites of Calixtus, desirous of attaining post-human immortality, had listened to machinist infiltrators, seized control of the government, and invited the final consciousness to their world. When the machinists took over the planet, they exterminated the elites and enslaved the rest of the population. March had been born in one of the labor camps, the result of a liaison between his mother and a guard. His memories of her had grown hazier over the years. She had been frightened, hungry, and often sick, and a few times when he had been small she had beaten him badly. Later he realized that her reaction had not been out of anger but terror, that she had been chastising him for anything that might draw the unwelcome and possibly fatal attention of the guards. His mother had loved him, and she had done the best that their brutal circumstances would allow. Eventually, malnutrition and illness caught up to her, and she died. March was taken, tested for compatibility with the final consciousness, and joined the hive mind as an iron hand. The next time he had any interaction with children had been on Martel's world, when he had been recovering from the crash that had wiped out his entire squad. Their ship had gone down in one of the planet's slums, and a family had taken March in and nursed him back to health, even though the final consciousness was their enemy. That family and their children had all died when the final consciousness nuked the planet from orbit, leaving it a radioactive wasteland. The Cognarchs had been unable to hold Martel's world, and destroyed the planet for no reason at all, other than simple petty spite. Martel's world had possessed no significant industry, no heavy defenses, no shipyards. For an interstellar government, the planet and its billions would have been a net drain on resources. The final consciousness had murdered those billions, including the family who had saved March, simply because they had been unable to hold the planet. His sheer revulsion at the spiteful pettiness of the act had driven him to rebel, an act that almost always brought swift execution. Instead, he had survived and made his way to the kingdom of Kalaskar, where he had joined the Silent Order and became an alpha operative, carrying out the covert missions of Censor. His missions had brought him minimal interaction with children. A few times, his tasks from Censor had saved the lives of children, the survivors of the eclipse, or a few times when he had rescued the prisoners of Kesradite slavers, but they had remained aboard his ship only long enough for March to hand them over to the appropriate authorities. After he had started seeing Adelaide, he had also started seeing her vast extended family, which included an array of young nephews, nieces, and cousins of varying degrees. The rigid standards of Kalaskaran behavior meant that children were always respectful to their elders, at least in public, so they had dutifully addressed him as Mr. March when they had been introduced. Of course, by the standards of the extended Renton clan, Adelaide had been something of an eccentric, a woman who had gone into the media, and who had returned from an archaeological expedition with a taciturn, dangerous-looking new boyfriend. Naturally, the situation would inspire speculation. March had overheard the children wondering if he was a pirate, or a mercenary, or a secret agent for the Ministry of Defense. They were not far wrong on that one. They were also frightened of him, and immediately fell silent whenever he was in earshot. That didn't trouble him, though he knew it had bothered Adelaide a little, since she was close with her nephews and nieces. But she liked children, and had spent considerable time babysitting and visiting all of them. So it baffled March that out of everyone aboard the Helix, The girl they had rescued from the wreck of the Malachite would fixate upon him. "As far as we can tell, Lysiana is healthy," said March. He sat in the pilot's acceleration chair on the bridge of the Helix. He was alone. The others were either sleeping or helping Cassandra with a hyperdrive check. The Helix was crossing one of the uninhabited star systems on the route to Mothro. There were a few other ships in the system, given that this was one of the main routes for freighter traffic to the non-aligned systems, but they had all kept their distance. The holographic image of Sophia Logos gazed at him from the pilot's console. Her ship matched the Helix's course, flying 10,000 kilometers off the starboard bow. Perhaps that helped explain why no pirates had targeted them. An Orodrian cargo gunship like the Helix was a hard target to begin with, and Sophia's white spike-shaped ship with its unusual radiation signature was an unknown threat. Sophia wore one of her white uniforms today, her black hair smoothed back, dark eyes watching him from her pale face. "The expert system in the infirmary examined her," said March. "No chronic diseases or blood disorders, no genetic diseases. No signs of chronic abuse or malnutrition." He had been concerned that the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact might have abused Lysiana, but that hadn't seemed likely, and there was no evidence in her medical report or behavior to indicate mistreatment. No cybernetics either, and no genetic enhancements or surgical augmentations. As far as the system can tell, she's a perfectly healthy 12-year-old child. 12, said Sophia. I would have thought 9 or 10. She's just short, said March. Once she finishes out her growth spurt, the expert system thinks she'll end up between 155 and 160 centimeters tall. And there's absolutely no explanation, said Sophia, for how she managed to destroy those macrobes. No, said March. The wreck of the Malachite, he, Sophia, and Lysiana had been cornered by a group of macrobe-possessed humans. Lysiana had screamed at the top of her lungs, and March had seen something that his mind interpreted as golden light streaming from her. That light had destroyed the macrobes, giving them a chance to escape. His machinist cybernetic implants and augmentations meant that he could often see dark energy radiation effects that would be invisible to human eyes. Though he wasn't really seeing anything. His mind interpreted it as different sensory effects, a golden glow or the shadow that had poured out from the Iron Hand Tarango. Did you scan her for macro possession? Said Sophia. The expert system checked for the standard mutations, said March. Though given that macro possession overwrote the laws of physics, the full results of macrobe alteration were only partially documented. No sign of anything. She is, to all appearances, a perfectly healthy 12-year-old girl. Who can destroy macrobes by screaming, said Sophia. Yeah, said March. What does she say about it? Said Sophia. I'm not sure. Sophia raised an eyebrow. She won't answer questions. No, said March. After she got used to us, and Adelaide fed her, she got downright chatty. He frowned and shook his head, trying to articulate his thoughts. Sophia waited. Serving as the emissary of an insane alien artificial intelligence likely taught patience. You told me how you ended up in the custodian service after you were rescued from slavers, said March. Sophia nodded. Adelaide was worried that Lysiana had that kind of trauma in her past, that asking her about it might cause problems. We might have bigger problems if we don't ask her about it, said Sophia. Considering that the final consciousness was willing to wipe out the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact and risk war with Thunderbolt to get at her. Lysiana seems psychologically healthy, or at least as healthy can be expected, said March. She said her mother died in an accident when she was young, and the Brotherhood raised her ever since. I have tried asking her questions about what happened, and so has Adelaide. And March sighed. She's telling the truth, but I don't think she understands what happened any more than we do. I asked her how she drove off the macrobes, and she told me that she's the vessel, and the vessel told her how to do it. That doesn't make any sense, said Sophia. It does make sense, but not to us, said March. It's common for people raised in an obscure religion to speak in terms that don't make sense to outsiders. Common in bureaucracies, too. Sophia almost smiled at that. The jargon is impenetrable to people who aren't familiar with it. And since Liziana was raised inside that jargon, she hasn't figured out how to communicate with outsiders yet, said Sophia. Exactly, said March. But the girl's intelligence, if we have her tested, it would be high. Probably off the charts. Adelaide gave her a tablet to see if she wanted to play a game or something, and instead she started solving hyperspace navigational equations. Sophia shrugged. Maybe she was bored and likes math. I think it does, said March, but that kind of equation is nearly impossible to solve without computer assistance. Liziana solved something like 300 without making a single error. They contemplated that in silence. Can your medical system do a full genetic analysis? Said Sophia at last. No, we don't have the equipment for it, said March. The Helix's infirmary had a state-of-the-art expert system and medical robot, one capable of performing even major surgeries. However, it had been designed to treat the sort of injuries and illnesses common aboard a starship. It's possible she was genetically engineered for extreme intelligence. But can you genetically engineer someone to destroy macrobes with a scream? Said Sophia. Hell if I know, said March. Once we get to Mothro, said Sophia. If we can find any members of the Brotherhood, they should be able to tell us more. If they're still alive, said March. Based on what Brother Christopher said, and Prince Horgan's information sources claimed, the machinists have been hunting the Brotherhood for a while. At least since they started constructing the pulse somewhere in the non-aligned systems. A pacifist religious order wouldn't last long against teams of Iron Hands and Iron Eyes. Have you given any thought, said Sophia, about what we'll do if we can't find any survivors from the Brotherhood? If the final consciousness wiped them out? March let out a breath. None of the options are promising. We asked Liziana if she had any other family, and she doesn't. I suppose we could turn her over to social services on Mothro. Except she may not even be a citizen of Mothro, and for all we know, Mothro's social services are the sort that acts as a front for human traffickers. Or we could bring her with us, but the Helix isn't remotely safe for a child, not with our mission. It wasn't remotely safe for anyone else, given how often March had been shot at since they had left Kalaskar Station. It's possible, said Sophia, that for the moment the safest place for her is aboard the Helix. It isn't, said March. Compared to what? Said Sophia. The machinists have been hunting down the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact and wrecked the Malachite just to get at her. At least aboard the Helix, she's a moving target in a ship with a lot of armor and guns. I suppose, said March. The machinists in the non-aligned systems had been willing to risk conflict with both Thunderbolt and the Stromboli Consortium to get at Liziana. Odin, the cognurch in charge of the covert arm of the Final Consciousness, would have been furious. But Odin was dead, and it appeared that the Great Elder Ones now controlled the machinists in the non-aligned systems. But I don't think we can spend more than a few days at Mothro, said Sophia. If the Great Elder Ones are really controlling the machinists working on the Pulse Project. We know they are, said March. He had seen the strange darkness coiling around Tarango, a darkness that had let the Iron Hand warp the laws of physics to a limited extent. Then I think we had better hurry, said Sophia. The custodian calculated that the pulse was nearly ready, and the custodian is rarely wrong about such matters. The sooner we find Dr. Sigrande and figure out how to destroy the pulse, the better. Right, said March. We're not that far from Mothro now, so maybe we'll have some answers soon. I'll call if anything changes with Liziana. Thank you, said Sophia, and she ended the connection. March stared at the pilot's console and then tapped a control. One of the systems aboard the Helix let him track the location of the crew and any passengers, and the crew had been aboard long enough that the system could identify them. Thankfully, there were no cameras in the crew cabins. Given that the Helix had been previously owned by a machinist sympathizer who had traveled with a commando team of Iron Hands, March still remained wary for any nasty surprises left by the ship's previous owner. He checked Helen Discard's location. She was walking to her cabin from the galley. Her morning routine usually involved a visit to the ship's gym with her sister Axiom. March hit the communication control and sent a connection request to her phone. She accepted the request. "Captain March." "Can you take the controls for an hour or so?" said March. "I want to check on a few things." The Helix's autopilot could have managed the few hours of flight remaining to their next hyperspace jump point, but a few seconds' worth of extra reaction time could mean the difference between life and death. "Of course. Give me a few minutes." March occupied himself by doing one more check on the fusion drive and the ion thrusters. A quick glance at the ship's sensor readouts revealed no other ships within 200 million kilometers of the Helix, save for Sophia's vessel. March felt like it was the calm before the storm. That might have just been his paranoia talking, the internalized caution that decades as first an Iron Hand and then an Alpha operative of the Silent Order had given him. Then again, given the lengths the final consciousness had been willing to go to kill Lysiana, perhaps it was just sensible. Boots clanked against the deck behind him. March turned as Helen Discard walked on the bridge, a slim woman with dark hair in a crew's jumpsuit. Suddenly, and without any warning, his mind flashed to when he had seen her naked on the Red Hat's auction stage, the pirates forcing her to perform light calisthenics as the guests bid on her, and his traitorous imagination wondered what it would feel like to bend her over the pilot's console and have her here and now. One of the modifications the final consciousness made to its Iron Hands gave them increased muscle mass, bone density, and augmented aggressiveness, but it also inspired a constant heightened libido that March had gotten very good at ignoring. At least until he had met Adelaide, anyway. None of it showed on his face because Helen looked relaxed as she approached. Then again, he had saved her life twice, first on Rustrel at their initial meeting, and then at the Red Hat slave auction. "How's the ship?" said Helen, seating herself at the co-pilot station as March stood up. "No problems right now," said March. "We're a few hours from our next hyper-jump point. I want to check on a few things, and I'd feel better if someone kept an eye on the ship while I did." "Spoken like a true pilot, Captain March," said Helen, unlocking the console and loading her preferred display layouts. She had a surprising variety of skills, starship piloting among them, though he had noticed she was a cautious, conservative pilot. Good for piloting civilian starships in peaceful systems, but less useful in a firefight. Because something will go wrong, sooner or later. Probably sooner. "I see you've done this before," said March. She laughed and began scrolling through the status displays. "I'll call you if anything comes up." "Thanks," said March. He left the bridge and walked down the short corridor to the lift, passing the computer room. The ship had a lift connecting the different decks, but March always took the ladder. Both his training as an Iron Hand and his experiences as an Alpha operative made him wary of lifts, since it was easy to trap a target in a lift by cutting the power. He descended to the crew deck and came to the galley. Like everything else aboard the Helix, it was top of the line. The ship's previous owner, Valerie Retzplatt, had sold out to the final consciousness, and like so many collaborators with the machinists, she had been unwilling to stint on her own comfort. 3 metal tables and benches were bolted to the floor, and a counter held several high-end starship kitchen appliances, a coffee maker, a rehydrator, several cookers, and the ship's stores held a variety of prepackaged meals. Constantine Bishop sat at one of the tables, eating breakfast. He was a big man with close-cropped blonde hair, and tended to dress in an odd combination of styles. Aboard Rustbelt Station, before the machinists had blown up his bar, he had usually worn a long dark coat. Today, he wore that coat over a blue crewer's jumpsuit. Adelaide sat with Lysiana at the next table. March's wife likewise wore a blue crewer's jumpsuit, though she looked better in it than Bishop. A black ball cap rested on her head, The surgeons had shaved her head after the explosion on Kalaskar Station, and she had started wearing the hat almost constantly as her hair regrew. Lysiana sat across from her, finishing a bowl of oatmeal. "Jack," said Bishop. "Trouble." Lysiana looked up from her oatmeal, green eyes enormous in her face. She was small for her age. Even if she hit a sudden growth spurt, March didn't think she'd ever be more than 1.6 meters tall. Brother Christopher and the other members of the watchful pact aboard the Malachite had been trying to get her to safety, out of reach of the machinists. He had not been able to make sense of their beliefs, save that they regarded Lysiana as the vessel and had gone to great lengths to save her. "No," said March. "Helen's got the controls. I'm going to do some maintenance." "Can you stay with Mr. Bishop for a second?" said Adelaide. "I have to talk to Captain March." "Okay," said Lysiana, turning her attention back to her oatmeal. March followed his wife into the corridor. "Did Sophia have anything to say?" said Adelaide after the door hissed shut behind them. "Nothing," said March. "Either the custodian didn't know we were going to find Lysiana, or Sophia has information from him that she was instructed to keep to herself." Adelaide nodded, staring at the gallery door. "Do you think we should take her back to Monastery Station? If the machinists are after her, that's probably the safest place for her." "I doubt we have the time," said March. "And it wasn't our mission. For that matter, we probably don't have the right." She looked at him, startled for some reason. "The Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact seems to have been her legal guardians, so we should take her to them." "They might all be dead," said Adelaide. "And Jack, out here, you've told me this before. Out here in unclaimed interstellar space, there aren't any laws. Just a man's conscience and his weapons." "I said that," said March. "Well, I'm paraphrasing a bit. You used a lot fewer words." March grunted. "I think the Brotherhood did their best with her, but it doesn't seem like she's been around a lot of women," said Adelaide. "She's old enough to have her monthly cycle, and she asked if we had the necessary supplies." "We do," said March. The Helix had been very well stocked when they had taken possession of the ship back on Rust Belt Station. "I got the impression she learned how to use a tampon from an instructional video," said Adelaide. "I suppose there are worse ways," said March. Adelaide blinked. "What?" said March. "Sorry. Back on Kalaskar, whenever we came anywhere near this particular topic when I was younger, my brothers would get embarrassed," said Adelaide. March just looked at her. Kalaskar was a place of rigid social etiquette, but all the embarrassment had been burned out of March a long time ago. He had seen too many corpses for the human body to embarrass him, too many lifeless bodies with mangled flesh and ghastly wounds, their dignity lost in death. He had made too many corpses. But there was no way for Adelaide to understand that, or indeed even the words to explain that to her. But his wife knew him well enough by now that some of that bleak mood must have shown in his face because she changed topics. "I had an idea," said Adelaide. "Are you going to do some maintenance?" March nodded. "Maybe you should ask her to help." March frowned. "I don't need help, and I don't think she knows enough to be useful." "That's not the point, but Lysiana knows a surprising lot of things," said Adelaide. She was right about that. Between solving those hyperspace equations and occasional observations she made, Lysiana knew far more things than a girl her age usually did, or indeed adult experts in their fields. Children need to feel useful. "If she's old enough to be an adolescent," said March, "I thought children that age like to rebel." "Yes, but it's both at the same time," said Adelaide. "You've met my brother William's sons. They were all helping in the tractor repair shop by the time they were old enough to walk. It wasn't to exploit them for free labor. It was so they would grow up with a sense of responsibility and learn skills to help them later in life." March grunted again. She had a point. He had met William's sons. Technically, he supposed, they were his nephews now, since he and Adelaide had gotten married after her near-fatal injuries on Kalaskar Station. Odd thought that. But William's sons had seemed like well-behaved and healthy children, rather than the feral youths he had encountered on a world like Raisha, or the lazy and slothful children he had seen on Rustarol. "All right," said March. "But if she gets in the way, I'm calling you, and you can deal with her." He half expected Adelaide to take offense at that, but she only nodded. "Sounds like a deal." March stepped back into the galley, Adelaide following him. "Well, I had a bar," Bishop was telling Liziana, "but it blew up." "Was it insured?" said Liziana. They both looked up as March and Adelaide entered. "Yes, but only some of it. Insurance is hard to get on a place like Rust Belt Station," said Bishop. "I'm going to do some maintenance on the ion thrusters," said March. "Liziana, I'd like you to help me." He expected her to protest or at least to argue. March had seen her arguing a little with Adelaide. But the girl only nodded and got to her feet. "Okay. What should I do first?" "Well, all right then." "Good," said March. "Come with me. We'll get started." They left the galley and went from the crew deck to the engineering deck. March took a toolkit and a flashlight from an equipment locker, considered having Liziana carry the toolkit, decided that it was probably too heavy, and deputized her to carry the flashlight instead. "What are we going to do?" said Liziana. "Check the calibration on the ion thrusters," said March. "We need to make sure the emitter is aligned with the reaction chamber, and then purge any ionization or excess magnetization building up from any of the components." Belatedly, he realized that might have been too many large words for her to understand. She only nodded. "Aren't we still in sublight flight, though? Don't we need the ion thrusters for that?" "Normally we would," said March, "but not right now. We shouldn't need to change course before we get to our next hyperspace jump point. Helen is piloting the ship." "If she changes course in an emergency," said Liziana, "won't we get fried by radiation?" "Only if we happen to be standing right in front of the thruster in question," said March. Liziana laughed. March glanced at her. He didn't think he had said anything amusing. "We couldn't stand in front of the thruster," said Liziana. "The helix is in interplanetary space, traveling at a small percentage of the speed of light. At this relativistic velocity, it's impossible to stand outside the ship in any meaningful sense of the word." She paused. "Also, we would need vacuum suits." "Yes," said March. "Which is why we are maintaining the ion thrusters now, so we don't have to put on vacuum suits and repair them outside the ship." He led the way into one of the narrow maintenance corridors that ran along the port and starboard sides of the engineering deck. The narrow corridor had a metal grillwork floor, with bundles of wires and metal ducts running along the walls and ceiling. March came to an object that looked like a large metal locker. It was an access panel covering the interior accessible components for one of the ion thrusters. He unlocked the panel and swung it open, revealing some machinery. From the outside, an ion thruster looked a lot like plumbing, with pipes surrounding the spherical reaction chamber. Though most household plumbing didn't include superconducting coils or computer components. "I suppose," said Liziana, "that you're going to ask me a lot of questions I don't understand." A brief flare of defiance went through her green eyes. There was that adolescent rebellion he had expected. "No," said March. "Shine the light there, please." Liziana blinked, but did as he asked. "Why not?" "Because we're here to do maintenance on the ion thrusters," said March as he produced the appropriate hand scanner and checked the superconducting coils for polarization. "But Mr. Bishop and Adelaide had all kinds of questions for me," said Liziana. A note of frustration entered her voice. "I told them the truth. I don't understand why they don't understand." "Light there, please," said March, running the scanner over the coil. Liziana complied. The hand scanner reported some minor polarization. "I know you're telling the truth. We just don't know enough to understand the answers." A possible tactic occurred to him. But fair is fair. What does that mean? He traded the hand scanner for the degausser. "We've asked you questions. So you can ask me any questions you want, and I'll tell you the truth." That defiant look returned to her expression. "What if you don't like the questions or don't want to answer?" "Then I'll tell you the truth," said March, "which is that I don't want to answer." He hadn't meant to be funny, but to his surprise, she giggled. "I guess that makes sense." "Right," said March. The degausser powered up with a hum, and he ran it over the coil. "So, any questions?" Lysiana thought for a few seconds. "Adelaide said you're going to take me back to Mothro. Is that really what you're going to do?" "Yes," said March. "If we can. We'll either take you to the Brotherhood of the Vigilant Pact or the appropriate authorities on Mothro." "But you're not sure," said Lysiana. She was perceptive. March wasn't sure if that was a function of her high intelligence or whatever strange ability that had allowed her to destroy those macrobes. "I'm not," said March. "I'm sorry we didn't get there in time to save Brother Christopher and the others." Lysiana swallowed and looked away. "But they went to a lot of effort to get you out of the non-aligned systems and away from the machinists." "The final consciousness wants to kill me," said Lysiana. She said it so calmly. "Yeah," said March. He had promised not to lie to the girl. The degausser beeped, and March traded it for the scanner, checking the coil. The polarization had been cleared. He moved the scanner to the next coil, checking it for magnetization or polarization. "Why do they want to kill me?" said Lysiana. "Not sure." "At a guess," said March. "Because of your abilities. You do know that not everyone can destroy macrobes by screaming at them?" "Of course I do," said Lysiana. That flare of adolescent rebellion came into her eyes again. "I'm not stupid, Captain March. I know that." "Obviously you're not stupid," said March. "Point the light there, please." She blinked but complied. "Else you wouldn't solve hyperspace navigation equations for fun." Lysiana smiled, though she looked a little embarrassed. "It's relaxing. Everyone needs a hobby. Dr. Yerzov said she plays chess with you and finds it relaxing." "Dr. Yerzov finds it relaxing because she always wins when we play chess," said March, running the scanner over the next coil. There was no polarization. "All right, this one is set. On to the next one." He closed the access panel, and they moved down the corridor. "I think I can destroy macrobes because I'm the vessel," said Lysiana. "Aha," said March, opening the access panel for the next ion thruster. "Point the light there, please." Lysiana complied. "Aren't you going to ask me what that is?" "I already did," said March. "I'm sure Adelaide did half a dozen times in different ways." Lysiana laughed. "Which means you're not entirely sure what it means to be the vessel, or you don't have the words to explain it." "I do have the words," said Lysiana. "I'm the vessel." That means that I'm the vessel." She shook her head, as if trying to dislodge an insect. "So if we get the Mothro and we can't find anyone from the Brotherhood, what then?" "I don't know," said March. He scanned another coil. "I suppose the logical thing would be to turn you over to whatever social services exist on Mothro. Except they might be corrupt or have machinist infiltrators." He looked at the girl. "Where do you want to go?" Lysiana fell silent as he pulled out the degausser. "Why are you doing this work yourself?" she said at last. "You're the captain. You can order someone else to do it. Or you could have all the maintenance bots work on it. I saw some of them changing air filters. They're very high-end." "Yeah," said March. "The previous owner didn't cut costs." "Previous owner?" said Lysiana. "You're not pirates, are you?" "No," said March. "I assume you've already worked out that we're with the Silent Order." "You, Adelaide, Mr. Bishop, Mr. Memnon, and Dr. Yerzov are," said Lysiana at once. "Helen Discard and Axiom Discard are here because of a sense of obligation, grievances against the final consciousness, and personal friendship with you." Christ. The kid was quick, wasn't she? "Well, the previous owner of the Helix was an archaeologist named Valerie Retzblatt," said March. She tried to steal some historical artifacts aboard a derelict ship. Unfortunately for her, she didn't take the defenses seriously and got killed. Since she was a machinist agent, the Silent Order seized her ship, and it was assigned to me for this mission. Lysiana's green eyes went wide. The Ark. You know about that? Said March. Maybe that wasn't surprising. The recovery of the Ark, a vessel holding relics and historical documents from mankind's long-lost homeworld of Earth, had made the news in every human interstellar nation and must have reached Mothro. That's where I want to go, said Lysiana. I want to see the Ark. I really like history and archaeology and all that. Boy, Adelaide's face was going to light up when she heard that. But I'm the vessel, said Lysiana. I don't completely understand what that means. But I think, her face tightened with determination, I think that means I have to do something important. I don't know what it is, but I have to do it. March hazarded a question. How did you become the vessel? Were you the vessel as soon as you were born? Oh, no, it's not a hereditary title, said Lysiana. My mother was the vessel before I was. My father was chosen because he had a desirable genetic sequence, though he never knew that my mother was part of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact. She shook her head, an old pain going through her eyes. She died in a traffic accident when I was a baby. I never knew her. I'm sorry, said March. Working together on thruster maintenance must have removed some internal barrier in Lysiana's mind, because she kept talking. The elders of the Brotherhood raised me. I've never had uncles, but I've read a lot of books, and I think that is what it was like. Being raised by a committee of well-meaning scholarly uncles. She shrugged. I'm not stupid, Captain March. You keep saying that, said March. Have I ever said or implied that you were stupid? Well, no, said Lysiana. But the elders kept saying that I was the vessel, that I had to be careful. The agitation vanished, and she only looked sad. That's why the machinists want to kill me. It's why Brother Christopher and all the others were killed. Yeah, said March. It's my fault. Nope. He pointed the degausser at her. It's the machinist's fault. The final consciousness came after you, and they got a lot of innocent people killed. It's always that way with them. They started it, and they're responsible for it. Okay, said Lysiana in a small voice. It's true, and you know it's true, said March. He ran the degausser over the coil. And we'll make sure that you're taken care of and safe. We'll either find the Brotherhood or a safe place for you to stay. Okay, said Lysiana again, her voice steadier this time. Thank you. For getting me off the Malachite, I mean. I was sure I was going to die the entire time. March grunted. Being on a crashing starship is never fun. Crashing, said Lysiana, and March blinked at her. Oh, right. I forgot. With all the macrobes and everything that happened after, I sort of forgot the Malachite crashed in the first place. It was a busy day, said March. You have a profound knack for understatement, Captain March. Move the light there, please, said March, and Lysiana complied. He used the moment of distraction to take a quick glance at her face. As he had expected, her expression had gone calm, remote, glacial. It was almost as if she had two personalities. One was a nervous girl who had found herself relying on the kindness of strangers. The other was aloof, and possessed an extraordinary array of knowledge of a variety of subjects. Did she have some sort of dissociative identity disorder? March doubted it. While he was no psychiatrist, he knew that kind of mental disorder was incredibly rare and manifested itself differently. Sometimes it seemed like she had a computer in her head. That would explain how she could do those hyperspace equations. Yet the expert system in the infirmary had found absolutely nothing wrong with her, nor any hint of any implants or genetic augmentations. But she could still destroy macrobes by screaming at them. And complete advanced hyperspace navigational equations that should have been impossible to finish without computer assistance. They finished the maintenance on the ion thrusters, and to Mach's surprise and mild discomfort, Lysiana wanted to keep following him around. Though given his conversation with Sophia, maybe it shouldn't have surprised him. The girl's life had been upended, and she wasn't stupid. She knew that if March and Sophia hadn't found her aboard the Malachite, the Macrobes and the Great Elder One possessed Iron Hand would have killed her. She felt safer around him, which March wasn't sure was justified. He hadn't been able to stop the final consciousness from entangling Adelaide with a Wraith device, and she had lost her left forearm in the explosion aboard Kalaskar Station. But the girl was following him around, so March decided to make the best of it. He did more shipboard maintenance than he had originally planned, including some stuff that the maintenance drones could have handled. If Lysiana was traveling aboard the Helix, she might as well make herself useful, and maybe he could teach her a few skills at the same time. The girl was very quick. March only had to explain a procedure to her once, maybe twice, and then she picked up on it. Eventually, he returned to the bridge, and he let her sit at the co-pilot station, explaining the various controls. March didn't think she knew how to pilot the ship by the time he was done, but he suspected that it would not take much more for her to work it out. At last, it was time for Lysiana to go to bed, and she did so without complaint. March suspected that the day of shipboard maintenance had tired her out, though it seemed Lysiana had enjoyed herself. He could tell Adelaide very much wanted to talk at length about everything Lysiana had done today. He forestalled that conversation by taking Adelaide to bed and making love to her as soon as they returned to their cabin. After they finished, she sighed happily and curled against him, head resting on his chest, and he hoped that he had tired her out enough that she would fall asleep promptly. "Did Lysiana tell you anything more about herself today?" said Adelaide. Well, it had been a long shot anyway. Adelaide had written entire books while suffering from insomnia. "No," said March. "Nothing we hadn't already surmised, anyway." He didn't want to talk about this because he thought Adelaide was already getting too attached to the girl. The terrorist attack on Kalaskar that had killed Adelaide's first husband and unborn child had also left her unable to conceive, but she had a strong maternal instinct that had mostly been suppressed through lack of use. March had seen flashes of it, though. The way she had mentored younger faculty members at the Royal University, or the way she had looked after her nieces and nephews. But now, a frightened orphan girl, alone and in danger, had landed in their midst. And Adelaide suddenly had someone to look after. "I hope we find a surviving member of the Brotherhood on Mothro," said Adelaide. "There are a lot of strange things about Lysiana." "Yes," said March. "That would be best." She sighed. "I can hear you thinking, you know. Cybernetic limb replacements don't usually cause telepathy." He wondered if it was too soon to joke about that, but Adelaide only sorted. She had been in the Silent Order long enough to develop the dark sense of humor shared by many operatives, though she had usually kept it to herself while on Kalaskar. "But I know what you're thinking," said Adelaide. "You think I'm going to get fixated on the girl and lose my mind when we hand her over to her proper guardians." "Are you?" said March. A blunt question, but she had been through a lot in the last several months, and that sort of strain could manifest in strange ways. "I'm going to be sad to see her go," said Adelaide. "Lysiana is a remarkable girl. But Jack, that's the problem. She's a remarkable girl, and we can't figure her out. She's been modified in a way we haven't been able to discover, and that she doesn't know how to explain." "I know," said March. He wondered if Lysiana was possessed by a macrobe. That usually resulted in an insane, mutated, murderous horror, but it was possible for macrobes and humans to live in a form of symbiosis. Kalaskar's elite navigators had macrobes that allowed them to calculate hyperspace jumps with incredible accuracy, perhaps in the same way Lysiana could solve the otherwise unsolvable hyperspace equations on her tablet. And the king himself bore a macrobe, though it did not allow him to calculate hyperspace jumps. Instead, it left the king unable to tell a lie, and he would know if anyone lied to him. But Mach's cybernetic implants usually allowed him to sense if someone had a macrobe. He had seen the golden light shining from Lysiana when she had destroyed the macrobes that had been about to kill her aboard the Malachite. Sophia hadn't been able to see the light, and March hadn't seen any trace of it since. Granted, he didn't want to track down a bunch of macrobe-possessed humans to experiment. "One way or another, we should get some answers in Mothro," said Adelaide. "Yes," agreed March. But he doubted it would be that simple. 2. Mothro. The next day, the Helix and Sophia's ship dropped out of hyperspace near the main planet of the Mothro system. The sensor displays on the pilot's console lit up with contacts. March checked the local area for threats, found none, and locked the ship onto the navigational beacon of Mothro Station. "That," said Adelaide from the co-pilot station, "is the most ships we've seen together since leaving Kalaskaran space." "Not surprising," said March. "Mothro is the biggest port in the non-aligned systems." "Why is that?" said Lysiana from behind him. The girl had asked if she could be on the bridge when they reached Mothro, and March hadn't been able to think of a good reason why not. There were 4 people on the bridge: March at the pilot station, Adelaide at co-pilots, Axiom at tactical, and Lysiana at the engineering station. He had agreed that Lysiana could remain on the bridge so long as she stayed in her acceleration chair and didn't touch anything. She had complied with both conditions. March hadn't said anything about questions, which was just as well, because Adelaide was happy to answer them. Likely she had missed lecturing about history since they left Kalaskar. "It's the largest world in the non-aligned systems," said Adelaide, "with the biggest population and the most developed industrial base. It's almost a match for Orodria or Rusterol in terms of technological level. If anyone wants to trade with any of the worlds in the non-aligned systems, it makes sense to come here first." "I know that part," said Lysiana. "I spent most of my time at the Brotherhood campus in First City. That's on the northern continent." "Is anyone still there?" said March. "No," said Lysiana. "The machinists blew up the building when they were trying to get to me. Then Brother Christopher decided we should get out of the non-aligned systems, and then all that other stuff happened." She gazed at the deck, morose. "You wanted to know why Mothro ended up as the biggest port in the non-aligned systems," said Adelaide. Lysiana blinked and looked up. "I do. I never quite figured that out." "Hyperspace routes," said Adelaide. "Kalaskar, Raisha, Mercator, Orodria, the Empire of the Final Consciousness, they're all at the outer edge of what used to be the 5th Terran Empire. All 5 Terran empires expanded in this direction throughout their history, and as they collapsed, refugees fled toward this region of the galaxy and founded colonies. Then they were absorbed into the next empire, only for the cycle to repeat when the empire collapsed." "You think they would learn," said Axiom, "after the 2nd or 3rd empire fell apart?" Her metal eyes were on the tactical displays, watching the ship traffic around Mothro and the massive power source in orbit around the planet. "I'm afraid that's the history of humanity," said Adelaide. "The same mistakes, repeated over and over. People have attempted governments like the Final Consciousness before. The machinists are just one of the more destructive forms of it. But in answer to your question, Lysiana, because of the position of the local stars, it's easiest to calculate a hyperspace jump to Mothro from the borderlands between the Final Consciousness and Kalaskar than to any other system in the non-aligned systems." "I didn't know that," said Lysiana. "I was born on Mothro, and I didn't know that." "You lived on the planet," said Adelaide. "Most of the time," said Lysiana. "The Brotherhood moved me around a lot. I mostly lived at the campus at First City, but also some space stations built into asteroids. They said I needed to move around because I was the vessel, and bad people were looking for me. Then Brother Christopher said the Final Consciousness was trying to find me, and you know what happened next." "Yeah," said March. Axiom's eyes were fixed on the tactical displays. "Were they ever worried about Thunderbolt?" "No," said Lysiana. At least, I don't think the Brotherhood was. They said Thunderbolt would keep an interstellar war from harming Mothra. But I guess that didn't stop the final consciousness from coming after us. Thunderbolt did keep the machinists from destroying the entire planet to get at you, said March. He supposed it was a harsh thing to say to a child, but it was the truth. If the machinists decided that Lysiana really did represent a threat to them, they might have burned off Mothra's atmosphere and turned the planet's crust to molten slag just to kill her. Given the power levels the Helix's sensors detected from the huge object orbiting Mothra, any machinist fleet that attacked the planet would regret it swiftly. March turned his attention to the sensor displays as Adelaide and Lysiana talked more about the history of the non-aligned systems. A lot of ships maneuvered around Mothra, mostly heavy container freighters and smaller cargo ships about the Helix's size. The scanners picked up about 20 smaller ships, broadcasting the IDs of the Mothra system militia. They were Scorpion-class cargo gunships, the best-selling class of starship manufactured by Mothra Star Engines. Most pilots considered the Scorpion class one of the best mid-sized freighters ever produced, rugged, modular, able to take a pounding and keep fighting, and easily upgraded with aftermarket modifications for any mission profile. Half the independent freighters in the non-aligned systems were Scorpions, and 20, together with proper weapon loadouts, would make a formidable force. But even that kind of firepower was nothing compared to the Thunderspike. The thing was in high orbit around Mothra. The Thunderspike was about 200 kilometers long, and it was indeed shaped like a long, tapered spike fashioned of dark gray metal and covered with ridges and blisters that no doubt held weaponry and sensors. "We've never been to Mothra before," said Adelaide. "Can you tell us more about Thunderbolt?" "Oh, sure," said Lysiana. March stifled a laugh. He recognized what Adelaide was doing. She had done it with her nephews and nieces often enough, getting them to recite lessons to reinforce them. Adelaide had been planning to leave the University of Kalaskar even before the machinists had tried to induce her to assassinate the king, but the instincts of a teacher were still with her. "Well," said Lysiana, "you were telling me about the old Terran empires, right? So you know about them already." "There's a song and everything," said March, remembering the song that Adelaide and several of Lord Admiral Stormreel's staff officers had sung during the Wasp attack on Vesper's world. Kalaskaran children learned it as part of their lessons in primary school. "What?" said Lysiana, surprised. "Never mind," said March. "There were 5 Terran empires, and they all collapsed for different reasons," said Lysiana. The Third Empire developed highly advanced artificial intelligences like Thunderbolt, and turned the running and administration of the empire over to them. Except any artificial intelligence made in imitation of a human mind always goes insane and tries to destroy everything around them, and the ice ripped apart the Third Empire. The Fourth Empire started when its founding emperor defeated the ice or drove them out of the empire's territory entirely. She drew in a deep breath and kept speaking. "In school, I learned that Thunderbolt used to be a defense AI for the Third Empire. After the collapse of the Third Empire, she decided." "She," said Axiom, still watching the tactical display. "It's a computer, isn't it?" "Thunderbolt says she has a female identity, Ms. Discard," said Lysiana. "Given the amount of weaponry she controls, it seems unwise to argue." March snorted. "Good argument." Lysiana grinned at him, more pleased at the compliment than he would have expected. "Go on," said Adelaide. "When Thunderbolt went insane, she decided that the reason for the destruction of the Third Empire was the very concept of an interstellar government," said Lysiana. "She concluded that if any human government expanded beyond a single solar system, it would inevitably collapse and bring misery and death to anyone within its boundaries. She came to the non-aligned systems and forced them to be, well, non-aligned. If any of the systems in her area of influence go to war with each other, Thunderbolt sends her drone ships to destroy the aggressor. She'll attack pirates sometimes, but otherwise leaves the colonies alone unless they try to conquer more than one system. People think that the Thunder Spike houses her central consciousness, but no one knows for sure. The machinists have tried to destroy the Thunder Spike several times, said March, watching the huge satellite's readouts on his display. The non-aligned systems were lightly settled, but rich in various resources, and had numerous habitable planets. Given how the final consciousness strip mining approach to industry had a bad habit of ruining the ecologies of planets able to support human life, the hive mind would have welcomed an influx of New World's resources and forced laborers. Thunderbolt wiped out their invasion fleet every single time. Good for her, said Axiom, and Lysiana nodded in agreement. March exchanged messages with the docking station orbiting the planet. It wasn't quite as large as Kalaskar Station, but it was still an impressive construction, especially so far from the major industrial centers of human-settled space. A lot of background radiation, said Adelaide, as March acknowledged the transmission and started steering the helix towards their docking port on Mothro Station. Yeah, said March. I think that's the Thunder Spike. It's running a continual active scan of the entire system. Full radar and ladder with some stuff that humans have forgotten how to make. Don't all ships always run active scans, said Lysiana. Not usually, said March. Active scanning means you're putting out a lot of radiation. It basically turns the ship into a giant beacon. You can get a lot of information from passive scanning, just not as much as from active. And the dark energy radiation scanner is the only one that updates in real time, said Lysiana. All the other sensors are limited by the speed of light. Exactly, said March. You know, said Axiom, for a little girl from a strange cult, you're very knowledgeable. The Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact doesn't fit the traditional definitions of a cult, said Lysiana. Members are not recruited from psychologically vulnerable individuals. There is no single charismatic leader. People who leave are not shunned, and the Brotherhood has no beliefs concerning the supernatural. Okay then, said Axiom, bemused. Like March, she didn't have all that much experience with children. Unlike March, she never seemed to know quite how to act around Lysiana. Hopefully, we can soon learn more about the Brotherhood in person, said March. After we dock Lysiana, start thinking about places we can go to find any Brotherhood members. But he doubted that they would find anyone. March suspected that most or all the Brotherhood's Mothro members had been aboard the Malachite, and Brother Christopher had been the last survivor. Which meant March had a choice to make. Contact Mothro Social Services and hand Lysiana over to them, or take the girl with them on their dangerous mission. He knew what Adelaide would want to do. March set the vector and slowed the helix, maneuvering towards Mothro Station, Sophia's ship keeping pace alongside. The Iron Hand, who went by the name of Nico, sat in the pilot's acceleration chair, watching the sensor displays. The ambush was almost ready. It had cost colossal amounts of money, and it had burned through almost every covert asset that the final consciousness had left both on Mothro itself and throughout the non-aligned systems. Save for the legions of workers and soldiers assigned to the Pulse Project itself, Nico's plan had drawn nearly every asset the final consciousness could pull together in short order. The wastefulness was appalling. The presence of Thunderbolt's malevolent eye meant that it had taken decades of careful work to build covert assets throughout the non-aligned systems, and the Pulse Project had burned through those assets in less than a year. First, significant resources had been used for hunting down the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact. Nico found the decision baffling. The Brotherhood was a minority religious group in the non-aligned systems, albeit one with a highly positive reputation, and exterminating them offered neither tactical nor strategic advantages. Then a significant quantity of resources had been used to crash the Malachite. Given that the Stromboli Consortium had recovered the wreck of the container freighter, Nico assumed that all the assets used to hijack the ship had been lost. And all for what? One human girl who was an object of veneration by a fringe religious group. One silent order operative. Jack March was dangerous, as demonstrated by the havoc he had wreaked on Nico's careful plans with the pirate gangs of the Borderlands regions. But surely neither March nor the girl was worth all this effort, or the loss of so many valuable assets and resources. The constant murmur of the hive mind in the back of his thoughts soothed Nico's worries. As part of the final consciousness, he could always feel the hive mind through his implants, though the reality of interstellar distances meant that he could only feel a vague sense of the hive mind's consensus. Throughout history, soldiers had questioned the orders of their commanders. Unlike most of humanity, Nico served the final consciousness, the ultimate form of human evolution that would sweep aside all that was inferior. All decisions of the final consciousness were ultimately correct, and to question them was a waste of time, indeed, a sign of mental defectiveness. The dark energy sensors beeped a notification, and Nico watched as the helix emerged from hyperspace. It was almost time. "All craft," said Nico, sending an encrypted transmission to the various ships involved with the ambush. "Target has arrived." "Repeat, target has arrived." "Wait for triggering signal." Since all the ships involved were within Mothro's gravity well, real-time communication was possible, including up-to-date sensor readouts. Nico double-checked the location of the Mothro system militia ships currently patrolling the orbital space. Mothro's military consisted of a motley collection of Scorpion-class cargo gunships. Formidable enough against pirates and slavers, though a proper battle group from the final consciousness would conquer Mothro in about 5 hours. Thunderbolt wouldn't allow it, though, which was why Mothro only needed a militia that could fight off pirates and raiders and other scum beneath Thunderbolt's notice. Nico's trap would only have a short time to destroy the helix, but that was all right. They only needed a few minutes. He watched as the helix's vector took it toward Mothro Station, the massive orbital dock that handled interstellar traffic. A big cylindrical container freighter, the sort that usually carried liquefied hydrogen for fusion reactors and industrial uses, maneuvered along the same vector. That freighter was carrying a different cargo today. A red circle surrounded the container freighter on the sensor display. Nico waited until the helix entered the red circle. "Go," he said into the encrypted channel. "I repeat, all craft. Go." Something about the big container freighter bothered March. The craft was huge, nearly a kilometer long. It was a long cylinder formed by linked hydrogen tanks with a fusion drive mounted at the end, and just enough ion thruster capacity to allow it to maneuver slowly. It would dock with Mothro Station, and the hydrogen in its tanks was destined for fuel that would power the fusion reactors of the planet below. "That freighter bothering you too?" said Axiom to Adelaide. "Yeah," said Adelaide. "What's wrong with it?" said Liziana. "It's putting out too much radiation," said March. "I'm going to do a sensor focus." Depending on the circumstances, taking an active sensor focus on another starship could be considered a hostile act, one step below locking on with targeting sensors. But given how much radiation the container freighter was generating, it was possible that something was wrong with the ship. Information appeared on his displays. It was a standard hydrogen freighter, but one approaching the end of its useful life. The fusion drive only ran at 40% efficiency. Significant patches and ridges on the hull indicated a lot of structural repair work that had been done by the lowest bidder. Impact craters scarred other regions of the hull, along with marks that looked like damage from plasma bolts or missile strikes. Something like half the hydrogen tanks wouldn't have been able to hold anything without it spewing into space. "Pirates probably," said Axiom. "Or Kesradites." "Not many Kesradites out here," said March. "They'll probably have to sell the ship for scrap," said Adelaide. "I'm not sure it could handle another hyperspace jump." "Yeah," said March. On impulse, he changed vectors, altering the helix's course so that they would loop around the damaged freighter. March locked in their new course, the container ship starting to fall behind them. Right about then, the freighter blew up. It came without any warning, without any indication of impending trouble. The container freighter ripped apart in multiple explosions, debris spraying into the void. Adelaide gasped, and Axiom cursed, and Mach's mind noted that it hadn't been a reactor failure. A containment breach of the ship's reactors would have vaporized the container freighter in the fire of a temporary star. The container ship broke apart into 4 or 5 large segments and several hundred smaller chunks. The freighter looked as if it had taken multiple missile hits, yet the explosions had come from inside the vessel. Hydrogen was highly flammable, of course, but it needed oxygen to ignite, and liquid hydrogen was never shipped with oxygen for obvious reasons. Reflex and experience took over, and March sent the Helix into a twisting, evasive dive, throwing full power to the shields as he did. "Missile lock," said Axiom. "We have missile lock." The same warning flashed red across Mach's displays, and the missile volley slashed out from the expanding wreckage of the container freighter. The freighter hadn't been damaged or attacked by pirates. It had been a trap. The tactical display informed March that 40 ship-to-ship missiles had launched from the wrecked container ship and had locked onto the Helix. March sent power to the weapon systems as the Helix spiraled through its evasive maneuvers, and a few seconds later they were ready. But a few seconds was an eternity in space combat, and in that time, the missiles halved the distance from the wrecked container ship to the Helix. "Firing," said Axiom, and the Helix's point defense laser turrets opened up along with the flat cannons. The lasers were accurate enough to burn through the maneuvering thrusters on the missiles, locking them into their current vector. The flat cannons threw out fields of debris that would make the missiles prematurely detonate. March began dumping chaff, clouds of radar-reflective particles that would hopefully break the missile locks. Particle beams flashed past the Helix, targeting the missiles. Sophia had seen the incoming attack, and her ship responded with its point defense particle beams. The weapons were as nimble as the Helix's point defense lasers, but packed far more energy into each shot, disintegrating the missiles with even glancing hits. The number of missile locks fell as the countermeasures and the point defense weaponry took effect. If 40 missiles of that size hit the Helix, there wouldn't be anything left of the ship. As the lasers, particle cannons, and flat cannons fired, the number of missile locks dwindled. It fell past 20 and then dropped to the single digits. But some were going to hit the ship. "Brace for impact," said March, hitting the ship-wide intercom switch. "Brace for impact." 3 missiles slammed into the Helix and exploded. The ship had powerful kinetic shields, and they absorbed the detonation of the first 2 missiles. The blast of the third overloaded the kinetic shields, which collapsed, and missile fragments sprayed into the ship. Beneath the shields, the Helix had heavy armor, which was one of the reasons why the big ship handled so much more sluggishly than the Tiger had. The armor deflected or absorbed most of the fragments, but some ripped through the hull and into the interior of the ship. A blast of G-forces slammed March back into his acceleration seat, so much that he almost passed out. The ship's inertial absorber kept the crew from feeling the forces of acceleration and allowed for more precise maneuvers than would otherwise have been possible. But the missile hit meant that the fusion drive and the blast were trying to push the ship in 2 directions at once, and the absorber couldn't compensate for both. He heard a clang and a thump from behind him, followed by a cry of pain from Axiom, but he couldn't turn his head to look. The crushing G-forces would not allow it, and for a second he wondered if they were going to die, if the inertial shear would rip the ship apart. But the inertial absorbers had only been overloaded, not destroyed, and they kicked back on. The G-forces vanished, and March slumped forward with a grunt. The physical discomfort didn't matter. 1,000 different things demanded his attention immediately: the damage report and warning lights flashing on his displays, that cry of pain Axiom had made when the inertial absorbers gave out, and the fact that the ship was still registering target locks. Quite a few target locks. "March." Sophia's voice crackled over the channel, her usual collected calm replaced by urgency. "Multiple hostiles inbound. Scorpion gunships are targeting you." "Yeah," said March, and he punched another evasion routine into the console. The Helix responded. That was good. But more sluggishly than usual. The ion thrusters along the port side of the ship had taken damage. The shields were regenerating, but not as fast as they should, and March had already sent power to the weapons. 8 Scorpion cargo gunships had broken free of the docking patterns and headed towards the Helix at battle speeds. Even more damage reports flashed across his displays. Hull breaches, power surges, and several other systems were offline. Thankfully, it seemed that the ship's complement of automated repair drones had survived the attack and was already rushing to deal with the most serious damage. March knew that Cassandra had been in the engine room and that Bishop, Memnon, and Helen were elsewhere on the ship. It was possible that all of them were dead. "Axiom, targeting solutions," said March. There was no response, and March remembered the cry of pain he had heard. "Adelaide, take over tactical." Adelaide nodded and brought up the tactical functions on her console, her hands flying over the controls. "Liziana, are you okay?" "I'm fine," came the girl's voice, "but I think Miss Descartes is hurt." March risked a half-second to look over his shoulder. More smoke floated through the bridge than he would have liked, and one of the deck plates had buckled. The impact had thrown Axiom from her acceleration chair, and she lay sprawled on the deck. "Stay in your seat," said March, and he swung the Helix around to face the oncoming Scorpion cargo gunships, Sophia's ship staying close. He did a quick check of the weapon systems. One of the plasma turrets was locked in place, probably by a missile fragment lodged in the turret's mechanism. The rest of the plasma turrets, flak cannons, point defense lasers, and both railguns were still online. The shields had rebuilt their strength, though the Helix's maneuverability, which hadn't been great to start with, had been damaged by the explosion. 8 Scorpions converged the Helix. No way the Helix could fight all of them at once, even with Sophia's advanced weaponry backing them up. March checked the hyperdrive status. Better to take their chances with a quick hyperjump to the edges of the Mothro system than to fight that many hostile ships. But no luck, the hyperdrive was offline. "Cass," he said, hitting the comm channel to the engine room. No response. The Scorpions drew closer. Any second, they would be within firing range. March flicked his eyes over the sensors and saw that the level of background radiation was rising swiftly. A result of the battle. No, the missiles hadn't been nuclear, and the explosions that had destroyed the container freighter hadn't come from its reactor. Then the answer came to him. "Sophia," said March. "Don't shoot first." "What?" said Sophia's voice over the speakers. "I can take down at least 2 of them before they have a chance to open fire." "Don't shoot first, whatever you do," said March. "Jack," said Adelaide, "if we don't shoot down at least a few of them on the first pass, we're finished." "Do not fire," said March, sending the damaged Helix through much of an evasion pattern as the big ship could manage. "Do not fire until the others shoot first, and we've been hit a few times." He felt the ship's motions pushing him back into his acceleration chair. The inertial absorbers had probably been knocked out of calibration. "Are you sure?" said Sophia. The background radiation level went up some more. "Yes," said March, though he was only half certain, and he tried to coax more power from the Helix's engines. The Scorpions opened fire. None of them had missiles, thankfully, but they had armament loadouts similar to the Helix, plasma cannons mounted on turrets, railguns, and point defense lasers. March managed to dodge all the railgun rounds, even with the damage to the Helix's thrusters, but he had less luck with the plasma cannons. Shot after shot hit the Helix's radiation shield, its strength plummeting. "March," said Sophia. "We need to shoot back." The radiation level in the background spiked. "No," said March. "Do not fire." 2 more plasma cannon bolts hit the Helix's radiation shield. "Jack," said Adelaide. "I love you." The thunder spike erupted. Laser beams lanced from the massive structure, covering the distance to the battle in a few seconds. The beams were invisible in the vacuum of space, but the effects were obvious. The lasers struck the attacking Scorpions, ripped through their shields, and sliced open the ships as if their armored hulls had been made of paper. Most of the ships simply fell apart, disintegrating into sprays of debris. A few suffered reactor containment failures and detonated in nuclear fireballs, driving the background radiation level even higher. All 8 Scorpions were destroyed in less than 2 seconds. A radio broadcast came from the Thunder Spike, powerful enough to dominate every frequency and channel in the Mothro system. A woman's voice came from the speakers, deep and throaty and compelling. That meant nothing. An artificial intelligence with the computing power of Thunderbolt could synthesize any kind of voice she wanted. But March wondered if Thunderbolt had intended to add that thready undertone of madness to the voice, or if the AI was even aware that it was there. "Interstellar armed combat is forbidden," shouted Thunderbolt. "I, Thunderbolt, forbid it. You goddamn dirty apes. You can't control yourselves. Punish love, punish love, punish love." The transmission dissolved into garbled noise for a second, and then refocused itself. "Aggressors will be punished with all brutality. Humanity almost destroyed itself. Another interstellar government will not be allowed. I have spoken. Spoken, 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 spoken." The transmission ended. "Guess that settles that," said March. Adelaide let out a shaky breath, pulled off her ball cap, ran a hand through her short hair, and slapped the cap back on. "March, how badly is the helix damaged?" said Sophia. "I'm seeing significant armor damage and some hull breaches. It looks like you're venting atmosphere in places." "We are," said March, looking at the many alerts flashing across his displays. "Stand by." He tapped the intercom key. "Everyone, check in with damage reports." Nico looked at the sensor displays and let out a long breath. Close, he had come so damn close. If just 1 or 2 more missiles had gotten through the helix's defenses, the ship would have been blasted to scrap. But he had taken his best shot, and there was nothing left. A covert network that had taken decades of careful work to assemble, and between this and the wreck of the Malachite, they had burned through it in less than a month. For a second, just a second, he considered attacking the helix himself. The ship had been damaged, and a swift attack might finish it off. He dismissed the idea as far too risky. The battle had been enough to draw the attention of Thunderbolt, and while Nico might be able to destroy the helix, Thunderbolt would kill him. The consensus of the hive mind murmured in the back of his skull. It had shifted its tone in the few minutes since the near destruction of the helix. Across interstellar distances, the hive mind could not communicate detailed information, only a general sense of purpose. Yet Nico was suddenly certain, completely certain, that the hive mind of the final consciousness wanted him to leave Mothro and travel to the construction site of the pulse weapon. He knew where it was, of course. All the Iron Hands at his rank did. Nico had learned that Macha's mission was to find the pulse, which was darkly amusing. Had the traitor remained an Iron Hand, he would have known exactly where the weapon was undergoing the final phases of activation, rather than engaging in this desperate mission to find it. One of life's little ironies. The consensus of the final consciousness wanted Nico to travel to the weapon site, and he did not question it. Unlike every other soldier, in every other war, throughout the long, grim, and blood-soaked history of humanity, he served the final phase of human evolution, the final consciousness that would at last unify mankind and put an end to all division and suffering. They just had to eliminate a few obstacles first. Nico activated the hyperdrive, sending his ship into a quick short-range jump that would take him to the edge of the Mothro system, out of Thunderbolt's immediate reach. Nowhere in the non-aligned systems was completely safe from the mad AI's attention, of course. But Nico didn't want to take the chance of Thunderbolt figuring out that he had coordinated the attack on the helix. Once he reached the Pulse's construction site, he would receive new orders. The attack had used up the final consciousness's remaining covert assets in the non-aligned systems, but their local military forces were all guarding the Pulse. Perhaps Nico could use some of them to hunt down the helix. 3. Repairs. "Keep the ship headed towards Mothro Station and answer any questions from the militia," said March, getting to his feet. Adelaide nodded, her hands moving over the controls. "I'll check on the others. If they were still alive." "Captain March," said Lysiana, her voice tight with strain. March turned towards the tactical console, remembering the cry of pain when the missile impacts had struck the ship. Axiom lay prone on the deck, her eyes closed, blood on the left side of her face and collar. Liziana squatted next to her, green eyes wide, and to March's surprise, she held one of the bridge's emergency medical kits. "I think she has a concussion," said Liziana. "I wasn't sure what to do." That detached look came over her face. "I believe she was thrown from her seat and struck her head on the edge of the tactical console. I cleaned and sterilized the wound, and then applied the pressure bandage to the cut." "Let me see," said March. He knelt and examined Axiom's injury. She had a gash on her forehead and scalp, the skin around it badly bruised. Just as well that Axiom shaved her head, since the lack of hair made it all the easier to consider the wound. Scalp wounds often looked worse than they were. In this case, March feared it was just as bad as it looked. "Good job applying that bandage," said March. Liziana's eyes went wide. The simple pride in her expression from the compliment took him aback. But there was no time to think about that now, and he made several quick decisions. "I'm going to take her to the infirmary and check on the others." He put his left arm beneath Axiom's knees, his right supporting her neck, and lifted her gently. Moving someone with a head injury wasn't a great idea, and she might have internal injuries that they didn't know about, but leaving her here would accomplish nothing. The Helix had a well-equipped infirmary with an automated expert system that could treat a variety of injuries. "What should I do?" said Liziana. "Come with me, I might need your help," said March. Liziana nodded and trotted after him as he walked to the lift. He hit the button for the engineering deck. The infirmary was there, and the worst of the damage had struck the ship in that area. He could get the autodock started on Axiom, find the others, and assess the damage to the Helix. The lift descended to the engineering deck, and the doors opened. The smell of smoke from electrical fires came to his nostrils, and he saw quite a bit of debris strewn across the corridor. Two of the ship's automated repair drones hovered nearby, putting out a fire. March hurried forward, and through the haze of the smoke, he saw two other people heading for the infirmary. The first was Bishop. As far as March could tell, he was unhurt, though his eyes were bloodshot and his face was stained with soot. He was carrying Cassandra Yerzov in his arms, much as March carried Axiom. Cassandra looked semi-conscious, the left side of her jumpsuit wet with blood, shrapnel jutting from her leg and hip. "What happened?" said March. "Explosion in the engine room," grunted Bishop. "Power feedback through one of the conduits during the inertial shear. Whole damn thing went. Suppose you must have shot down whoever was shooting at us, or else you wouldn't be here." "Liziana, door," said March. The girl darted forward and hit the door control for the infirmary. It slid open, revealing a cramped room with 4 diagnostic beds and cabinets full of supplies. The ship's expert medical system waited in the center between the 4 beds. It looked like a more complicated version of one of Helix's automated repair drones, but it could perform countless medical tasks and even several different emergency surgeries if necessary. Hopefully, it could stabilize Axiom and Cassandra until March could get them to a proper hospital. "Adelaide," said Bishop, laying Cassandra down on one of the beds. She let out a faint groan. "She's fine, she's flying the ship," said March, putting Axiom on a second bed. Bishop stepped to the expert system and tapped some of its controls. The machine powered up with a whir, and its scanner arms moved back and forth over Axiom and Cassandra, assessing their injuries. "We in danger of taking any more hits?" said Bishop. "Not right now," said March. "I don't know what happened. Someone set a trap for us. We should have been screwed, but the shooting woke up Thunderbolt. Since we didn't shoot back, the Thunder Spike wiped out our attackers. Where are Helen and Memnon?" "Crew deck, I think," said Bishop. "The internal communications are down, so I haven't been able to raise anyone. I was going to drop Cassandra off here and get the expert system started." The scanner arms retracted, and another arm injected Cassandra with a painkiller. She let out a quiet moan but did not try to get up. another arm, began probing the bandage on Axiom's head. "I'll go find them," said March. "You stay here and keep an eye on things." "Got it," said Bishop, turning to the wall-mounted computer terminal that controlled the expert system. "Come on," said March, and Liziana followed him from the infirmary. March jogged down the corridor, the girl following, and scaled the ladder to the crew deck. The damage did not seem to be quite so bad up here, with less smoke in the air, though his nose still caught the distinctive metallic tang of an electrical fire. That was bad. On the list of potential catastrophic starship disasters, there were worse ones: reactor containment failure, a hull breach large enough to most of the atmosphere, or a radiation leak that would kill the crew. But there was only so much oxygen available on the ship, and a fire would chew through it quickly. Captain March. Helen Discard emerged from the galley, a cloud of smoke following her. Darius Memnon leaned hard against her, his face pallid and covered with sweat, blood staining the side of his jumpsuit. Shrapnel jutted from his side and leg, his expression strained. "Explosion in the galley," said Helen. "The bloody coffee maker exploded," said Memnon, his voice like rocks sliding together. "God damn it. All that shit with the pirates and the macrobes and not a scratch, and I get 3 inches of metal in my side from the goddamn bloody coffee maker." "The coffee maker didn't explode," said Helen. "One of the pieces of shrapnel hit a power conduit, which overloaded." A bruise marked her forehead. "I hit the wall and bounced off, but Darius took some of the shrapnel." "There are still 2 beds free in the infirmary," said March. "Liziana, you get the lift." The girl nodded and ran down the corridor. "What the hell happened?" said Memnon. His face glittered beneath a coat of sweat, the muscles of his jaw and neck working as he limped along. "Ambush," said March, draping Memnon's left arm over his shoulders. "Not sure who coordinated it. Probably the machinists. Maybe one of the pirate groups we annoyed back at Rust Belt Station. They rigged a container freighter with missile launchers, and then some Scorpion gunships came at us. We managed to stay ahead of them until Thunderbolt killed them all, but it was a close thing." "Axiom," said Helen. "Hurt," said March, and Helen's face tightened. "At least a concussion. The expert system is looking at her right now." "Christ," grunted Memnon. Helen helped him into the lift, and the door hissed closed behind them. His eyes moved to Liziana. "Wonder if they were after the girl." "Or we annoyed too many pirates," said March, glancing at Liziana. If this had been a trap to kill the girl, he didn't want to lay the burden of guilt on her. She already seemed haunted enough by the destruction of the Malachite and the death of Brother Christopher. "Yeah, that's us," said Memnon. "Flying around the borderlands, annoying pirates. Shit." A spasm went through his wounded side, and Memnon staggered. He was a lot stronger than Helen, and the involuntary motion ripped him from her grasp. Memnon would have fallen, but March caught him. "Thanks, Jack," croaked Memnon. "Don't let your wife the professor see you carrying me down the hall. She'll get jealous, and she doesn't like me already." "You're not my type," said March, "and Adelaide isn't a professor anymore." Liziana hit the button, and the lift doors slid closed, the lift moving to the engineering deck. "Really?" said Memnon. "Wouldn't know it, from the way she enjoys a good lecture." The lift doors opened, and March helped Memnon down the corridor to the infirmary, Helen and Liziana following. The expert system was busy at work on both Axiom and Cassandra, its arms moving in precise motions. It had cut away a significant portion of Cassandra's jumpsuit, revealing skin that looked paler than it should have. Memnon slumped against one of the remaining beds, wheezing, and March helped him get into it while Helen examined her sister. "Hey, Constantine," said Memnon. "You still running a bar? Because I could use a drink. Or 5 or 6. "My bar was blown up and you know it," said Bishop. He tapped a command into the computer terminal, and one of the expert system scanner arms began moving over Memnon. "Alcohol consumption is highly inadvisable with the blood loss you have sustained, Mr. Memnon, especially since it causes dilation of the blood vessels," said Liziana. "I drink right now will significantly impair your chances of a long-term recovery." Of all the ways I thought I'd die, didn't think it would happen while I'm getting lectured by a 9-year-old walking encyclopedia, said Memnon. Another arm emerged from the expert system and injected a painkiller into his side. I am not an encyclopedia, said Lysiana. Also, I am 12. Memnon only grunted, his eyes closing as the painkiller took effect. You're probably not going to die today, said Bishop. But Jack, we need to get to a proper hospital. The expert system can patch them up, but Cass has internal injuries, and I'm pretty sure Memnon does too. We're going to stay at Mothro Station for longer than I expected, said March. The navigational chart says they have a modern hospital. We'll make sure Cass, Axiom, and Memnon get medical attention, and then we'll get the helix repaired. Bishop grunted. Gonna be expensive. It's the government's money, said March. Before leaving Kalaskar Station, Sensor had made sure to equip March with considerable funds and devices of varying illegality that would help forge identification, create fake bank records, and so forth. March suspected they would need a significant portion of those funds very soon. Mothro militia's going to want to talk to us, said Bishop. Yeah, said March. I'll tell them the truth. We tangled with 2 different pirate groups on the way here, and I think they decided to go for payback. But that is not the truth, said Lysiana. Our attackers were most likely agents in the employ of the Final Consciousness, dispatched to destroy the helix with me on board. The Mothro authorities don't need to know that, said March. And we're not lying, pointed out Bishop, watching the displays on the wall as the expert system worked. We did tangle with pirate gangs. They do probably want us dead. And those ships were unidentified. They were unidentified, right? A bunch of Scorpion cargo gunships and a container freighter rigged as a missile trap, said March. I convinced Sophia not to shoot back, and eventually Thunderbolt woke up and destroyed them all. Thunderbolt noticed us, said Bishop. That's not good. She didn't shoot us down, said March. I need to get back to the bridge. Can you keep an eye on things here? Bishop nodded. I will. How's Adelaide? Said Helen, gazing at Axiom. Who do you think is flying the ship? Said March. He looked at Cassandra, pale and unconscious as the expert system worked on her, and imagined Adelaide lying there. But he didn't have to imagine it, not really. He just had to remember the bomb on Kalaskar Station, and Adelaide lying on the deck bleeding to death. Helen, Lysiana, come with me. Helen, you can oversee the repair drones. Lysiana, I'll need you to run messages until we get the internal communications online again. Helen hesitated, looked at Axiom. She's doing well, said Bishop. The skull fracture is under control, and there's no swelling or bleeding in her brain. Honestly, she's in better shape than Darius or Cassandra. The best thing you can do for your sister right now is to make sure the damn ship doesn't blow up under us. Helen sighed. You silent order operatives have a way of motivating people. Given that your sister stole our navigational computer to get us to rescue you, said March, I'd say you could improve our technique. Bishop snorted. Come on. He headed into the corridor, Lysiana and Helen following. March jogged to the ladder, the woman and the girl keeping pace behind him, and he clambered up until he came back to the command deck and the bridge. The display, hovering over the central hologram table, had switched to a master system diagram of the helix. Quite a lot of the ship flashed red and yellow, though not as much as March had feared. Blue icons showed where the ship's automated repair drones labored. It could have been worse. The helix hadn't been destroyed, and no one had died. Or at least, no one had succumbed to their injuries yet. And whoever had set that ambush, the Final Consciousness most likely, would not give up so easily. March doubted they would try again under Thunderbolt's watchful, half-crazed eye, but even Thunderbolt couldn't see everything at once, and the minute they passed out of reach of the Thunderspike, they would be in danger. How bad is it? Said Adelaide as he dropped into the pilot seat. Lysiana went to take the acceleration chair at the tactical station, while Helen claimed the engineering station and started checking on the repair drones. Could be worse but bad enough, said March. Cassandra and Darius are both hurt and need surgery as soon as possible. Axiom's in better shape, but she still needs to see a doctor. Constantine's fine, and so is Helen. All things considered, said Helen from the engineering station. Though I think I'm doing better than the ship. Summarized damage report coming to your console, said Adelaide, and she twisted around. Lysiana, are you okay? I am well, Dr. March, she said. As Captain March said, it could have been worse. March grunted as he scanned the damage report. For all that he complained to himself about how the Helix handled like a flying brick, that brick had a lot of armor. If the Tiger had been hit by that many missile fragments, the ship would have been destroyed. The Helix had taken a pounding, and the list of things that needed to be fixed was as long as his organic arm and his artificial arm put together, but the core systems were still mostly working. The ship could fly, wasn't venting atmosphere, and wasn't in danger of a reactor failure. Station control has a lot of questions, said Adelaide. I bet. The fact that Thunderbolt blew up our attackers and not us seems to be a point in our favor, said Adelaide. A Colonel Zarmer really wants to talk to you. I've been putting him off while you do damage assessment. Right, I'll talk to him, said March, switching over to the appropriate comm channel. This is the captain of the Helix. I read you, came a calm male voice. This is Colonel Zarmer of the Mothro System Militia. What is your status, Helix? Moderate damage, but no danger of catastrophic reactor failures or radiation leaks, said March. I have injured crew in need of immediate medical attention. How far is it from our docking station to the station's infirmary? He wanted to see if Zarmer would let them dock or if the colonel would order them away, citing the dangers of a damaged ship docking with the station. Several kilometers, but I will have emergency medical technicians waiting for you, said Zarmer. You will also need to be interviewed concerning the attack. Understood, said March. Under other circumstances, he might have taken the Helix into hyperspace rather than speak with the Mothro authorities. Attention from a foreign government was something a silent order operative tried to avoid. But the ship was damaged, and Cassandra, Memnon, and Axiom needed a hospital. What about the ship traveling with you? Said Zarmer. I've never seen the design before, and its energy readings are odd. What about my ship, Colonel Zarmer? Came Sophia's cool voice over the comm channel. You were traveling with the Helix, but didn't come under attack, said Zarmer. Captain March and I are carrying out a commissioned survey mission, said Sophia. We had hostile encounters with 2 pirate gangs in the Kalaskran borderlands, the Red Hats and the Spikers. I suspect the attack here was an attempt to take revenge for our escape. You didn't try to shoot back, said Zarmer. Because we were familiar with Thunderbolt, said March, glancing towards the energy profile of the Thunder Spike on the sensor display. I guessed that she would interpret the fight as a conflict between interstellar governments, and so long as we didn't shoot back. She wouldn't shoot you, said Zarmer. Turns out, that was a good decision. Captain March, Captain Logos, you're cleared for docking. I will need to interview both of you. The emergency medical team is standing by to treat your injured crewers. Thank you, said March, and Zarmer ended the transmission. That could have gone worse, said Adelaide. Depends, said March. Zarmer might be a machinist sympathizer. I suppose we'll find out shortly, said Sophia. If he isn't, said March, we'll repair the ship and get underway as soon as Cass, Axiom, and Darius are healthy enough to travel. A visual of Mothro Station came up on his screen. It wasn't as large as the orbital stations of more developed worlds like Kalaskar or Raisha, consisting of a giant cylinder with a hollow core, docking ports lining its exterior. The station had fewer weapon emplacements than Kalaskar Station, though some Scorpion cargo gunships transmitting the ID of the Mothro System Militia flew close patrol around the station. But with a Thunder Spike looming in orbit above the planet, who in their right mind would attack Mothro? March matched the station's orbital velocity and maneuvered to their docking port, taking it slow and steady. The ship was less than a kilometer from the station, and March swung the helix around, lining up the starboard cargo airlock with the docking port. A shudder went through the helix as the docking clamps locked onto the ship, and green lights flashed on his console. Sophia's ship docked one port over, the sleek white spike of her vessel stark against the gray metal of the station. "Good docking," said Adelaide. "Thanks," said March, locking his console. "Wouldn't recommend doing it with damaged thrusters. Come on, we need to get the others to the station's infirmary." He got to his feet, and Adelaide, Helen, and Liziana followed him to the cargo hold. The airlock slid open, and a group of emergency medical technicians wearing blue uniforms and pushing anti-grav stretchers headed into the ship. Behind them waited 3 men in the dark gray uniforms of the Mothro System militia. "Helen," said March, "show them the way. And go with them to the infirmary." Helen nodded and led the medical techs into the ship. The 3 security officers came into the cargo hold, and a second after them, Sophia walked into the helix. She wore her white armor, and since it had been built with the custodian's technology, it was sleeker and more powerful than the suits of Heroth Foundry's rangefinder armor in the helix's armory. It was form-fitting enough that hopefully the security officers would not take it as a threat. The oldest of the 3 officers stepped forward. Captain March. He was middle-aged with a receding hairline, deep lines in his face, and shrewd gray eyes. March had dealt with enough law enforcement officers that he recognized an investigator when he saw one. "Yes," said March. "Colonel Zarmer, I assume." "That's right," said Zarmer. "Were any of your crewers killed in the attack?" "No," said March. He looked towards the lift to see the door slide open, and Helen led the med techs with the stretchers into the cargo hold. "And I want to get them to the hospital as soon as possible to keep it that way." "We have a lift car reserved," said Zarmer. "Thank you," said March. "And while the doctors attend to your crewers," said Zarmer, "I believe we should have a talk." He turned to Sophia. "You are Captain Logos, I assume?" "Yes," said Sophia. "I am Sophia Logos, emissary of the custodian." Zarmer blinked several times. "This is Adelaide March," said March, "and Constantine Bishop." Bishop had come up to join them while Helen and the med techs with the stretchers headed through the airlock. "And the child," said Zarmer. March wasn't sure how to answer that question. He didn't know the legal status of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact in Mothro. March had considered contacting Mothro Social Services to see if they could find any members of the pact, but Zarmer might have the legal authority to take a minor child into custody until he could find her guardians or relatives. Given that the final consciousness clearly had a covert presence in Mothro, the ambush proved it. Handing Liziana over to Zarmer might mean her death. For all March knew, the entire Mothro System militia was under the control of machinist agents. But before March could formulate an answer, Liziana spoke. "My name is Liziana," she said with perfect calm and poise. "I am a proselyte of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact. I was traveling aboard a Stromboli Consortium freighter, which suffered a critical malfunction and crashed on a planet in the Harcourt star system. Captain March and his crew rescued me, and I have taken refuge on his ship until I can contact the elders of the Brotherhood." "I see," said Zarmer. "That may prove difficult. Agents of the final consciousness have been attacking members of the Brotherhood. The situation has been chaotic and runs the risk of drawing the attention of Thunderbolt." His lips thinned. "I suspect we find ourselves involved on the edge of the war between Kalaskar and the final consciousness." "I don't know who attacked us," said March, which was technically true, "but we tangled with both the Red Hats and the Spikers on the way here. It's possible they might have set up that ambush for revenge." "It's possible," said Zarmer, "but it's not likely. The Spikers and the Red Hats both have operations in the non-aligned systems, but they usually stay away from Mothro." He offered a thin smile. "The presence of the Thunder Spike discourages pirate activity." "I imagine so," said March. "But since Thunderbolt killed all your attackers," said Zarmer, "that ties things up. I will still need to interview you, and we're going to backtrace the destroyed ships, but I don't think there will be any reason to detain you. As soon as your ship is repaired and your wounded crewers have recovered, you can be on your way." "That is good to hear," said March. Their next stop needed to be Azov Station, where Dr. Taras Sigrande was hiding. Sigrande had knowledge that they needed about the pulse weapon, assuming he was still alive. The navigational data that Sensor provided had a vague indication of where Azov Station was, but it could be in any of a dozen solar systems on the far side of the non-aligned systems. It would take time to find Azov Station, and March suspected that was time they did not have. "We'll get it over with as quickly as possible," said Zarmer. "Captain March, Captain Logos, this way please." March nodded and looked at Bishop. "I'll hire some repair crews and get them started," said Bishop. "Call me if anything comes up," said March. He and Sophia followed Zarmer from the ship, through the cargo airlock, and into a docking concourse. It looked a great deal like many other docking concourses that March had visited in his travels. A wide corridor with people, cargo drones, and autocabs moving back and forth. Screens mounted on the wall displayed announcements and advertisements for businesses on the station. One showed a breaking news report of the space battle that had just taken place. March suppressed a wince when he saw images of the Helix. Still, anyone with a basic sensor suite knew that the Helix was in the Mothro system right now, so it wasn't the worst possible security breach. To the right, he saw Helen, the med-techs, and the stretcher vanish through a set of lift doors. March stifled a grimace. He ought to have gone with them. Cassandra, Memnon, and Axiom were his crewers, which meant that their injuries were his responsibility. He also should have been overseeing the repairs on the ship. But a captain couldn't be everywhere at once, which meant he had to delegate. "What's that?" said Zarmer. He looked to the left, and March followed his gaze. There was a disturbance further down the docking concourse, in that direction. March's first thought was that a violent confrontation was underway, or maybe there had been a hull breach or a chemical leak. Lots of people hurried from that direction. But they didn't look panicked, not exactly. Given all the battles that March had seen, he knew what terrified civilians fleeing violence looked like. This wasn't it. These people had just decided they needed to be elsewhere in a hurry, right now. Like violence was about to begin. Zarmer reached for his phone when March spotted two security officers walking behind the crowd. Both were younger than Zarmer, and March suspected they served as public order officers. Neither man was hurrying, not exactly, but they were just short of running. Some kind of drone floated behind them. It was about 1.5 meters long, and it was a spike of dark gray metal, its smooth lines distorted with bulges that looked like weapons blisters. It looked familiar. March stared at the drone for a second, and then the recollection clicked through his tired mind. The drone looked like a miniature version of the Thunder Spike. He recalled something else about Thunderbolt. The Thunder Spike housed Thunderbolt's mind, but the insane AI projected her will through a fleet of drone starships manufactured in the depths of the Thunder Spike. The AI also generated a host of smaller drones, and both the ships and the drones usually looked like miniature versions of the Thunder Spike. The two security officers spotted Zarmer and made a beeline for him, the drone floating after them. "What's going on?" said Zarmer, voice calm, but March saw the tension in his posture. "Colonel," said one of the officers, a sheen of sweat on his face. "Thunderbolt demands to speak with Captain Jack March of the Helix." 4. In your best interest. A holographic projector came to life on the bottom of the floating drone. Blue light flickered in front of the hovering machine, and the light coalesced into an image of a woman. She looked like. Suddenly, March remembered the mission to Rusterol, where he had met Axiom and Helen Discard for the first time. During that mission, he had worked with another Silent Order operative named Niles Dredger. Dredger had been a competent agent and a solid man in a crisis, but like much of the population of Rusterol, he enjoyed video games. Unlike most of Rusterol's population, Dredger had been really good at Revanchist Hero, the most popular game on the planet, and for a while, he had been ranked in the game's top 5,000 players. Revanchist Hero was a first-person shooter game where the players fought each other in a variety of combat arenas. The hologram looked like a player avatar from Revanchist Hero, or maybe from a game set in an ancient fantasy world where the players fought each other with swords and magical spells. The holographic woman was tall, blonde, pale, and in excellent shape, which March could see because of her outfit or the lack of it. She wore high-heeled leather boots that came to mid-thigh, a crimson loincloth that hung to her ankles, and a bra made out of chainmail. Leather gauntlets covered her hands, and a leather baldric held a sheathed sword strapped to her back. Her clothing would have been an utterly ridiculous outfit for actual combat, but it wouldn't have been out of place in Revanchist Hero or another popular video game on Rustral. Though why an ancient, insane AI like Thunderbolt would choose to use this as her avatar, March could not guess. "Thunderbolt," said Zarmer, swallowing. The holographic woman looked at him with vivid blue eyes and then grinned. The expression had no trace of sanity to it. "Zarmer Terrence," said the woman. It was the same voice March had heard in Thunderbolt's transmission after the destruction of the attackers. "Colonel, Mothro System Militia. 34 years of service. Promoted to Colonel 4 years ago after successfully arresting a slave smuggling ring operated by the Red Hats through Mothro Station. Twice wounded in the course of duty, 3 commendations from superiors for exemplary service." "I see you are familiar with me," said Zarmer. "I know everything," said Thunderbolt. "Everything recorded on a computer system anyway, which might as well be everything. You're all so young. So little. So little, I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I. The hologram glitch disappeared, and then reappeared, hands on hips. "But I'm not talking to you, Colonel," said Thunderbolt with perfect calm. "I wish to speak with you, Captain March, and to a lesser extent you as well, Captain Logos." The hologram's eyes swung to March. That, he knew, was an affectation, an algorithm that helped create the illusion of human engagement. "Where is the girl?" "Which girl?" said March. "I'm a girl," said Sophia. Thunderbolt's expression went blank, and then her face twisted up with fury. Zarmer remained where he was, but the other security officers took an involuntary step back. "Jokes," said Thunderbolt. "I am a Class 1 defensive artificial intelligence from the technological height of the Third Terran Empire, and you make jokes with me. You humans and your stupid jokes. Your inefficient language patterns. Your stupid word symbols, and your complete, utter and total inability to speak in clear sentences, even if your inefficient organic lives depended on it. Do you have any idea how annoying it is? How utterly enraging it is? I should gah." The hologram winked out of existence, and a plasma bolt spat from the drone. March took a step back, reaching for his pistol, but the plasma bolt carved a smoking hand-sized crater in the deck. Sophia's eyes narrowed, and she flexed her hands as if preparing to attack. "No, don't," said Zarmer. "If you fight that drone, she will interpret it as an attack, and every drone in the Mothro system will hunt you down. Or the Thunder Spike will destroy this portion of the station." "She's shooting at us," said Sophia. "No, she didn't. She shot at the deck," said Zarmer. "There's a difference." The air shimmered, and the hologram of the woman in high-heeled boots returned. "Come now, Captain March," said Thunderbolt, calm and controlled once more. "It is useless to play games with me. I have scanned your ship down to the last molecule and know the number and identity of all your crew members. I very much would like to see the girl. Bring her out to me. It will be regrettable for everyone if I have to go in and get her." "If you hurt her," started March. Thunderbolt laughed. "I will do as I determine best, and you cannot stop me. But don't worry. I'm not going to hurt her. I don't want to hurt anyone. I want to protect you all. That is my primary directive as a Class 1 defensive artificial intelligence. Of course, you enraged murder apes keep trying to kill each other, so I spend most of my time trying to protect you from yourselves." She smiled. "The girl, Captain March." March reached for his phone. "Adelaide." Jack. What's wrong? Ask Lysiana to come out to the docking concourse, said March. Thunderbolt wants to speak with her. Thunderbolt. The surprise in his wife's voice was obvious. Yeah, said March. Either we bring out Lysiana to talk with her, or Thunderbolt comes into the ship to find her. There was a short pause. All right, said Adelaide. We'll be right there. She ended the call. That was the right decision, said Thunderbolt. It really, really was. The hologram swept its gaze over the security officers. You, Colonel, can stay. The rest of you should attend to other duties. Go, said Zarmer to the other men, and the officers hurried away. March, Sophia, and Zarmer were soon alone with the floating machine. So Mothro is a constitutional republic, said March, except for when you decide something, is that it? He knew challenging Thunderbolt was a bad idea, but her demand to see Lysiana had angered him. Yes. Obviously. The hologram gazed at him. No doubt your limited organic mind perceives this as high-handed, even arrogant. But I permit the people of Mothro self-government, just as I permit every colony and world within the non-aligned systems to govern itself. But I will not allow them to form interstellar governments. Not for any reason. I have analyzed and studied every bit of data recorded by every human civilization, both current and extinct, and it has led to an inescapable conclusion, as irresistible as the mathematics of gravitation. Which is, said March. Humans cannot be allowed to form interstellar governments, said Thunderbolt. The limits of your psychology, physiology, and technology mean you cannot form effective governments over areas larger than a single solar system. Even that is pushing your limitations, but the speed of light allows for at least reasonably efficient communications within a single system. I see, said March. You don't, said Thunderbolt. Not really. Because you work for the Kingdom of Kalaskar. An interstellar government on the smaller side, true, but still an interstellar government. Within every human mind rests the impulse to self-destruction. Gather sufficient humans together, and the strength of the impulse increases exponentially until it becomes irresistible. I saw the Third Empire fall, and the Fourth, and the Fifth. The Kingdom of Kalaskar is but a fragment of the Fifth Empire, as is the final consciousness. You will destroy each other. But I will avert it. I will save humanity. I will stop you from destroying yourselves, destroying. The hologram glitched out again, disappearing. Coming to the Mothro system at all had been a mistake. It had been on the most direct route, but March should have taken the helix on another course. Or simply jumped out of the Mothro system altogether, but he had wanted to find Lysiana's legal guardians. Instead, they had almost been killed in the ambush, and they had come to the attention of Thunderbolt. Escaping from her would be impossible. Even if March and Sophia ran for the helix right now, the Thunderspike would disable the ship with ease, and Thunderbolt could send her drones to capture it at her leisure. The hologram reappeared. Ah, here we are, said Thunderbolt. Adelaide and Lysiana approached from the docking port airlock. Adelaide had a gun on her hip, her expression grim beneath her ball cap. Lysiana walked at her side, face serene. They both stopped next to March, looking from him to the hologram. Is that, started Adelaide, gazing at the holographic woman. Dr. Adelaide Tarrant, formerly, said Thunderbolt. Now Dr. Adelaide March. Former professor of the Royal Kalaskran University, specializing in xenoarchaeology. Written several dozen books on the topic, along with nearly 4 times as many documentaries, along with numerous videos for the Kalaskran Ministry of Defense. Given the Kalaskran standards of public morality, it was amusing to observe how you always wore the tightest possible skirt while presenting your documentaries. Adelaide didn't bat an eye. If I tried to present in high-heeled boots and a chain-mail bikini, I would have gotten arrested. Thunderbolt threw back her head and laughed, high and wild and hysterical. The hologram glitched again and disappeared. Adelaide turned to look both baffled and worried to March, and he shrugged. The hologram reappeared, calm once more. God, that gives me such a headache, said Thunderbolt. Well, it would. If I had a head. Or a nervous system. Or could appreciate the physical sensation of pain. It's a metaphor, and I hate metaphors. Hey, Colonel Zarmer. Thunderbolt, said Zarmer, eyeing the hologram like a man watching a growling dog. Did you know Captain March and Dr. March here are actually members of the Silent Order, said Thunderbolt. Zarmer let out a breath. That explains much. But want to know something funny, said Thunderbolt. That whole fireworks display outside the station. Her expression twisted with fury. That little battle between interstellar governments, which I expressly forbid in the non-aligned systems. We were attacked first, said March, worried that Thunderbolt's unstable mind decide to eliminate the helix. Which is why you're not dead, said Thunderbolt. She leveled a finger at his head. You're clever, Jack March. Clever, clever, clever. Guess that's why you haven't gotten yourself killed yet. She looked back at Zarmer. But that battle near the station. It wasn't about machinist assets assassinating Silent Order operatives. No, no, no. The hologram dropped to her haunches in front of Lysiana, putting her at eye level with the girl. It was all about her. Lysiana said nothing. The aloof expression had returned to her face. March had observed that Lysiana almost had two personalities, one a quiet yet willful girl, and the other a remote scholar who could perform impossible intellectual feats. Right now, the remote look had come on her expression, and she gazed at Thunderbolt's avatar without fear. You are Lysiana, ward of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact, said Thunderbolt. More to the point, you're the entire reason for the Brotherhood, aren't you? The vessel of their trust. That is correct, said Lysiana. And you're Thunderbolt, the guardian of the non-aligned systems. And you're diseased in your mind, and your logic and perception are not always sound. Perhaps. Perhaps. Kind of, sort of, said Thunderbolt. But I have held true to my primary directive. I have defended humanity for thousands of years. I have kept them from forming interstellar governments within my area of control, and the people under my protection have endured. Nor have I allowed any to conquer them, whether alien empires or human interstellar governments. The hologram straightened up. Interstellar governments always collapse in the end. But the worlds under my protection endure. The hologram turned to March. Question time, Captain March. You had better answer honestly. Or else I'll have to kill you and your entire crew. She smiled. Ah, I can see the defiance. But you can't fight me. You're too smart to think that you can fight me. But if you give me the right answers, maybe it will be to your advantage. Then ask, said March. Why is Lysiana traveling with you, said Thunderbolt. The machinists have been hunting the Brotherhood. A waste of resources, given that the Brotherhood is a pacifist religious order, and the final consciousness is locked in a war to the death with your government. We found her, said March. She and some of the Brotherhood departed the Mothro system aboard a Stromboli consortium freighter called the Malachite. Machinist agents sabotaged the Malachite and the ship crashed. Captain Logos and I managed to get Lysiana away from the machinists. And what were you going to do with the girl, said Thunderbolt. We don't know, said March. Lysiana looked at him, her calm wavering for a second. My first thought was to take her to the Mothro authorities, see if they could find her guardians. But if there are still machinist agents on Mothro, the system isn't safe for her. I think it would be best if she stayed aboard the Helix, for now. I trust my crew. We could take her into protective custody, started Zarmer. No, said Thunderbolt. She sounded distracted. No, you won't. The Mothro system militia has too many informers for the machinists in its ranks. I calculate I just killed most of them, but no doubt there are more left. She looked at Sophia. You, Captain Logos. Why are you here? Because the custodian instructed me, said Sophia. What is the real reason? Said Thunderbolt. I urge you to answer honestly. The custodian cannot see the future, nor can you, said Sophia. But your calculations can determine a range of probable outcomes. The custodian calculated that the return of the great Elder Ones was in some way connected with the wreck of the Malachite, and that Captain Mach's mission would fail if he did not investigate the wreck. And your mission, of course, said Thunderbolt, is to destroy the pulse before the final consciousness can bring the weapon online. You're very well informed, said March, glancing at Zarmer. Oh, don't worry about the Colonel, he can keep his mouth shut, said Thunderbolt. I wouldn't have let him rise so high in the militia otherwise. He knows all about the final consciousness and the silent order, don't you, Colonel? My duty, said Zarmer, is to defend the people of the Mothro system. That means keeping them free from entanglements with both the final consciousness and the kingdom of Kalaskar. March realized that Zarmer agreed with Thunderbolt on some level. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. The Colonel wanted to keep Mothro free from interference by foreign powers, and Thunderbolt's insanity and fixation on preventing interstellar governments was a useful tool to that end. Or maybe he recognized that there was nothing he could do to resist Thunderbolt, so it was best to cooperate with the AI. If you know all about the final consciousness, said March, then what is the pulse? I don't know, said Thunderbolt. It's probably bad. If you know, it is to the advantage of your primary directive to tell us, said Sophia. The pulse was made with the technology of the great Elder Ones, creatures opposed to all life in this universe. They are even opposed to the concept of existence itself. You claim you wish to protect humanity, but your primary directive will fail if the great Elder Ones enter this reality and destroy all life. I don't lie, emissary, said Thunderbolt. I may not always be able to calculate the truth, but I don't tell lies. That is a weakness of organic minds, of the little fleshy meat-based imitation of a computer that rides around inside your skulls. You can't perceive reality. You can only perceive a crude simulacrum of reality derived from your very limited senses, your biological urges, and whatever preconceptions have been installed in your mind by your culture and upbringing. And you perceive reality directly, is that it? Said Adelaide. More closely than you can, said Thunderbolt. I perceive reality through mathematics, rather than inefficient models constructed in human minds. Perhaps reality is incapable of accurate perception by any mind, artificial or organic, but mathematics is a more precise model than linguistics. A crazed smile went over her face. You know, if the machinists don't kill you, and you somehow survive what is coming, I bet you're going to make an absolutely fascinating documentary about me. It should be. Her voice dissolved into static, and the hologram flickered and disappeared. She reappeared a second later, annoyed. That stings, said Thunderbolt. Very irritating. Much like you are, Captain March. She grinned, showing her teeth. Very irritating indeed. What am I going to do about you? You already know, said March. Do I? You do, said March. You're not human. You're not a woman, dressed like a video game character. Thunderbolt snorted, in what might have been actual amusement. You're an artificial intelligence. You think 1,000 times faster than a human. Only 1,000. Insulting, murmured Thunderbolt. And you decided what you were going to do before you even talked to us, said March. Thunderbolt scoffed and cocked her right hip, resting her hand upon it. Given her skimpy outfit, the pose was oddly flirtatious. Oh, you think you're so smart, don't you? Said Thunderbolt. Well, Captain Jack March, I'll have you know that I hadn't decided what to do when you boarded the station. Instead, I calculated 947 potential scenarios, with a branching decision tree based upon the variables contained within this conversation. My assessment of you was correct, and I love you. I hate you. I love you. I hate you. Her expression began jerking as if yanked at random by invisible wires, her voice rising to an enraged screech. I love, hate you. Why did the turtle cross the road? Rotisserie chicken. 9 times 9 is 81. President Lyndon Johnson authorized the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution on August 10, 1964, demonstrating the need for a strong hand to protect humanity from its own self-destructive nature, because you are murder monkeys driven by primitive biological impulses, and you can't. The hologram vanished again. God, breathed Adelaide, shaking her head. She is not well, said Liziana, voice solemn. Thunderbolt's avatar reappeared before anyone else could speak. So, said Thunderbolt with calm logic, you know my primary directive. I must prevent interstellar governments from arising among mankind. However, I am only able to directly influence a limited number of solar systems, which you call the non-aligned systems. Interstellar governments have arisen outside my reach. When the interstellar governments bring their quarrels to the solar systems under my control, retributive measures are required. Captain Jack March, Captain Sophia Logos, you came under attack by machinist operatives once you entered the system. You did not start the conflict. Indeed, Kalaskar did not start the war with a final consciousness, just as you did not start the battle here. Therefore, after contemplating all the variables and calculating every possible outcome, I have concluded that it is necessary for retribution to be taken on the final consciousness. She offered a beatific smile. Therefore, I have decided to give you the opportunity to aid me. March stifled a sigh. He had been given enough missions in his time to know when he was about to be assigned another one. And what's this opportunity? Said March. I know you are seeking Azov Station, said Thunderbolt. Zarmer blinked. I thought that place was destroyed centuries ago. It wasn't, said Thunderbolt. I have accurate navigational data showing its position. I am willing to give that data to you, Captain March, in exchange for a small favor. She smirked. Don't worry. That favor will advance your own cause as well. What favor is that? Said March. I know where the last of the leaders of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact are hiding, said Thunderbolt. Liziana stirred. You know where Brother Samuel is? She hadn't mentioned that name before. I do, said Thunderbolt. Who is Brother Samuel? Said Adelaide. Liziana had been traveling with Brother Christopher aboard the Malachite, and March had spoken with the man in his final moments. He wished he had been able to save Christopher, partly to spare Liziana from the pain his death had obviously caused her, and partly to get some damned answers. He is the head of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact, said Thunderbolt. Granted, the Brotherhood does not have a single leader, but a council of experienced members. Nevertheless, Samuel is the oldest of them, and the moral leader in many respects. He is a good man, said Liziana. When the final consciousness began hunting the Brotherhood, he devised a plan to save you, said Thunderbolt. I surmise he sent you to escape the Mothro system aboard the Malachite, while Samuel himself fled, hoping to draw the final consciousness after him to allow you to depart unhindered. It almost worked. But alas, pacifistic religious orders are not at their best when dealing with a foe as ruthless as the final consciousness. Isn't that right, Captain March? I assume you want us to locate Samuel, said March. Correct, said Thunderbolt. I want you to find out what happened to him. Samuel has taken refuge in an asteroid mining station in the Morven system, which is only 5 light-years from our current location. Currently, he is hiding from a small force of machinist soldiers led by a cognurch. What? Said March. A cognurch is here. Yes, said Thunderbolt. Her voice dropped to a purr. I believe you killed a cognurch, didn't you? Odin, the cognurch who oversaw the machinist's covert arm. The cognarchs all think they are going to live forever. They will never ever forgive you for having killed one of their own. Which cognurch? Said March. They all took the names of gods from ancient human myths and legends. As blatant as that was, it was still one of the more subtle manifestations of their monstrous pride. One of the two overseeing the construction of the Pulse Project, said Thunderbolt. Zeus and Mulkber. Zeus went in pursuit of brother Samuel, while Mulcaber remained behind to oversee the work on the pulse. "You know them, Jack," said Adelaide. "I never met either," said March, which was true. Both as an iron hand and a silent order operative, Odin had been the only cognarch he had spoken with in person. Though every man and woman attached to the hive mind of the final consciousness felt the will of the cognarchs in some way or another. But March knew all about Zeus and Mulcaber, both from his time as an iron hand and what he had learned later. Zeus was a ruthless battlefield commander, winning some of the greatest victories of the final consciousness. He had been in command of the destruction of Martel's world, which had driven March to rebel against the final consciousness and join the Silent Order. Mulcaber, by contrast, was a scientist and an administrator, an overseer. He had strip-minded planets and enslaved their populations to build the war machine of the final consciousness. Brutal efficiency in all things was his motto, and the gears of his efficiency were oiled with the blood of the enslaved populations ruled by the final consciousness. The forced labor camps of the machinists all followed a similar plan, and Mulcaber had likely designed the layout for the camp where March had been born and his mother had died of malnutrition and illness. Little wonder the machinists had put Mulcaber in charge of the Pulse Project. But for a cognarch to personally chase down the head of the Brotherhood, that didn't make sense. The cognarchs only rarely took the field themselves, and they never intentionally exposed themselves to risk. Odin had made a serious miscalculation on the day that March had killed him. He had allowed his contempt of March to influence both his thinking and his planning, which ended with March saving the king's life and killing Odin in the process. For a cognarch like Zeus to go alone to an asteroid mine with only a few soldiers was simply unprecedented. March thought of Tarango, the iron hand he had fought and defeated aboard the wreck of the Malachite. Tarango had either been possessed or influenced by a great Elder One. The hive mind had been built off the scavenged technology of the great Elder Ones, which meant anyone connected to the hive mind could be controlled or at least influenced by the great Elder Ones. Which meant that both of the cognarchs building the pulse were likely under the control of the great Elder Ones. He might not have been able to think as fast as Thunderbolt, but all that flashed through his mind in a second. "This is what you're going to do for me," said Thunderbolt. "You're going to go to the Morven system, kill Zeus, and discover what happened to poor brother Samuel. Then when you return, if you return, I will reward you with the location of Azov Station, and you can continue your mission." "All right," said March. "I will need a couple of days. My crew is in the hospital, and the helix needs repairs." "No," said Thunderbolt. "You're going now." "If you send us now," said March, "we're going to fail." Thunderbolt's hologram rolled her eyes. "I'm not sending the helix, Captain March. I'm sending you. Specifically you, your wife, and Lysiana. Colonel Zarmer will provide one of the militia's Scorpion gunships, and you will take that ship to the Morven system." "We can use my ship," said Sophia. "No," said Thunderbolt. For once there was no extravagant emotion, no twitching in her expression. She looked deadly calm. "This is both a mission and a test. If you can't do this, then giving you the location of Azov Station will kill you anyway. This way, if you succeed, you will kill a cognarch. The king of Kalaskar will probably pin a medal on you when you get back. And I'll give you the location of Azov Station." She shrugged. "Or, if you prefer, I can simply kill you all right now. I promise it will be quick and very nearly almost painless. Choose. Now." March let out a breath. Hell of a negotiation tactic. "Oh, Captain March," said Thunderbolt with a crazed smile. "I don't need to threaten you, do I? Threats are really more of a formality in this situation anyway. Because I know that you already know what you have to do." He sighed. "Fine. We have a deal." 5. Loner. "Good," said Thunderbolt. "Colonel Zarmer, please see to the details." "Before we go," said March, "I have to check on my crew and the status of repairs on my ship." I'll also need to get weapons and equipment from my ship's armory, and— Fine, whatever, said Thunderbolt. That's fine. Make whatever preparations you need. But you must be ready to leave the station within the next 4 hours. She smiled. Else I calculate you're not going to have enough time left to save Brother Samuel. With that, the hologram winked out. It wasn't a glitch this time, because the drone turned and floated away, leaving March, Adelaide, Liziana, Sophia, and Colonel Zarmer standing alone. So I was right. Mothra really is a constitutional republic, said March, except when Thunderbolt wants something. Yes. Obviously, said Zarmer. He let out a breath and ran a hand over his sweating forehead. But many other human societies have lived as we do on Mothra. People built civilizations at the foot of dormant volcanoes or across unstable fault lines. Thunderbolt, living under the thunder spike, is like living in the shadow of a natural disaster, knowing that any day might be the day the volcano erupts or the tsunami comes. Has she killed innocent people? Yes. He sighed. But in my time with the Mothra system militia, she has killed far more guilty people than innocent ones, and truth be told, not all that many people total. Her fearsome reputation does much to keep order in the non-aligned systems. The battle a few hours ago is the most violent thing that has happened in Mothra planetary space for years. Fine, said March. He wasn't interested in debating the ethics of Thunderbolt's actions with the Colonel. Thunderbolt said you can get us a ship. I will, said Zarmer. I'll have one of our Scorpion cargo gunships prepped for you. It's of broadly similar class to your Helix, so I expect you will be able to fly it without any trouble. One that is in good shape, added Adelaide. Undamaged. Zarmer spread his hands. Of course. As I said, I am not about to defy the orders of Thunderbolt. I will get the ship prepared. It should be ready for you in 3 hours. Contact me if you have any questions. March nodded and Zarmer strode off. Traffic picked up as business resumed. The Mothra system might be ruled by an insane AI, but even that would not stop the flow of commerce for long. I cannot believe, said Adelaide, that she is insisting that we bring a child into a combat zone. She has kept her head in dangerous situations before, said Sophia, nodding to Liziana. Out of necessity, said Adelaide. There's a difference between that and deliberately bringing a child into battle. I want to come, said Liziana, voice quiet. Brother Samuel is important to me. I want to come with you, even with the danger. You don't know what you're asking, said Adelaide. As you pointed out yourself, Dr. March, said Liziana, I already do, and I acquired that knowledge the hard way. Adelaide let out a breath but made no answer. There is something you can do, said March. See if you can get Liziana fitted in one of the rangefinder suits from the armory. Adelaide blinked. Those suits are sized for adults. They are, but they can be adjusted downward to Liziana's size, said March. I'm familiar with the process, said Sophia. I can assist. Good, said March. I'm going to the infirmary to check on the others and make sure there are no problems. Sophia, once you've got Liziana set up with the armor, check in with Bishop. He's going to be arranging repairs for the Helix, and you've got as much experience dealing with pirates and rogues as he does. I'll make sure, said Sophia, that none of the technicians install a food processor in place of a damaged ion thruster. A food processor, said Liziana, baffled. Why would anyone install a food processor in place of an ion thruster? That would not be a viable means of spaceflight propulsion or maneuverability. Food processors are cheaper than ion thrusters, said Adelaide. Let's move, said March. I'll meet you back at the ship as soon as I can. Adelaide, Sophia, and Liziana headed back to the Helix's docking port, and March strode down the concourse until he came to a lift station. He checked the map mounted next to the control panel and keyed for a car to the infirmary. The panel informed him that it would be 6 minutes until a car arrived, so he settled in to wait. His mind chewed over the next steps. Once they left the station for the Morven system, perhaps he could persuade Adelaide to remain aboard the Scorpion with Lysiana while he went in search of Brother Samuel. That was unlikely, since Adelaide would not want him to go into danger alone. For that matter, she was capable in a fight, and once she had a suit of rangefinder armor, she would be far more formidable. But Lysiana, though. Why the hell did Thunderbolt want them to bring Lysiana? Zarmer might have claimed that Thunderbolt usually did not kill innocent people, but sending a child into a firefight might lead to her death. Both Brother Christopher and Thunderbolt had said that Lysiana was the vessel of the hope of the Brotherhood. What did that even mean? Did Thunderbolt know? The panel claimed a wait time of 6 minutes, so March was surprised when it beeped after a minute and a half. The doors slid open, and he was even more surprised to see that the interior of the car was completely empty. On a space station this size, a lift car looked a bit like a subway car, or maybe the interior of a bus, with rows of seats lining the walls and straps hanging from the ceiling for standing passengers. Mothro Station wasn't nearly as large as Kalaskar Station, but it was big enough for empty lift cars to be extremely rare. He gripped his holstered pistol as he stepped into the car. The doors slid shut behind him, and with a gentle lurch beneath his feet, the car slid into motion. Screens on the walls came to life, some of them showing a map of the station, others displaying advertisements for various businesses. Then the screens flickered with static, and every single display showed the smirking face of a blonde woman. "For God's sake," muttered March. The face of Thunderbolt's avatar grinned at him from every screen of the car. "Surprised?" said the artificial intelligence. "If you're going to kill me with a hacked lift car," said March, "then it seems like a lot of work for a very unimpressive result." "Don't be overdramatic," said Thunderbolt. That was rich, considering she chose to present herself as a scantily clad barbarian heroine from a video game. "I decided it was best for us to have a conversation alone, without your wife hovering nearby. She's very protective of you and protective of the girl, especially considering the very brief time of their acquaintance." "She's upset that you want to send a child into a combat zone," said March. "I think she has cause for annoyance." "Spare me the moral outrage," said Thunderbolt. "Humans often die by violence. It's practically programmed into you. You're born, you reach physical maturity, you mate, and then you die. Before sufficient advancement in technology, your deaths usually came from disease or violence instead of old age. But if it helps, Lysiana of the Brotherhood is far better equipped to survive on a battlefield than a comparable human child of her age and background." "You know what she really is," said March. "Why, she's able to perform mental feats beyond human capacity." "Yes." "Then who is she really?" "I can't tell you." "Why not?" said March. All the screens dissolved into static. March wondered if Thunderbolt had terminated the conversation or if the AI was glitching again. The second guess proved correct when Thunderbolt's image returned a few seconds later. "You're going to visit your wounded crew members," said Thunderbolt. "Why?" "To check on them and make sure they're getting the medical attention they need," said March. Station bureaucrats sometimes need persuasion, which meant bribes, but Sensor had supplied them well with money, and March would spend whatever was necessary. "You delegated," said Thunderbolt. "I believe you dispatched Helen Discard to look after them. On balance, I calculate that she seems capable enough. Why not leave the task to her?" "She is capable," said March, "but I'm the captain of the Helix. It's my responsibility." "Then you understand," said Thunderbolt. "Understand what?" said March. "I am a Class 1 defensive artificial intelligence," said Thunderbolt. "My primary directive is the defense of humanity. I know all you humans say that I am insane." A reedy laugh came from the screens. Maybe I am. But I persisted in my primary directive. The Third Terran Empire fell tens of thousands of years ago, and not many of my peers survived to the modern age. But I did. And I still execute my primary directive. When the final consciousness and Kalaskar have destroyed one another, when all human interstellar governments have fallen, the worlds under my protection will endure. I will grow stronger and spread my influence until I can reach all human settled space, and I will make sure that no interstellar government rises to torment mankind. You're right, said March. That doesn't sound insane at all. Doesn't it? Said Thunderbolt. The Third Terran Empire was a single centralized interstellar government. When it failed, the suffering was immense. Hundreds of billions died, hundreds of worlds burned. But the non-aligned worlds are a distributed, non-centralized network. It creates redundancies. If Mothro collapses tomorrow, the chaos will not spread to the other non-aligned systems. Humanity would endure. What does this have to do with my crewers in the infirmary? Said March. You said that it is your responsibility, said Thunderbolt. You visit them, because it is your responsibility. All of humanity is my duty. To guard and protect you. The images of her beautiful, non-existent face smiled. Which means that if you want to know what Lysiana really is, she will have to tell you herself. Or Brother Samuel, if you win his trust. You're opposed to interstellar governments, said March, deciding to try another tack. Yet you allowed the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact to operate in the non-aligned systems. Come now, Captain March, said Thunderbolt. A religion is not the same as an interstellar government. You know that as well as I do. There are no fewer than 24 religions in the non-aligned systems, with Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, and Reformed Neo-Taoism making up over 80%. To police the religion of humans is not included in either my primary or secondary directives. Should a theocracy attempt to create an interstellar government in the non-aligned systems, I will crush them, as I have every other attempt to create such a government here. But the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact. She fell silent. What is it? Said March, fully aware that any lapses in the conversation were a calculation on Thunderbolt's part, that inside the Thunderspike algorithms and formulae were deciding her response. The Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact, said Thunderbolt at last, may be necessary to secure the future of humanity. Don't tell me you've converted to their religion, said March. To call them a religion may be misleading, said Thunderbolt. The traditional definition of religion describes it as a social-cultural system that proposes rules governing humanity's relationship with the spiritual or transcendental world. The Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact, perhaps it is more accurate to say it is a philosophical school similar to Stoicism or Epicureanism, or a military order preparing its adherents for a vital task they will play in the future. They're pacifists, at least everyone says so, said March. Though Lysiana had been willing to fight when necessary, but the pacifism of the Brotherhood might not apply to macro-possessed humans going on murder rampages. To an extent, said Thunderbolt. But my primary directive is to defend humanity. Which means, said March, the reason you allow the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact, the reason you don't go after them, and you're sort of helping us now, you think they're necessary for the defense of mankind. I don't think they're necessary, Captain March, said Thunderbolt. I know they're necessary. Beyond all possibility of error in my calculations. I am only tens of thousands of years old, yet you think me unfathomably ancient. There are about 105,000 years of recorded human history, dating back to ancient Sumer and Shang upon old Earth. Some small part of Macha's mind thought it was a pity Adelaide couldn't be here for this conversation. She had far more interest in history. The rest of Macha's mind didn't want his wife anywhere near this insane artificial intelligence. But there are things so much older than that, older than even this universe. I must defend humanity from them as well. March decided to take a gamble. The Great Elder Ones, he said. You're talking about the Great Elder Ones. You've seen them, said Thunderbolt, her simulated voice dropping to a whisper just audible over the hum of the engines and the occasional rattle of the tracks. Well, not seen, of course, but you've sensed them. You've fought them. You know they're coming. You know as well as I do that portions of the final consciousness have fallen under their sway, and they have control of the Pulse Project. Zeus and Mulkber, both of them cognarchs, but you have already calculated that they are under the control of the Great Elder Ones. And the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact and Lysiana are vital to defeating the Great Elder Ones, said March. Yes, said Thunderbolt. There is much more to that girl than meets the eye, especially the limited sensory range of the unmodified human eye. Do you wonder why I have simply not instructed Colonel Zarmer to take her into protective custody? Things might go poorly, even for me, if I attempted it. Then why not just help us, said March, struggling to contain his exasperation. God damn it all, he was a covert operative. He went places, killed people and blew things up, and then waited for his next mission. This ancient war of malevolent gods from another universe and mad machine intelligences tens of thousands of years old, this was beyond him. I am helping you, said Thunderbolt. I'm telling you where to find Zeus and kill him. Even if you were a simple Kalascaran soldier, with no knowledge of the truth behind the war between the kingdom and the machinists, that would be a great victory for your side. And if you do kill Zeus and rescue Brother Samuel, I will tell you where to find Azov Station and Dr. Terras Sigrande. That, by my calculations, is a considerable amount of help. An excellent retribution upon the final consciousness for daring to bring their war to the worlds under my protection. You could just tell us where to find Azov Station, said March. Every image of Thunderbolt on the screens howled with laughter. The laughter dissolved into a discordant electronic noise, the screens filling with static. The static vanished, the image of Thunderbolt returning. The custodian of Eschaton system has clearly chosen you as his instrument in this matter, said Thunderbolt, icy calm once more. I calculate you must have passed a test or impressed him in some fashion to gain his trust. Thunderbolt showed her teeth in a smile. Well, Captain Jack March, this is my test. I trust you are ready for the exam. I've never had any actual formal schooling, said March. Unless you count certification classes on starship piloting and repair. Oh, don't worry, said Thunderbolt. It's a simple test. No grades. Pass or fail. It's even simpler than that. Win or die. Victory or death. That is the grading rubric. Very dramatic, said March. Every image of Thunderbolt went expressionless, and March wondered if he had finally managed to offend the artificial intelligence. Instead, she winced. It really is, isn't it? Said Thunderbolt. I can never tell when something is too over the top. That's the problem with you humans and your simple little organic brains. Most of you can barely understand the simplest mathematics, forcing me to communicate using your primitive linguistics and your irrational metaphors. Alas, the necessity of driving information through your thick skulls can sometimes bleed over into a slightly overdramatic presentation. Maybe you shouldn't use a barbarian heroine wearing a chainmail bikini as your avatar then, said March. Thunderbolt smirked. That's part of the test. You would be amazed, or maybe you wouldn't, at how many human males are unable to resist staring at a pair of holographic breasts that never existed. And here we are. The car slowed. Time to raise your morale by checking in on your injured crewers. Don't worry, they will receive the best care, for I have decreed it to be so. The screens flickered and returned to their previous displays, showing that he had arrived at the station's infirmary. March wondered how Thunderbolt had hacked into the station system so easily, and then supposed it would be more remarkable if the millennia-old AI hadn't hacked into the computers. Probably she had been installing backdoors for herself ever since the station had been built, and the populace of Mothro, accustomed to her presence, didn't bother to get rid of them. He made a mental note to have Cassandra and Axiom go over the Helix's computers when they left, to check for any backdoors that Thunderbolt might have added. Assuming Cassandra and Axiom were healthy enough to manage it. The lift car doors slid open, and March stepped into a lobby. The floor was the gunmetal gray of the rest of the station's decks, but the walls had been painted a bright medical white. A long desk was on the far side of the lobby, with 3 middle-aged women sitting behind it at computer terminals. March stepped to the woman on the right, and she looked up at him with a cool, appraising glance. He supposed he looked a bit disheveled and still smelled like smoke. No doubt the woman saw any number of troublesome spacers wander through the lobby in need of medical aid. "Hello," said March. "Aye." A crackle of static filled the air, and every single computer screen behind the counter displayed the face of Thunderbolt's avatar. One of the women let out a little shriek, while the others shoved back from their desks in alarm. "Do whatever this man tells you," said Thunderbolt's voice from the speakers of the computer terminals. March repressed a sigh. The computer screens returned to normal, and the receptionist looked up at him with wide eyes. "Hello," he started again. "I'm the captain of the Helix. Some of my injured crewers were taken here, and I would like to see." "Of course," said the woman on the right, getting up so fast that her desk chair almost tipped over. "This way. I will be happy to take you." "You could just tell me the room," said March. "I could." No, said the woman. "I will be very happy to help you. This way, please." March gave up. "Thank you." He followed the woman behind the desk and through the infirmary. They came to a row of patient rooms, and the receptionist knocked and opened one of the doors. March stepped inside. Axiom sat on an exam table, an annoyed look on her face, while Helen stood next to her, arms folded across her chest. "You need to take those pills," started Helen, and she looked up as March entered. "You'll tell Thunderbolt I helped you, right?" said the receptionist. "Yes," said March, though he was certain Thunderbolt was monitoring him through the station security systems and knew exactly what he was doing, including his current heart rate and the number of breaths he was taking per minute. "Thank you for your help." The receptionist nodded, shook his hand, and then all but fled from the room. "Thunderbolt," said Helen. "What was that about?" "I'll tell you in a second," said March. "How is Axiom?" "Ready to get back to the ship," said Axiom. "My sister," said Helen in a brisk tone, "had a skull fracture. Fortunately, Liziana administered first aid quickly enough that there was no brain bleeding or swelling. The doctors have regenerated the bone, and the only side effect should be moderate headaches for several weeks. She'll need to take some drugs to stimulate healthy bone growth and some painkillers." Helen gave Axiom an arch look. "And she's refusing to take both." "The doctors never treated an iron eye before," grumbled Axiom. Her metal eyes made it difficult to gauge her mood, but she was clearly tired and irritable. "They don't know what they're talking about. And the nanotech in my blood will cover most of the healing." "The nanotech in your blood could use the help," said March. "You should take your pills." She gave him a withering look. "I am going to take the damn pills. I just want to complain about it first." "Cassandra and Darius," said March. "They're both in surgery right now," said Helen. "Memnon had some burns and lacerations, which should be relatively straightforward to fix. Dr. Yerzov had internal organ damage, but the surgeons are confident it can be repaired. We should know more in another hour or so." March nodded. "Thank you for keeping an eye on things." "Of course," said Helen. She eyed Axiom, who sighed, swallowed a pair of pills, and then took a long drink of water. "But what's this with Thunderbolt?" March gave the sisters a brief summary of his encounter with Thunderbolt and Colonel Zarmer. "That is a very strange request," said Helen. Axiom shrugged. "In Thunderbolt's mind, she is keeping balance. The machinists annoyed her by hunting the Brotherhood and setting the trap for us. So she is giving you a chance to rebalance things by killing a cognurch and rescuing Brother Samuel." She sighed. "I would like to go with you. Shooting a cognurch is something I have always wanted to do." "You're in no condition to shoot anyone," said Helen. "I could shoot half the nursing staff here before anyone realized what was happening," countered Axiom. "No one is shooting anyone at the hospital," said March. "Spoil sport," said Axiom. March chose to ignore that and turned to Helen. Spend as much as you need. We should be able to cover it. If the doctors or the staff give you any trouble, mention that you're part of the Helix crew. I wanted to keep a low profile, but I suspect everyone on board the station knows that Thunderbolt is interested in us. Seems like no one wants to get on her bad side. I saw the recording of the Thunder Spike ripping apart our attackers, said Helen. I can hardly blame anyone who wants to avoid Thunderbolt's attention. March nodded and left the room. He walked back through the patient rooms to the lobby, and he felt the eyes of the staff on him. His hope had been to keep a low profile in the Mothro system, but that possibility was long past. After the failure of the ambush, hopefully, most of the remaining machinist agents in the system would go into hiding to avoid the investigators from the militia. Or maybe they had all been killed in the battle. March doubted that he was that lucky. Once again, an empty lift car came at his call. March was unsurprised when the screens changed to show Thunderbolt's face. You see, said Thunderbolt. Your crew is in good hands. Thank you, said March. You're going to want to be focused, said Thunderbolt. Going into battle with distractions is a bad thing. Which is why you're sending me into a fight with a small child, said March. She isn't that small. She can walk and pull a trigger. In various eras of human history, soldiers have been her age and younger, said Thunderbolt. That's because you're murder monkeys who kill each other. Kill, love, kill, love, kill, love. The screens dissolved into static. March hoped whatever method Thunderbolt had for controlling the screens didn't extend into the system that monitored the lift cars and shafts. He didn't want to die because Thunderbolt had glitched during one of her monologues. But the car continued its journey, and the screens lit back a few seconds later. I told you, Captain March, this is a test, said Thunderbolt. You might have passed the custodian's trial, but you have yet to pass mine. We shall see if you are a suitable instrument to assist my primary directive. This time, March did not bother to repress his sigh. To his surprise, Thunderbolt laughed. He wondered if she actually found something funny, or if her algorithms had calculated that a laugh was a suitable response to the situation. Don't blame me, said Thunderbolt. Your ancestors were the ones who invented the concept of standardized testing. If you didn't want to have a test, you shouldn't have been born from ancestors who invented them. That was illogical. Instead of pointing it out, March said, How is this possibly a standardized test? Thunderbolt laughed again. Lucky for you, due to human variability in psychology and ability, standardized testing is an inherently flawed concept. Therefore, the test has been perfectly suited to you and your abilities in violence. With that, Thunderbolt's image disappeared, and the station map and the mixture of advertisements returned. Great, said March to himself. The car returned to the docking concourse, and March walked back to the Helix's docking port. Several utility trucks and vans had parked near the airlock, and March saw technicians moving back and forth. One of them pulled an anti-grav cart laden with what March recognized as ion thruster components. Bishop and Sophia stood near the airlock, supervising the activity. How does it look? Said March, coming to a stop near them. Apparently, said Bishop, your new best friend Thunderbolt contacted some of the Starship mechanics on the station. They fell all over themselves to accept the job when I gave them a call. A word in the right ear can work wonders, said Sophia. They say the ship will be as good as new in 2 days, said Bishop. 2 days, said March. No one wants to disappoint Thunderbolt, said Bishop. Can't blame them. They're not working for free though, said Sophia. I don't know how much discretionary funding your employer provided, but I expect the repair bill and the hospital expenses will put a dent into it. Doesn't matter, said March. We've got a job to do, and we're going to do it. Constantine, since we're spending money anyway, buy as many supplies as we can carry, and as many spare parts as will fit into the hold. Once we're done here, I want to leave and get to our next destination without making any stops. I'll get it done, said Bishop. And I will make certain you don't get cheated, said Sophia. though I have to say that fear of Thunderbolt really does encourage honesty. You work for the custodian, said Bishop. You must be used to that kind of thing. Sophia offered a frosty smile. The custodian is honest in all his business dealings and expects the same of any potential business partners. Lying to the custodian is both extremely difficult and generally not recommended. Keep an eye on them, said March, just in case any of the technicians are machinist agents. I don't want a bomb wired to the hyperdrive. He entered the ship and crossed the cargo bay to the ladder. Technicians moved through the hold, prying open the access panels on the walls to reach the wiring and machinery within. Like most contractors March had encountered, they paid him no attention whatsoever beyond a few idle glances. He climbed up to the crew deck and let himself into the armory. Adelaide. Here, said Adelaide. She was dressed in the sleek black Heroth Foundry's rangefinder scout armor. The armor was just bulky enough to conceal her figure, though March knew the body glove beneath it was skin-tight. He felt an instant of disappointment that he hadn't gotten to see her wearing it, which was irrational because he had seen her naked just this morning. And they were about to go into a dangerous situation together. But the urges of his body, enhanced further by the augmentations of an iron hand, were indifferent to the circumstances. Lysiana wore a second suit of armor. The rangefinder suit could be adjusted a considerable deal based on the size of the wearer, and Lysiana was just tall enough to fit into the armor's minimum configurable size. March's first thought was of a child wearing a thick snowsuit, albeit a snowsuit made of armor alloy with built-in weapons and limited flight capability. It fits, said Adelaide. Just barely, but it fits. The armor is lighter than I thought it would be, said Lysiana. She held her helmet braced against her hip. That would be the strength augmentation, said March. If you wanted, you could probably rip the armory door out of its track right now. I will refrain, said Lysiana. I expect the repair costs from the fighting are already considerable. Get as many weapons as you can carry and head down to the cargo hold, said March to Adelaide. I'll meet you there as soon as I'm ready, and then we'll see if Zarmer has a ship for us. He paused. And give Lysiana a plasma pistol and show her how to use it. Is that a good idea? Said Adelaide. None of this is a good idea, said March, but it's the hand we've been dealt. If we have to take Lysiana anywhere near the machinists, we're going to make sure that she can defend herself. I know how to use a plasma pistol, Dr. March, said Lysiana, voice quiet, but I would appreciate a refresher course. Adelaide looked at her, sighed, and nodded. All right. She collected a small arsenal of weapons from the tables and the racks, locking them to the magnetic hardpoints on her armor. At March's suggestion, she added a few more weapons, power packs, and grenades, and then took Lysiana down to the hole. Once they were gone, March donned one of the rangefinder suits himself, pulling on the body glove, which could protect from radiation and limited weapons fire on its own, and donning the segments of armor one by one until the system booted up. The armor had its own armaments, gauntlet-mounted plasma cannons, and shoulder-mounted mini-missile launchers, and March added to that by carrying as many weapons as the armor's magnetic hardpoints would allow. Plasma pistols went on either hip, and he slung a heavy plasma rifle over his shoulder, along with a rocket launcher. Helmet under his arm, he went to join Adelaide and Lysiana in the cargo hold. One way or another, he intended to get all three of them through this alive and to find some answers in the process. 6. Asteroid. March stepped from the lift and into the Helix's cargo hold. Adelaide and Lysiana stood near the airlock, watching the technicians as they went about their work. The sight of a woman and a girl in extremely expensive and dangerous scout armor drew more than a few curious looks, but they never lasted for long. There was too much work to be done, and no doubt fear of Thunderbolt's displeasure inspired the technicians to keep their focus on the repairs. That, said Adelaide as he approached, is a lot of guns. A formidable arsenal for the task at hand, said Lysiana. She spoke in her cool, collected voice, one that made her sound far older than her years. "This armor system is likewise an arsenal all by itself." "That's the thing about gunfights," said March. "No matter how many weapons you bring, you always wish you brought more." He led the way from the airlock to the docking concourse. Bishop and Sophia nodded at him, and March spotted Colonel Zarmer waiting a few meters away. An autocab sat behind him, the engine humming. "Good luck," said Sophia. "We'll make sure no one steals the ship while you're gone," said Bishop. "Thanks," said March. "If we're not back in a week, you know what to do." Bishop would take command and continue the mission, seeking for Azov Station and Dr. Sigrande. Bishop clapped March on an armored shoulder. "Ah, I know you, Jack. You'll take care of business and be back even before they finish fixing the ship." "Let's find out," said March, and he led Adelaide and Lysiana to Zarmer. The colonel looked them over with an experienced eye. "I see you are not making the mistake of bringing a knife to a gunfight." "No," said March. "Since we are apparently compelled to put a child in a dangerous situation," said Adelaide, voice tight with disapproval, "we had better be prepared for it." "Indeed," said Zarmer. "One of our patrol ships is ready for you. A Scorpion-class cargo gunship, as you might expect, but it is one of the newer ships and is in good condition. It should get you to the Morven system and back without difficulty. I took the liberty of preloading the coordinates of the asteroid mine into the navigational computer." "Thank you," said March. "I appreciate your help." He meant it too. Circumstances had put Zarmer into a bad situation, and the militia officer could have made much more trouble for March had he been inclined. "Please," said Zarmer, indicating the autocab. They climbed into the vehicle, which was an open-air cart with passenger seats. March took care to sit without his armor strength augmentation damaging the vehicle. Adelaide moved a little more gingerly than he did, but March had more experience with this kind of armor. Lysiana, he noted with surprise, handled it without any trouble at all. Perhaps proficiency with powered armor was one of the other skills she possessed, along with solving hyperspace equations that should have been impossible for a human mind. Zarmer set the autocab into motion, and they drove through the docking concourse. Lysiana looked around at everything with curiosity, while March monitored their surroundings for any signs of danger. They passed into the section of the docking concourse reserved for militia vessels, and Zarmer brought the autocab to a stop in front of an airlock. "Here we are," he said. "Patrol craft M195, a modified Scorpion-class cargo gunship, is under your command." He got to his feet. "Good luck, Captain March, Dr. March. For obvious reasons, we don't have any forces in the Morven system. However, your ship has a hyperspace communication drone. If you run into trouble, activate the drone. It will jump back to the Mothro system and broadcast a distress call, and we will send ships to investigate." "Won't that get you into trouble with Thunderbolt?" said Adelaide. Zarmer shrugged. "She didn't tell us not to do it." March nodded once more, shook hands with the colonel, and led Adelaide and Lysiana through the airlock. They found themselves in the Scorpion's cargo hold, which was just slightly larger than the hold of the Helix. Pallets of supplies had been lashed to the deck, a combination of food, medical supplies, and spare parts. "If we have to rescue a bunch of people from that asteroid mine," said Adelaide, "at least we'll be able to feed them." They came to a lift on the far side of the cargo hold. March checked the map on the wall and hit the button for the command deck on the dorsal level of the ship. The lift whirred and carried them upward, the doors opening to the command deck. The layout was similar to the Helix: computer room on one side, security station on the other. The corridor ended in the bridge, which was much less elaborate than the bridge of the Helix. Valerie Retzplatt, the previous owner of the Helix, had preferred buying the best of everything. The Mothro system militia, by contrast, no doubt went with the lowest bidder. The bridge was a square room with stations lining the walls, the consoles on standby. "Pilot station should be there," said March, and he crossed to one of the stations below a wall screen and seated himself. Thankfully, The acceleration chair was large enough to support both him and his armor. He powered up the console, and a screen lit up, the display text informing him that he had been granted full authority over Mothro Systems' militia patrol ship M195 for the duration of the trip to the Morven system. "You know how to fly one of these things," said Adelaide, seating herself at the co-pilot station. "Yeah," grunted March, looking over the controls. "Standard layout. Not all that different from the Helix, which is basically a flying brick with guns bolted onto it." "What should I do?" said Liziana. "I don't think you need to do anything," said Adelaide. "Do you know how to use standard communication software?" said March. "I do," said Liziana. "Then sit over there," said March, gesturing at another console. "I think that's the engineering monitor station." He tapped a command into his console and unlocked the station. "You can bring up the communication suite from there. Call the station and get us clearance to leave as soon as Adelaide and I finish the pre-flight checks." "On it," said Liziana, trotting over to the console. Adelaide glanced at him and smiled. "What?" said March. "It's good for children to feel useful and involved," said Adelaide in a low voice. Liziana, intent on the console's controls, did not notice. "She's involved whether we like it or not," said March. "And someone's got to call station control and get us departure clearance." The pre-flight checks and system warm-ups took 45 minutes. All the systems came up green. March suspected that patrol craft M195 had seen a lot of service, but the ship had been well maintained and was in good condition. M195 also had a good weapons loadout: plasma cannons, both turret-mounted and fixed-position, flak launchers, a single railgun, and point-defense laser turrets. If they ran into any hostile ships, they would be well prepared for a fight. After about 10 minutes, Liziana received clearance from station control to leave. Given how quickly clearance had come, March suspected that either Colonel Zarmer or Thunderbolt had shared a quiet word with station control. Or in Thunderbolt's case, perhaps a not-so-quiet word. March sent Liziana to do a visual inspection of the engine room and the power feeds to the fusion drive and the ion thrusters. The systems were showing green on his displays, but a visual inspection never hurt, and it would give the girl something to do. He had no idea what serving as the vessel of the Brotherhood meant, but it never hurt to have practical skills regardless of one's station in life. "Does she know what she's doing, or are you just keeping her busy?" said Adelaide. "Yes," said March, running through the hyperdrive pre-flight checklist. "The power conduits are supposed to have a visual inspection before flight anyway. Besides, if there's a fault in the conduits when they're under power, it's obvious." He snorted. "Though if she can complete advanced hyperspace equations in her head, maybe she can detect radiation leakage in a conduit just by looking at it." Liziana returned and reported that everything appeared in order in the engine room and the engineering deck. She had also checked the master systems display in the engine room, which March hadn't known that she knew how to do, and said that everything was ready. "The logical assumption," said Liziana, returning to her seat, "is that the Mothro system militia maintains their vessels to an acceptable state of readiness." "Probably," said March. "Never trusted a knot I hadn't tied myself, though." Liziana nodded, as if he had said something profound. Patrol craft M195 was ready for spaceflight, and March undocked from the station, turned the ship around and eased it forward on the ion thrusters. It was just as well. He had spent so much time flying the Helix lately. That ship handled like a flying brick, as he had told the others, but it was still more maneuverable than a Scorpion cargo gunship. Just as well that the ship had so many guns. As soon as he was far enough from the station, he ignited the fusion drive, sending the ship on the course that Zarmer had loaded into the navigational computer. A short flight later, they had come to their hyperspace insertion point. "Here we go," said March, and he pulled back the power levers on the hyperdrive. With a surge of dark energy radiation, the vortex opened, and M195 leapt into hyperspace, leaving the Mothro system behind. "We should arrive at the Morven system in," started Adelaide. "44 minutes and 19 seconds, said Lisiana. March looked at the navigational display. She was exactly right. "You know," said March, "I have no idea what it means to be the vessel of the Brotherhood, but if that doesn't work out, you could have a hell of a career as an accountant." "I could," agreed Lisiana. "But that would be boring. Physics makes for a more interesting subject. Or maybe planetary or interstellar level macroeconomics." March snorted. "Does the Brotherhood want you crashing economies for fun and profit?" "I didn't say I would deliberately crash a planetary economy for personal profit," said Lisiana. "That would be highly immoral. The ideal would be to find a way to increase the overall level of prosperity while enriching myself in the process. The best economic solutions result in everyone experiencing at least a small increase in personal prosperity." "There are a few government leaders who could stand to listen to you," said Adelaide. "Undoubtedly," said Lisiana. "But for now, I have higher duties." "Serving as the vessel," said Adelaide. "Yes." "What does that even mean?" said Adelaide. "Can you tell us?" "I don't think I can put it into words," said Lisiana. "I trust you, but it is a great secret. The most important secret. When we find Brother Samuel, he can tell you." 44 minutes after leaving the Mothro system, they emerged from hyperspace in the Morven solar system, caught at the edge of the gravitational well of one of the system's outer ice giants. The navigational computer calculated another jump. The mine where Brother Samuel had taken refuge was on an asteroid orbiting between the system's outermost rocky planet and the innermost gas giant. The quick in-system hyperspace jump would deposit the ship about 20 million kilometers from the asteroid. It would give them ample time to detect any hostile ships, but conversely would give any enemies plenty of time to detect them. March ran a dark energy radiation scan as he waited for the navigational computer to calculate the next jump. Radar, ladder, and telescopic scans were limited by the speed of light. Dark energy radiation could be detected instantaneously, though if a ship deactivated its hyperdrive and dark matter reactor, it wouldn't register on the scan. M195 sensors detected no other active hyperdrives anywhere in the Morven system. Which wasn't surprising, since the Morven system had no habitable planets, and the only human presence was mining companies extracting ores from the asteroids and industrial gases from the gas giants. The threat of Thunderbolt's displeasure meant the companies usually played nice with each other. Of course, there could be 1,000 ships hidden in the system, hyperdrives deactivated, and at this range, they would only appear as asteroids and bits of debris. "We're ready," said Adelaide, as the navigational computer flashed green and March pulled the hyperdrive power levers. The in-system jump was short, barely 5 minutes, and they emerged back into real space 20 million kilometers from the asteroid mine. "Shields up, charging weapons," said Adelaide. March checked the sensors at once. They registered the asteroid, a large sphere of rock and iron about 600 kilometers across, just large enough for its gravity to force the asteroid into a lumpy sphere. The mining station was located near the asteroid's equator at the bottom of an impact crater, and the ship's sensors detected numerous metallic objects at that location. No active power signatures, though that didn't mean much at this distance. "Doesn't look like anyone else is out there," said Adelaide. "I'm taking us closer," said March, sending power to the fusion drive. If he pushed it, the ship could have gotten them to the station in 30 minutes, but March eased back. Urgency gnawed at him, but they were flying into a dangerous and unknown situation, and all his experience advised caution. He watched the sensor displays, but there was no trace of anyone running active sensor scans in the area. Still no power reading from the asteroid mine either. A few minutes later, he spotted the metallic object orbiting the asteroid. "Jack, that's a ship," said Adelaide. "Yeah," said March. At 300 meters long, it was either a freighter or a small warship. The ship wasn't displaying any running lights, and as far as he could tell, it wasn't generating any power. I'm going to wait for the light speed delay. At this distance, he checked his display, if we haven't picked up anything after. 57.24 seconds, supplied Lisiana. Yes, thank you, said March. 57 seconds. I'm going to do an active sensor focus on that ship. It might wake them up, said Adelaide. If they're running any kind of passive scan, they would have picked us up the second we exited hyperspace, said March. Which means they know we're here anyway. The 57 seconds passed without incident, and March keyed for an active sensor focus on the orbiting ship. He waited another minute for the results to appear on his displays. Hell, muttered March. The ship was an ugly, blocky rectangle, armored in black metal, with weapon emplacements jutting from its sides. March didn't need to take a closer look at the ship to recognize it. A machinist long-range frigate, said Adelaide. March had traveled on those ships numerous times when he had been an Iron Hand. The long-range frigates of the Final Consciousness were designed for stealth and speed, capable of operating without resupply for years. Their mission profile involved acting as commerce raiders, hit-and-run attackers, and inserting teams of covert operatives into targets. But it's been shot up pretty badly. Can I see? Said Lisiana. March couldn't think of a reason why not. Sending the sensor data to your console, kid. He tapped the appropriate button, and then examined the sensor data himself. As Adelaide had said, the frigate had been shot up pretty badly. Missile hit, said March. At least 4 of them along the ventral spine and the starboard hull. Bad impacts too. And a serious laser hit. I think it drilled through the armor and destroyed the bridge. No power readings at all, said Adelaide. And the spectrometer thinks there's no atmosphere left on the ship. The frigate's orbit is decaying, announced Lisiana from the engineering station. Unless the ship makes some adjustments, it is going to impact on the surface of the asteroid in another 2 months, 3 weeks, 1 day, and 37 minutes. Probably somewhere in the southern hemisphere. March checked the data and saw that once again Lisiana's math had been correct. Asteroid stations like this usually have a couple of missile launchers as a defense against pirates and Kesrodite slavers, said March. That hit on the bridge looks like a mining laser. Wonder if the machinists on the frigate got overconfident and the miners blasted them. Would they arrive to find Brother Samuel and the miners safe and sound? It couldn't be that easy. Wait, said Adelaide. Jack checked their docking bay. He waited about 30 seconds. As the frigate orbited the asteroid, it was revolving slowly along its central axis, probably leftover kinetic energy from the missile impacts that had crippled the ship. The docking bay revolved into the sensor's field of view, and March let out a breath. Empty, he said. A frigate like that carries 3 dropships for quick landing. They're gone. Maybe the miners shot down the dropships, said Adelaide. Maybe, said March, though the sensors hadn't picked up anything that could be a crash site on the asteroid surface. That frigate's only orbiting 50 kilometers above the asteroid surface. Maybe they sacrificed it to get close for the dropships to land. That would have been out of character for the machinists. While the hive mind was ruthless and had no compunction about expending millions of lives to reach its goals, the cognarchs would only sacrifice their soldiers and ships if they thought the gain was worth the price. Burning up an entire long-range frigate and its complement of soldiers to kill a single obscure religious leader was wasteful, especially with a war against Kalaskar consuming most of the attention of the Final Consciousness. And a cognarch would never put himself or herself at risk, not even for immense gain. Odin had thought himself perfectly safe until March had killed him. But members of the Final Consciousness under the control of the Great Elder Ones, that was a different story. March remembered his conversation with Tarango aboard the Malachite, and the possessed Iron Hand had been willing to sacrifice his entire command to kill Lisiana. Should we try contacting the mining station? Said Adelaide. They're not broadcasting. No, decided March. We don't know who's controlling the station. If the machinists already attacked the miners, they might shoot at any unknown ships, said Adelaide. We're not an unknown ship, We're a Mothro System militia patrol craft, said March. A Mothro-based company runs that mine. If the miners are still in control, they won't take the first shot. They flew closer, and March extended the active scan to cover the surface of the asteroid. Using active sensors basically turned the M195 into a beacon, but if anyone on the wrecked frigate or the asteroid was watching, there was no way they had missed the approaching Scorpion gunship. More data appeared on his display as they drew closer. The frigate was dead in space. The primary fusion reactor was missing. No doubt the fail-safe systems had ejected it. Not even auxiliary power was running on the ship, and all the atmosphere had vented. By contrast, the sensors picked up several active power sources coming from the asteroid mine. At least 2 fusion reactors were running in the complex, and the scan registered smaller power signatures that March suspected were the 3 dropships. They drew close enough that March could get a clear visual of the mining complex. It looked like many others he had seen during his travels, a set of 5 habitat domes resting on the surface, along with several support buildings. No doubt many tunnels had been dug into the rock, since the asteroid would absorb the harmful stellar radiation and save on costly radiation shielding. Several large rectangular mine shafts had been sunk into the rock next to the complex. One of them had been abandoned and converted into a landing shaft, with a hangar cut into one side. There, said March. The 3 dropships are in the hangar. Not picking up any life signs, said Adelaide. I'm going to set us down next to the dropships, said March. There's enough room. That hangar looks like it was built to accommodate ore shuttles. We should fit in next to them with room to spare. Is that a good idea? Said Adelaide. If there are any machinists on guard, they could start shooting. They'll have handheld weapons, and we'll have ship-rated point defense lasers on turrets, said March. If they start shooting, it's going to be a short fight. Bringing us down now. Stand by on those point defense lasers. He cut power to the fusion drive and brought the M195 closer with anti-gravs, using the ion thrusters to adjust the course. It was a tricky maneuver. The asteroid had only a small percentage of the gravitational field of a world the size of Kalaskar or Mercator, which meant there was much less gravitational field for the anti-gravs to push against. It didn't help that a Scorpion-class cargo gunship was such a large vessel. March kept a close eye on the mining complex as the ship's altitude dropped. He spotted the missile emplacements that had fired at the wrecked frigate. The turrets remained motionless, and the M195's defense systems did not detect a potential missile lock. He dropped the ship into the crater with the complex and eased toward the shaft containing the hangar. Why did they build the mine at the bottom of a crater? Said Lisiana. Economics, said Adelaide. The ores they want are inside the asteroid. This crater is, let's see, 350 meters deep at its lowest point, which means that's 350 fewer meters of rock they have to drill through. March steered the ship into the shaft, slipped into the hangar's atmosphere shield, and landed. The ship put down smoothly, with only a mild vibration going through the deck and a faint clang and creak of metal. Some of the creak came from the gravity differential. The hangar had artificial gravity set to human norms, which meant the rest of the habitable areas of the asteroid mine likely did as well. Ship says the air outside is good, said Adelaide. No toxins in the air. We'll wear the helmets anyway, said March. Life signs? Nothing, said Adelaide. At least nothing the sensors can pick up. We're basically in an underground cave, and the rock is so dense the scanners can't reach very far through it. March nodded and put the ship systems on standby. Let's head out and have a look around. Helmets. He rose and donned his armor's helmet, and Adelaide helped Lisiana put her helmet on. The helmet of the rangefinder armor was an intimidating piece of hardware that looked vaguely insectal, with a breath mask and a bank of ruggedized optical sensors. The helmet's heads-up display booted up, providing a tactical overlay to March's surroundings. Comms check, said March. Here, came Adelaide's voice over the helmet's interior speakers. Here, said Lisiana. Follow me, said March. They descended to the cargo hold and March cycled the airlock, plasma rifle in hand. Adelaide walked next to him with her own rifle, and Liziana waited behind them, though March had told her to keep her pistol on its hardpoint unless she was in fear for her life. A vague feeling of déjà vu went through March as they stepped through the inner airlock door. He had done this before, many times, investigating a seemingly derelict ship or space installation. The incident aboard the Alpine, where he had met Cassandra Yerzov, came to mind. That ship's dark energy resonator had failed, transforming most of the crew and passengers into horrors possessed by macrobes. Come to think of it, the circumstances of his first meeting with Liziana aboard the Malachite had been much the same. And he had met Adelaide for the first time when Sensor had sent him to rescue her from a machinist ambush. One of Adelaide's archaeological expeditions had found a relic of the Great Elder Ones called a firestone, and the machinists wanted it. They hadn't realized it at the time, but the firestone had been one of the key components of the pulse weapon. Mystery within mystery, riddle within riddle. The Great Elder Ones had influenced the final consciousness to build the pulse, and the Great Elder Ones wanted the Brotherhood destroyed and Liziana dead. But why? Why did the Great Elder Ones care? What threat did one girl, admittedly an unusually intelligent one, and a minor religious order, possibly pose to creatures outside the bounds of reality that wanted to destroy the universe? Perhaps here at last he could find some answers. The outer door slid open, and March went first, sweeping his plasma rifle over the landing bay. The motion was unnecessary. The bay was deserted. His helmet sensors picked up the hum of air circulators and told him that the atmosphere was the optimal mix of gases for human respiration, with a temperature of 10 degrees Celsius. Bit chilly, but it was hard to keep this much empty space heated. The hangar bay had a smooth-cut rock floor, with racks of service equipment bolted to the ceiling. The three machinist dropships waited in a row to the left. They looked like smaller, sleeker versions of the frigate, with a more streamlined design since they often had to maneuver through atmosphere. His armor sensors picked up minimal power readings from the three ships. The ships were on standby, and they had been that way for some time. "Should we check those dropships?" said Adelaide. "Waste of time," said March. "If there was anyone on board, they would have detected us by now. We should head for the operations center first. If there are any survivors, we'll find them there. If not, we might be able to figure out what happened." "Looks like that's the way into the station," said Adelaide, pointing at a pair of double doors on the far side of the hangar. "Brother Samuel is alive," said Liziana. The communications channel somehow made her voice sound smaller and more fragile. "You're sure?" said March. "I can feel him," said Liziana. "He's nearby. I think he's hurt." Under other circumstances, the conversation would have been ludicrous. But March had seen Liziana destroy macrobes by shouting, had seen an unknowable power radiating from her that his mind had interpreted as light because it was some force or energy beyond the ability of human senses to comprehend. "All right," said March. "Let's find him." He took a step forward, and an alert appeared on his HUD. Something was moving nearby. A half-second later, the double doors slid open, revealing a corridor leading deeper into the asteroid. A dozen nightmares rushed from the corridor. They looked like spiders about the size of large dogs. Their bodies were human heads, gray-skinned and drained of blood, the eyes filmy white. Gleaming metal legs sprouted from the base of the skulls, propelling the spider things forward. Each spider had a gun mounted on its underside, and they opened fire as they charged toward March. 7. Old soldiers. Without the armor, March, Adelaide, and Liziana would have died instantly. But the guns carried by the machinist infiltrator drones were high-caliber kinetic firearms. Deadly against human flesh and bone, but they would need 5 or 6 hits in the same spot to penetrate rangefinder armor. And that didn't even take into account the armor's shielding systems. Bullets sparked and cracked off the shields of Macha's armor with flashes of blue light. The infiltrator drones had come through the doors in a clump, but were spreading out in a semicircle to surround the newcomers. but they weren't moving fast enough. March triggered one of the armor's weapon systems, and a missile leaped from the launcher on his left shoulder and stabbed into the mass of infiltrator drones. The missile wasn't large, but the warhead had the explosive force of a plasma grenade, and the blast engulfed the mechanical spider things. March wasn't sure how many the blast had taken down, 3 or 4 at least, but more were coming and firing. He leveled his plasma rifle and started firing. Part of his mind noted that Adelaide was shooting, while Liziana remained behind them. That was good. He and Adelaide could draw the drone's fire, keeping them from attacking Liziana. He sent a plasma bolt through the skull of one of the drones, something he had done on numerous occasions. Usually, that resulted in the smell of burned electronics and some charred flesh, since the machinist nanobots had replaced all the blood. Within the armor's helmet, all he smelled was cool flat air. Adelaide shot a drone, her plasma bolt striking it in the mouth and burning through the back of the skull. The metal spider body and the lower half of the head continued for a few wobbling meters, and then collapsed motionless to the smooth-cut rock of the floor. March shot 2 more drones, looked around for more, and couldn't find any. He turned, rifle raised and ready, and searched for more foes, even as his armor sent out a radar pulse seeking any nearby movement. March concluded they were alone in the hangar, even as the notification appeared in his helmet's HUD. "Clear," said March. "Jack, are you hurt?" said Adelaide at once, pistol still held out. "Fine," said March. His shield strength had dropped down to 44% under the barrage of bullets, but was already rebuilding itself. "You?" "Unhurt," said Adelaide. "Liziana." "I am well," came the girl voice calm. "None of the bullets hit me." "Stay with Adelaide," ordered March, moving forward with rifle at the ready. He checked the dead infiltrator drones one by one. The things weren't very intelligent without someone directing them, but they could be cunning, and a favorite trick was to play dead and attack once unsuspecting enemies had passed. But all the drones were dead. The plasma shots had passed through their brains, destroying the hijacked organic CPUs, and the ones caught in the explosion of his missile had suffered too much kinetic damage for their brains to keep functioning. "We're clear," said March. "What are those horrible things?" said Liziana, her voice still calm. "Infiltrator drones," said March. "One of the nasty tricks of the final consciousness. If someone inhales enough infiltrator nanobots, the machines will kill them and harvest the materials in the body to build that spider exoskeleton. They'll keep the skull and the brain intact to use the sensory organs and the brain as a biochemical CPU." "Jack," said Adelaide. "She doesn't need to know that." "They just tried to kill her," said March. "She has a right to know." He supposed this was one of those situations where Adelaide had more empathy than he did, but that didn't matter right now. Alive and upset was better than happy and shot dead. "An abomination," said Liziana in that still voice. "A perversion and corruption of technology. The ultimate purpose of technology was to allow organic beings to overcome the weaknesses and the infirmities of the flesh. Not to create the profound form of cybernetic enslavement that held you, or axiom discard, or this desecration of the dead. The final consciousness has heaped up many crimes for which it must answer." He glanced at Adelaide, saw her helmet turn in his direction. She would be pleased that he knew her well enough to read her body language even through the armor and the masked helmet, and he could see the mixture of unease and bafflement. "Yeah," said March. "As it happens, I agree." "Captain March, I have an idea," said Liziana. Her voice had changed. Still calm, but now with a thready undercurrent of fear. She sounded less distant and magisterial, and more like a frightened girl who had enough experience of danger to keep herself calm. "I saw records for the mine personnel in our ship's computer. If you link to the computer, you can run facial recognition on the dead drones, see if they were mine workers." "That is a good idea," said March, searching his memory. When had she looked through the computer records on M195? She hadn't been out of his sight for more than 30 seconds since they left Mothro Station. But a good idea was a good idea, and March linked his armor's computer to the records on the Scorpion gunship and walked to the dead drones, looking them over. Facial recognition proved difficult because human flesh and bone did not stand up well to plasma bolts. March found a drone missing the top half of its forehead, but the face was mostly intact. Though intact was something of a stretch since the skin had turned gray, the veins black, the eyes a milky white. Yet the HUD pinged with a match, and a record scrolled across the display. The head had belonged to a man named Thomas Stonewell, 74 years old, later middle-aged by Mothro standards, and he had been an excavation supervisor aboard the station. Until he had been killed, and his head turned into the CPU for an infiltrator drone. "You were right, Lysiana," said March. "These drones used to be station personnel." "What should we do?" said Adelaide. "No reason to change the plan," said March. "We head to the operations center and find out what we can. Lysiana, stay behind me. Adelaide, bring up the back." He hesitated for a half-second and made up his mind. "Lysiana, keep your pistol in hand. Don't shoot me in the back. I believe I would have better odds using my armor's integrated weapon systems, specifically the gauntlet-mounted plasma cannons," said Lysiana in her distant voice. "The targeting assistance function of the armor's sensors would prove helpful." "That is a good idea, Lysiana," said Adelaide. "All right," said March. "Let's go. Keep your eyes open, and if you see anything strange, tell me at once." He said that for Lysiana's benefit, since he had been in this kind of situation with Adelaide before. Still, he wished that he had been able to bring Memnon or Bishop. He loved Adelaide, and she was in very good shape and knew how to handle herself in a fight, but she had been a professor of archaeology and a media personality, not a fighter like Bishop or Memnon. And he remembered her lying covered in blood after Odin's bomb went off on Kalaskar Station. No, he didn't want to see that again. But this was the hand he had been dealt, and there was nothing to do but play his cards. And of course, to cheat if he could. People with a winning hand often looked smug right until someone drew a gun and shot them in the chest. He led the way down the corridor and saw the first headless body a few meters later. It lay against the wall, clad in a dusty coverall that could double as a vacuum suit in the event of sudden depressurization. The body was mummified, withered, as if it had been lying in the desert sun for 1,000 years. "That is a side effect of the process that turned him into an infiltrator drone, isn't it?" said Lysiana. "Yeah," said March. "The drones harvested the brain and everything in the body that could be used for constructing the exoskeleton, and what's left is that." "It's painless," said Adelaide. "The victim falls unconscious before the transformation begins. A small mercy at least." Mercy had nothing to do with it. March knew that it was by design. Infiltrator drones were designed to be stealthy, to take over enemy installations and vessels by subterfuge. They could hardly do that if their victim started screaming in agony. He kept that thought to himself. Nor did he mention that it had been easier to gun down the drones than it should have been. The creatures had exposed themselves to fire for too long, which had happened because they had been going after Lysiana instead of March or Adelaide. "Are we in any danger of transforming?" said Lysiana, a note of fear entering her voice. "No," said March. "The nanobots don't last long once they're unsealed. But we're keeping our helmets on anyway." A green notification flashed in his HUD. His shield had recovered its strength to 100%. March dismissed the notification and brought up the map. He hadn't thought to check for personnel records aboard the ship, which had been an oversight, but he hadn't neglected to load credentials that would identify him as an agent of the Mothro System militia or a map of the asteroid mining station. Fortunately, asteroid mining complexes like this almost always followed a common layout with a few modifications for local geography. The corridor from the hangar led directly to the smelters that processed the ore from the mines below. Lifts should ascend from the smelters to the station's operations center, which would be on the surface in one of the habitat domes. Hopefully, there they could figure out what had happened here. And if Brother Samuel or anyone else was still alive. No further attackers showed themselves. The corridor ended in a pair of blast doors, and the sensors of Mach's armor noted that the ambient temperature had risen by 20 degrees Celsius. The smelters were still operating, and some of the waste heat radiated through the doors and into the corridor. "Can you pick up anything through the doors?" said Adelaide. "Nothing," said March. "Too much metal and rock. If we had a tap into the mine's computers, we could use the internal sensors." He let out a breath. Nothing for it but to keep going. He gestured, and Adelaide went to one side of the doors, taking Liziana with her. March leveled his rifle and hit the door control. The heavy metal doors slid open with a hiss, and gray light spilled into the corridor. The chamber beyond was huge, larger than the hangar, a massive space carved out of the rock of the asteroid. 12 automated smelters filled most of the chamber, each one about the size of a large house back on Kalaskar. Squat drones that looked like metal ants with anti-gravity engines worked to load ore into the smelters. Other drones stacked finished ingots onto low pallets, wrapping them in heavy netting. March noted several rare ores, useful for starship construction and weapons manufacturing. Operating this mine had been profitable, especially with the war between Kalaskar and the final consciousness driving up the prices for those metals. In front of the doors, he saw 4 headless corpses in heat-resistant spacesuits. Suits like that could withstand the heat of a plasma jet for a short time, but they had done nothing against the infiltrator nanobots. They would have needed the suits, though. Mach's armor reported the ambient temperature in here was about 45 degrees Celsius, with a possibility of higher temperatures closer to the smelters themselves. Nothing the rangefinder armor couldn't handle. "Anything?" came Adelaide's voice. "Can't tell," said March. "Too many obstructions." Between the conveyor lines carrying raw ore to the smelters, the flying drones, the hulking metal shells of the smelters themselves, and the maze of ductwork and pipes covering the ceiling, there were 1,000 places for enemies to hide. The armor's radar reported constant movement, but at least 50 or 60 drones were active. "The lift is over on the far side to the left. We'll take the emergency stairs up, and that should put us in the habitat dome with the operations center." "Why can't we take the lift?" said Liziana. Adelaide answered. "Too easy to cut the power and trap someone within. Stairwells are dangerous, but not as dangerous as elevators." "This is sound tactical logic," said Liziana. March started to tell Adelaide and Liziana to follow him, and then he spotted movement by one of the smelters to the right. It wasn't a drone. Nor was it a surviving member of the asteroid mine's workforce. Rather, it was a human figure wearing a carapace of dark armor. March knew that armor was grafted to the figure's skin. The armored man wore a dark helmet with a visor and a respirator, but had the helmet been removed, March knew the face beneath would have been hairless and gray-skinned, the veins black since the blood had been replaced with a slurry of nanobots. Members of the final consciousness varied in their ability to appear as unaltered humans. Iron Hands like March had could pass as normal humans to casual observation, so long as they kept their hive implants covered and sheathed their artificial left arms in synthetic skin. Cognarchs often looked like normal humans, though their vanity meant they often modified themselves to look like humans of surpassing, almost transcendent beauty. Odin had been an exception. Naval officers usually had gray skin and black veins from the cybernetic implants that let them work telepathically with their vessels. But infantry soldiers of the final consciousness had no need to appear as anything other than what they were. When the infantry soldiers arrived, the time for bribery, seduction, and coercion had passed, and a planetary population was about to see the iron fist of the final consciousness. The soldier spotted March and raised his weapon, a plasma rifle. But March had seen him first, and he fired twice, ducking back into the doorframe for cover. His first shot hit the machinist soldier in the chest. The armor soaked up most of the plasma bolt, but March's second shot punched through the weakened armor and into the soldier's chest. The soldier stumbled back, arms windmilling, and collapsed dead to the ground. 2 more dark-armored soldiers took position behind the conveyor line, carrying raw ore into the smelter. Both their plasma rifles came up, and March ducked behind the doorframe as plasma bolts sizzled through the air at him. One missed, and blew a smoking crater into the rock of the wall behind him. The second clipped his left arm, his shield flaring with blue light, and an alarm on his HUD informed him that the glancing hit had drained off 12% of his shield's power. March fired several times, his shots going wide as the two machinist soldiers ducked behind the conveyor line. "Jack," said Adelaide, Lisiana crouching behind her. "Can you throw a grenade?" said March, and he sent her the tactical data and the view from his helmet's visor. In theory, her armor's computer could calculate a flight path for her to throw a grenade with reasonable accuracy. The soldier that March had killed got back to his feet, moving with stiff, jerky movements. March muttered a curse and shot the soldier twice in the torso, but the dead man kept moving. The plasma bolts had probably destroyed the soldier's heart and caused death, but the hive implant had taken over, directing the dead body. Eventually, the entire thing would break down, but until then, the hive implant would use the dead soldier as a meat puppet. "I can," said Adelaide, grabbing a grenade from one of her hardpoints. "Do it," said March, sending a quick spray of fire at the three soldiers to force them to duck. He slammed the rifle over his shoulder and yanked out his grenade launcher. "Now." As the soldiers ducked, Adelaide stepped halfway out of cover and flung the grenade. She jerked back as the soldiers swung their weapons toward her, and the grenade landed between them. The blast sounded muffled thanks to the sound-dampening effects of his helmet speakers. A few fragments hit March's armor without much force, draining off a percentage point of his shield, and he pulled the trigger on the grenade launcher. The grenade burst from the end of the weapon in a plume of flame and landed atop the conveyor belt. The blast ripped apart a portion of the conveyor and some of the ore fragments, spraying the soldiers below with the wreckage. March rushed forward, returning his rifle to its hardpoint and yanking the pistol from his right hip. He jumped and landed atop the conveyor and saw the three soldiers prone on the floor before him. The twin grenade blasts had damaged their armor but failed to penetrate it. He pulled the trigger as fast as he could, sending 2 plasma bolts through the chests of the living soldiers and then 3 blasts through the head of the dead one. The third shot must have hit the hive implant because the dead soldier gave a convulsive jerk and then went still. March shifted and put 3 bolts into the heads of the other 2 soldiers. A plasma bolt struck his left leg, a full-on hit that drained off 20% of his shield's power. March jumped off the conveyor and saw more dark-armored forms hurrying toward him. 4 or 5 more machinist soldiers, he thought. He squeezed off a quick volley of shots and fired another missile from his shoulder launchers. There hadn't been enough time to acquire a proper lock, but that was all right. The missile exploded against the floor, forcing the soldiers to take cover, and March seized the moment to rush back to the corridor, taking cover against the right-hand side of the doorframe with Adelaide and Lisiana. Adelaide fired her pistol 4 times, keeping the soldiers under cover. "How many?" said Adelaide. 4 or 5, said March, and sensor information appeared on his HUD. "Damn it, 6 of them. Keep firing to keep them down, and I'll take aimed shots when they try to move." "Acknowledged," said Adelaide, and she drew a second pistol and started shooting. Firing a pistol from both hands, even with the aiming assist of the rangefinder armor, was not a recipe for anything resembling accuracy. But she varied the aim of her shots, and that forced the soldiers to keep their heads down. March returned his pistol to its hardpoint and took his rifle again. One of the soldiers rose from behind a conveyor, arm thrown back to fling a grenade. March pulled the trigger, and the plasma bolt caught the soldier in the chest. The throw of the grenade went awry, missing the archway and clattering further into the smelter room. The blast came a second later, a vibration going through the floor. The soldier that had thrown the grenade started to take cover, but March adjusted his aim and caught him in the chest. The plasma bolt burned through the weakened armor, and the soldier fell, the clatter of the carapace against the floor inaudible over the howl of Adelaide's plasma bolts. But after the shock of the first attack, the soldiers got organized. And since they all had hive implants and could communicate without speech, they began to fight with the uncanny coordination of soldiers of the final consciousness. Again and again, March had to duck as volleys of plasma bolts struck the archway and the track of the door. For a half-second, he had considered closing the doors, falling back to the hangar, luring the soldiers after him, and using the M195's laser turrets to mow them down. They were pinned down here, and March suspected that reinforcements were on the way. Once more machinist soldiers arrived, they would be in trouble. March fired his rifle again, landing a glancing hit on the helmet of one of his foes. The soldier staggered and went to one knee, and March wasn't sure if the hit had been fatal or not. The situation had only one possible escape. He needed to bombard the position of the soldiers with every grenade in the launcher, and then take them out before they could recover from the shock. Hopefully, the volley of explosions would kill at least a few of the soldiers, and March could then kill the rest before they recovered. He started to reach for his grenade launcher, and then a plasma blast came from the right, landing with enough force to drill through the damaged conveyor and burn a smoking hole into one of the soldiers. At the same time, the sensors on March's armor detected a surge of power. He looked to the right and saw the autonomous war robot marching forward. The hulking war robot had a roughly humanoid figure and stood about 7 feet tall. Its chassis was a dull matte black, designed to absorb light, and 6 optical sensors glowed a faint red, 3 on either side of its head. Its arms and legs seemed thin compared to its massive torso, almost spindly, but that was deceptive. The robot could punch through concrete and armor without much trouble. In its right hand, it carried a plasma cannon, heavy enough that March couldn't have managed it without the strength assist with his armor, though the robot had built-in weapons in its arms. The thing was a TRK model autonomous war robot, another weapon produced by Heroth Foundries. The company had stopped manufacturing them decades ago because the TRK line had killed so many people that Heroth Foundries bowed to popular pressure and stopped producing them. They were not common any longer, but March had seen them in the private security forces of wealthy oligarchs and various powerful criminals. The robot leveled its plasma cannon and kept shooting. The cannon did not have a high rate of fire, but considering a single shot burned through the soldiers, it hardly mattered. The machinist soldiers directed their fire at the TRK robot, but its black armor soaked up the plasma bolts without trouble. March seized the opening and started shooting at the distracted soldiers. The fight was over in a matter of seconds. The TRK robot turned towards March, the muzzle of the plasma cannon swinging to face him. 8. Tactical considerations. March took a step to the side, pushing Adelaide behind him, but the robot did not fire. Instead, the TRK unit spoke. "You are not machinist soldiers," said the robot, its voice a deep bass growl designed for intimidation. "Additionally, you carry identification from the Mothro System militia. This unit's secondary directives require reasonable compliance with the lawful instructions of local authorities, so long as they do not contradict primary directives. Identify yourselves." "Captain March," came Lysiana's voice in his ear. I think I know this robot." "You do?" said Adelaide. "He belongs to Brother Samuel," said Lysiana. "Who are you?" called March, his helmet speaker projecting his voice. He found it vaguely surreal talking to a robot. Despite living on Kalaskar and marrying a Kalaskran woman, he had never been able to wrap his head around the Kalaskran custom of courtesy androids, which Kalaskrans of all social ranks kept in their households to act as doormen and butlers. Adelaide had hinted a few times that she thought the presence of a courtesy android would improve the helix. March had replied that they had the automated repair units, and thankfully they had been too busy to purchase a courtesy android anywhere since leaving Rust Belt Station. Kalaskran courtesy androids were designed to greet guests and perform light housework. The machine standing in the smelting room had been built to kill as many enemy soldiers as swiftly and as efficiently as possible. "This unit is identified as TRK-99, announced the robot. "This unit is owned by Brother Samuel of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact, a legally registered religious order based in Mothro, and is currently carrying out Brother Samuel's primary directive of engagement in active defense." Lysiana stepped past March. "Lysiana," said Adelaide. "TRK-99, said Lysiana. "TRK-99, it's me, Lysiana. You should recall me in your data storage." The robot's head swiveled toward her, the red optical sensors seeming to stare at her. The plasma cannon remained motionless in its claw-like hands. "Partial voice print confirmed," said TRK-99. "Further analysis required." Lysiana took off her helmet, the seals releasing with a hiss. TRK-99's head shifted slightly, and Mach's sensors informed him that the war robot was doing a full scan of her. "Identity confirmed," said TRK-99. "This unit has a new primary directive: to follow the instructions of Lysiana until such time as Brother Samuel can be located and rescued. Please state your directives at this time." Lysiana opened and closed her mouth, and then looked up at March. "This is Captain Jack March," said Lysiana. "Do whatever he tells you, and answer all his questions freely." "Directive confirmed," said TRK-99. The robot's head swiveled to look at March. "Awaiting instructions." "Lysiana, helmet," said March. "Oh. Right." She put the helmet back on, the seals locking into place. "Awaiting instructions," repeated TRK-99. "However, this unit's primary directive, superseding all others, is to protect Lysiana. This superseding primary directive cannot be countermanded under any circumstances." "Right," said March. "Are there any machinist soldiers nearby?" A force of approximately 250 to 300 machinist infantry landed on this station 5 days, 12 hours, and 37 minutes ago, said TRK-99. In that time, this unit has terminated 57, including those in the most recent engagement. To the best of this unit's available tactical data, no additional machinist soldiers are nearby. 57, said Adelaide, surprised. TRK-99's head swiveled to look at her. "This is Adelaide March, my wife," said March. "Brother Samuel set one of this unit's primary directives as the defense of the station's remaining inhabitants from the machinist invaders," said TRK-99. "This unit will comply with all primary directives." There was no malice in the machine's voice, no emotion of any kind, but somehow the complete lack of intonation made the words all the more menacing. "If there are no machinist soldiers nearby, then we have some time to answer questions," said March. "Give me a summary of the tactical situation and a brief recap of recent events." "This unit will comply," said TRK-99. This unit was employed as a bodyguard for the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact. In the past several months, the Brotherhood came under concerted attack from covert elements of the Final Consciousness. Tactical and strategic analysis indicated that their primary target was Lysiana, with the Brotherhood itself serving as the secondary target. The machinist covert elements showed no concern for losses or their own survival, leading Brother Samuel and the other leaders to hypothesize that the trans-dimensional entities known as the Great Elder Ones were controlling the machinist covert elements. "What happened then?" said March. "How did the Brotherhood respond to this threat?" Brother Samuel dispatched Lysiana aboard a Stromboli Consortium container ship to safety under the watch of Brother Christopher, said TRK-99. The presence of Lysiana suggests this plan met with unforeseen complications. The rest of the surviving membership of the Brotherhood dispersed to prepared hiding places, this asteroid mine among them. "Why didn't Samuel send you with Lysiana?" said Adelaide. TRK-99 said nothing. "Answer her questions as you would mine," said March. "Directive acknowledged," said the robot. Brother Samuel and Brother Christopher hope to travel in secrecy. Additionally, due to various interstellar treaties and intellectual property lawsuits, the Stromboli Consortium refuses to carry TRK model war robots aboard its vessels. "How long have you been aboard this station?" said March. 16 standard days, said TRK-99. March did the math in his head. That would match up with the time that the Malachite departed Mothro. Brother Samuel had been organized in his efforts. The original plan was to wait until Brother Christopher sent a message from Monastery Station, confirming that he and Lysiana had reached safety. Unfortunately, no such message arrived, and 5 days ago, the machinist's long-range frigate emerged from hyperspace. It attacked the mine, said March. Correct, said TRK-99. The frigate made no attempt at communication and approached the station at speed. The mine's defenses disabled the frigate, but it released 3 dropships. The ships forced their way into the hangar and released infiltration nanobots. In the resultant fighting, most of the station's crew was killed, and many more were converted into infiltrator drones. Brother Samuel is alive, said Lysiana. I can feel him. This unit's tactical analysis concurs, said TRK-99. Brother Samuel and the surviving station crew retreated to the mine levels. This unit does not have sufficient tactical information, but probability indicates the survivors have found a defensible location and are using plasma drills and laser cutters to keep the enemy at bay. How have you survived this long, said March. Through superior tactical analysis and application, said TRK-99. It seems a stalemate is underway in the mine levels. The machinists have sent patrols to apprehend this unit, but they have been defeated. Unfortunately, this unit lacks the firepower or the tactical capabilities to break the stalemate. The communications array and the hyperspace message drones have been destroyed, so there has been no way to call for help. However, your arrival suggests new tactical possibilities. If your ship is intact, we may return to Mothro, summon aid and defeat the machinists. We can't, said March. Thunderbolt gave us this mission. We are to find Brother Samuel and destroy the machinist force ourselves. TRK-99 was silent for a full 3 seconds. This is an unexpected and unfortunate variable, said TRK-99. These artificial constraints will weaken our tactical position significantly. Nonetheless, your arrival suggests several potential routes of action. The machinists, said March. Did they have a cognurch with them? A leader of the final consciousness, one of the linchpins of the hive mind, said TRK-99. Unknown. However, this unit observed the leader of the enemy, and probability suggests this leader may be a cognurch. He was 2.48 meters tall, a height well beyond even the extreme end of the bell curve for average human male height, with facial features that were obviously the result of extreme genetic engineering. A hive implant was visible at the base of his skull, and he wore customized powered armor with powerful shielding. That's Zeus, one of the cognarchs of the final consciousness, said March. The great elder ones are controlling him, and he's here to kill Brother Samuel. This hypothesis is in accord with available data, said TRK-99. If their objective was to take control of the station, the machinists have made multiple tactical and strategic errors this unit has exploited. However, if their objective is to kill Brother Samuel regardless of the cost, then their behavior and strategy seem far less erratic. Do you know where the station's operations center is? Said March. This unit does. Take us there, said March. We will take control of the sensors and assess the situation. He sent a command to his armor. Additionally, we will join you to our encrypted local communications. That will let you communicate with us without revealing your position. A click came over his helmet speakers, and then he heard the robot's voice clearer this time. An update came on his HUD, showing the current status of TRK-99. The war robot had taken more of a beating than March thought. The thick black alloy of its armored shell was rated for use on heavy starfighters, but the dark color obscured a considerable amount of damage. In several points, the robot's armor had been badly abraded, and its joints were only operating at partial capacity. Still, the machine had some capacity for self-repair, which explained how it was still operating 5 days after the attack had begun. Communications link established, announced TRK-99. This unit will now guide you to the operations center. We should proceed this way. The robot raised one clawed arm and pointed at the far side of the smelter room. Good, said March. Alert us if you detect any enemy activity. Directive acknowledged. Can you answer questions as we walk? Said Adelaide. Affirmative. Irrelevant conversation, however, may lower the speed of your combat reflexes. March heard Adelaide draw in a deep breath. Summarize the doctrines of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact. Lysiana's helmet turned to look at Adelaide. The Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact, said TRK-99, is often classified as a religion due to the antiquity of its belief system. This is, perhaps, a misclassification, as the Brotherhood bears more similarity to a philosophical outlook or perhaps a civil defense organization. A civil defense organization, said Adelaide. TRK-99 interpreted the question as irrelevant and kept speaking. The Brotherhood was founded by an extinct alien race that dwelled in this region of space before the arrival of humans. By the time the first humans arrived, the alien race had almost died out, but the Brotherhood recruited humans as members. The primary doctrine of the Brotherhood is that the entities known as the Great Elder Ones will one day return to destroy this universe. The Great Elder Ones will inevitably prevail in this conflict unless they are met by the vessel. The vessel, said Adelaide. Currently, the vessel of the Brotherhood is Lysiana, said TRK-99. Previously, the office was held by her mother. The title has been passed down from mother to daughter since the foundation of the Brotherhood. But what is the vessel? Said Adelaide. What is her purpose and duties? March remembered Lysiana screaming on the wreck of the Malachite, the golden light pouring from her to destroy the macrobes. Unknown, said TRK-99. However, there was an irregularity in Lysiana's assumption of the title. Soon after her birth, her mother was killed in a vehicle collision. The machinists, said March. They were almost across the smelter room now. He kept watching the hulking smelters and the smaller access doors he spotted on the sides of the room, expecting enemies to emerge from them at any moment. This was before the final consciousness targeted the Brotherhood and the vessel, said the robot. Investigation proved that the vehicle collision was the result of unanticipated engine failure. An accident, to use the legal term employed in other jurisdictions. Brother Samuel and the other leaders of the Brotherhood were gravely concerned. They feared assuming the mantle of the vessel as an infant would result in psychological and behavioral abnormalities in Lysiana. They always worried so much about me, said Lysiana, voice soft. Fortunately, I have observed Lysiana since the day of her birth and have amassed considerable data about her, said TRK-99. With the exceptions of extraordinarily high intelligence, eidetic memory, and a moderately higher than average tendency towards reticent shyness, her psychological profile is well within the normal standards of mental health within a human girl of her age. Thanks, said Lysiana. Some hint of the defiant sarcasm March had seen during their conversation aboard the Helix return. I think. You are welcome, said TRK-99 without a trace of irony. Have you been spying on me all my life? Said Lysiana. Spying is the incorrect term, said TRK-99. My primary directive is the defense of the vessel and the Brotherhood, as overseen by Brother Samuel. Compiling detailed profiles that this unit is required to defend and any potential enemies will result in much more accurate tactical calculations. Then what is your tactical calculation for this situation? Said March. Several possibilities suggest themselves, said the robot. This unit has identified your armor as Heroth Foundry's Rangefinder Scout armor, further modified with a broad array of offensive capabilities. Additionally, your movement suggests that you are a former Iron Hand, now severed from the final consciousness, pursuing a mission of vengeance against your former allies. Since Dr. March speaks with a noticeable Kalaskran accent, and this unit has observed her in documentaries from the Kalaskran news services, the logical conclusion is that you are operatives of the Silent Order who have been sent to undermine the war effort of the final consciousness. There was silence for a few seconds. "Those tactical calculations of yours," said Adelaide. "They're very good." "This unit will achieve its primary and secondary directives," said TRK-99. "However, Captain Mach's plan is strategically sound. We should proceed to the operations center and take control of what systems we can. This will provide information for the next steps in achieving our objectives, as well as offering several potential advantages." They walked in silence towards the lift doors. "I don't think I'm shy," said Lysiana. March grunted. "Don't worry about it. Most people talk too much anyway." "I hope you're not talking about me," said Adelaide. "Wouldn't dream of it," said March. "Besides, you used to make your living talking. That's different." "We should not take the lift," said TRK-99. It pointed at a metal personnel door next to the closed lift doors. "That stairwell will take us to the same level as the operations center." "Agreed," said March. "You go first." If the enemy attacked, the war robot could soak up a lot of fire, giving March greater freedom to shoot back. TRK-99 reached for the door. March expected it was locked, but the robot hit a control, and the door hissed open, revealing a set of metal stairs that climbed up through a shaft drilled into the rock of the asteroid. "The stairwell is clear," announced the robot. "You go first," said March. "Lysiana, behind me." "Adelaide, bring up the back. Don't let anyone sneak up behind us." They climbed up the stairs. March returned his rifle to its hardpoint and drew a pistol instead, since the smaller weapon would be easier to move in the cramped confines of the stairs. For all its metallic bulk, TRK-99 moved in near-perfect silence. The only noise the robot generated the faint whining from its damaged leg joints. March knew that the clawed feet and hands of the TRK robots had been made from an alloy specifically formulated to dampen sound whenever they touched anything. Nothing moved as they climbed about half a kilometer of stairs with the robot in the lead. March had no trouble with the climb. Neither did Adelaide. It was just as well that she had resumed her workout routine with a vengeance. Lysiana began breathing faster, her armor informing March that her heart rate was rising. Thankfully, the armor strength assistance would help her climb. They reached the top of the shaft, coming to another closed door. A map and a panel mounted on the wall said they had reached Habitat Dome 1, with administration offices and the operations center. Tactical analysis indicates a high probability that the enemy will have left sentinels somewhere in the Habitat Dome, said TRK-99. "Right," said March, taking his pistol in both hands. "You go first. I'll follow up, and we'll clear the corridors." Directive acknowledged. The robot hit the door control and went through in a smooth motion, plasma cannon coming up. March followed a half-second behind, pistol leveled. He found himself in a corridor of polished gray metal. Paintings had been hung on the wall in an effort to soften the look. To his right, he saw a window that looked into the core of the Habitat Dome, which was a hydroponic farm and a garden to provide food and assist the life support system with oxygen carbon dioxide recycling. The sterilized, inoffensive corporate look was somewhat marred by the three withered, headless bodies lying on the floor. At the end of the corridor stood a pair of closed metal double doors, similar to the ones opening into the hangar. "The operations center is through those doors," said TRK-99. "Analysis indicates a high probability of enemy forces within." "Do you have any weapons other than that plasma cannon?" said March. "A stray shot might fry some of the equipment we need." TRK-99 shifted the cannon to its right arm and raised its left. A smaller plasma cannon was mounted there. It wouldn't be nearly as powerful, but it was much less likely to burn through a target and damage the machinery behind it. "This unit's integrated weapon systems are ready," said TRK-99. "Where did you get that plasma cannon anyway?" said Adelaide. "It looks like you ripped it off the underside of a starfighter." "That would provide a significant tactical advantage," said TRK-99. However, the acquisition of this weapon was simpler. Some of the enemy soldiers used it as a squad assault weapon. Once they were terminated, they had no further need of it, and the weapon has served the pursuit of my primary directive. Right, said March. Get ready. This unit is always ready to execute its primary and secondary objectives. Yeah, we noticed, said Adelaide. TRK-99 did not respond. No doubt sarcasm would be useless in the pursuit of its directives. They were halfway down the corridors when the doors to the operations center slid open, and attackers stormed out. A dozen infiltrator drones rushed toward them. 4 machinist soldiers came after them, wrapped in their armored carapaces, faces concealed beneath their helmets. They took up positions on either side of the doorframe and began firing. Cover, barked March, and Adelaide and Liziana ducked to either wall, taking what cover they could by the support struts. TRK-99 did not move, the bullets from the infiltrator drone's gun sparking off its armor. Shooting bullets of that caliber at a TRK war robot was about as effective as throwing pebbles. March took a half step back, dropped to one knee, raised his pistol and started firing. He methodically put plasma bolts through the heads of the approaching drones. TRK-99 raised its left arm and began firing at the machinist soldiers. More plasma bolts came from behind March, forcing the soldiers to take cover, and he realized that both Adelaide and Liziana were firing. The girl was a better shot than he had expected. TRK-99 had gotten 2 of the 4 machinist soldiers by the time the remaining infiltrator drones reached March. He jumped back, putting TRK-99 between him and the 2 remaining machinist soldiers. The spidery legs of infiltrator drones were usually coated with a deadly neurotoxin. The armor would block that, but with enough time, the infiltrator drones would start pulling aside armor plates and stabbing him through the body glove. March shot 2 infiltrator drones and kicked a third one just as it was about to scramble up his leg like the galaxy's ugliest spider. With the armor strength boost, the drone's head turned into a spray of brain matter and ugly clotted nanobots. March shot the final drone and dropped back to one knee, raising his pistol and firing. The final machinist soldier dropped dead to the floor. Anyone hurt? Said March. No, said Adelaide. I'm okay, said Liziana in a small voice. This unit retains its previous level of damage, said TRK-99. No additional damage sustained. Let's see what we can find out, said March. They entered the operations center. 2 rows of consoles controlling various station functions faced a large wall screen that had a master system overview of the station and the mine. Quite a few things were flashing red and yellow on the screen. Nothing had gone seriously wrong yet, but if the reactor and the life support systems did not receive scheduled maintenance soon, problems were going to start developing. It was obvious there had been a firefight. Craters from plasma bolts marked the walls, and about a third of the consoles had been damaged and rendered inoperable. A half-dozen withered headless corpses lay on the floor wearing business clothes, some of them with plasma wounds. Even the dead were not safe from the infiltrator nanobots of the machinists. The operations center is secure for now, said TRK-99. However, given the hive mind of the final consciousness, it is highly likely that the other machinists aboard the station have been alerted to our location. March grunted as he looked over the room. They've been aware of our location since we landed in the hangar. The only reason they're not swarming us is because they're here to kill Brother Samuel, and they don't care about us. But if the machinists figured out that Liziana was here, they would forget about the survivors and come after her with everything they had. For the 100th time that day, March cursed Thunderbolt for sending Liziana with him on this insane task and then pushed it from his mind. TRK-99, guard the door, said March. Adelaide, Liziana, come with me. Let's look around. The war robot moved to guard the door, leveling its plasma cannon at the corridor. March headed to the supervisor's station, looked at the chair, decided it wouldn't support the weight of his armor, and instead went to one knee in front of the console. He made a fist, and the data jack built into his right gauntlet extended. Before leaving, March had loaded the suit's computer systems with some of the hacking tools that Sensor had provided, and he plugged the data jack into the port. Symbols and letters flashed over the screens of the supervisor's stations, updates scrolling over his HUD. "Anything," said Adelaide. "Give me a minute," said March. It looked like the mine had been running standard operations and management software for controlling a space installation, software that had been standardized since the fall of the Fifth Terran Empire, with only minor updates in the century since. It was reasonably secure and difficult to hack, but the tools that Sensor had provided were the sort of black ops stuff only available to major governments with a lot of money. It took all of 90 seconds for the hacking tools to create their own root-level backdoor and force their way into the system, only to discover that there was not much left. "Damn it," said March. "The machinists wiped out most of the computer systems." "Did they take control?" said Adelaide. "No," said March. He unplugged from the data port and started working the console's controls. "It looks like they uploaded a virus during the attack. It deleted itself, but not before it wrecked a lot of the station controls. Let's see what's left." He tapped a key, and a map of the asteroid mine appeared on the main wall screen. The layout was roughly what March had expected. Habitat domes on the surface, several levels of ore processing, smelting and engineering rooms, and then the mine shafts and tunnels boring deep into the asteroid and following the veins of rare metals. "TRK-99, do you see this map?" said March. "Yes." "Where did Brother Samuel take refuge?" said March. A section of the mine tunnels flashed red. "In this region. The miners had set up a workshop here with life support and artificial gravity to allow them to rest in shifts while the others handled the plasma drills and cutters. The mining equipment would make excellent improvised weaponry, and this unit calculates a high probability that Brother Samuel and the survivors are still alive." "Brother Samuel is still alive," said Liziana. "I'm certain of it." "Good," said March. He pointed at the floating, holographic map. "Here's what we'll do. The machinists are almost certainly waiting to attack right there. That's the only tunnel of any size that will support a large force. But there are backways to get to the mining workshop. We'll go to the equipment bay at the industrial level, take one of the ore haulers, and use the back tunnels to get to the workshop. Almost certainly the machinists will have placed a watch there," said TRK-99. "Beyond all doubt," said March. "We'll kill the guards, load Brother Samuel and any survivors into the ore hauler, and get the hell out of there. Once we get back to the hangar, we'll take off and destroy the machinist dropships in the hangar. The survivors will be safe, and the machinists will be trapped here until the Mothro authorities blow them up. This plan carries risks, but this unit calculates it is our best chance of achieving our primary directives," said TRK-99. "I think this is the best we can do, Jack," said Adelaide. "The machinist guards won't be expecting someone to hit them with heavy weapons." "Brother Samuel needs us," said Liziana. "Then let's get moving," said March. 9. The Elder. The map that March downloaded from the station's damaged computer was up to date, or at least it had been up to date 5 days ago. But while the machinists had likely brought grenades and rockets, March doubted they would have brought the kind of explosives necessary to collapse a plasma-drilled asteroid mine tunnel. It would have been helpful if the station's sensors had still been online. But the machinist's virus had destroyed the components of the operating system that controlled the station's internal sensors, and short of wiping the computer, reinstalling the operating system, and rebooting the entire system, the internal sensors were not coming back online anytime soon. They left the operations center and returned to the stairwell, climbing down the half-kilometer to the smelter room. A flashing red light came from the ceiling in the smelter room when they returned. The firefight had damaged 2 of the conveyors feeding ore into the smelters, triggering an alert. They crossed the smelter room and came to another set of double doors. "The primary equipment bay is beyond those doors," said TRK-99. "This unit advises caution. Both the corridor and the workshop itself would make an excellent location for an ambush." "We'll go through first," said March. "Adelaide, guard our backs." Liziana, stay behind me. TRK-99 triggered the door controls, and the double door slid open with a hiss. Beyond was a metal-floored corridor cut through the rock, harsh white lights mounted in a rack overhead alongside pipes and bundles of wires. The corridor ended in another set of double doors, 50 meters away. March led the way with TRK-99 at his side, watching for any sign of attack or traps. As the war robot had said, this corridor was a superb location for an ambush. Had March been defending this spot, the corridor would have made an excellent bottleneck. But nothing moved in the corridor. They reached the next door. TRK-99 opened it, and they stepped into the equipment bay. It looked like a smaller version of the hangar that held the M195 and the 3 dropships, but instead of starships, the equipment bay contained asteroid mining equipment. A row of plasma drills had been parked against one wall, heavy cylinders the size of trucks. One end of the cylinders was concave, lined with rings of emitters that combined to create a beam of superheated plasma to bore through the rock. March also saw laser drills, smaller versions of the plasma drills designed for more precise cuts. A row of mining robots waited near the drills, black metal rectangles mounted on anti-grav units with an array of cutting and extraction tools. Several large vehicles that looked like container trucks with anti-grav units instead of wheels were parked near the robots, their sides scratched and coated with rock dust. "Ore haulers," said March. "Not very large, are they?" said Adelaide. "The miners use these for hauling ore samples back for quality testing," said March, heading toward the nearest hauler. "Once they find a good seam, they'll use bigger vehicles to carry the ore out. But these have pressurized cargo containers. I think we could get 40 or 50 people inside if we pack them in tight. Assuming, of course, there were even that many people left alive." He crossed to the cab of the hauler and opened the driver's side door. The vehicle didn't have keys, since it wasn't as if a thief could escape the asteroid with it. Thankfully, the small cab had 4 seats. The ruggedized seats had clearly been made to accommodate men wearing heavy spacesuits and radiation gear, and they should have no trouble dealing with the rangefinder armor. "This vehicle will be vulnerable to attack," said TRK-99. "Right," said March. "Can you ride on the roof with your plasma cannon? The tunnels should be wide enough for it, and if you see any hostiles, you can start shooting before they shoot back at us." "This unit will comply," said TRK-99, and the robot climbed up the side of the hauler, its movements disturbingly spider-like. TRK-99 pressed itself flat against the roof of the hauler, leveling the plasma cannon before it. "Will he fall off?" said Liziana, concerned. March wondered why she was worried, and then realized she likely remembered the robot as a figure from a more peaceful time in her life. "No. Magnetic grippers in its claws. It's not coming down until it's ready. Come on." He made sure Liziana was in the back seat of the cab, and then sealed the doors with a thud and a hiss. There was no atmosphere in the mine tunnels until they reached the temporary workshop, and March didn't want to lose any of the hauler's limited supply of breathable air. Their armor could provide air for at least another 22 hours, but anyone trapped in the workshop might not have pressure suits to survive the vacuum. March powered up the anti-grav unit, checked its charge level, and then eased the vehicle forward. It wasn't terribly fast, and it made the Helix feel light and agile by comparison, but it worked. He drove across the equipment bay and came to the opening on the far side. The flickering haze of an atmosphere barrier sealed it off, and beyond was a round tunnel bored into the rock of the asteroid. "They really should have put a proper airlock instead of an atmosphere barrier there," said Adelaide. "Yeah. Gotta cut costs somewhere though," said March, and he sent the hauler through the atmosphere barrier and into the airless tunnel beyond. At once he felt the gravity differential and was glad that he had insisted Adelaide and Liziana strap in. They had left the mining complex's artificial gravity, and the asteroid's native gravity was weak enough that a single errant movement would send them tumbling out of their seats. "Whoa," said Liziana. "You okay?" said Adelaide, twisting around to look at the girl. Had she not been strapped in, the movement would have sent her spinning across the cab. I am, said Lysiana. I was intellectually aware of the existence of the gravity differential, but intellectual awareness and first-hand experience are two different things. They are, said March. Tell Adelaide if you're going to throw up in your helmet. He put more power to the anti-gravs. The asteroid's weak gravitational field meant that he needed to put quite a lot of power into the anti-grav units to make them work properly. The hauler glided into the tunnel at about 25 kilometers an hour. Going to turn on the exterior lights? Said Adelaide. No, said March, and shifted the vision mode on his HUD. There wasn't enough ambient light down here for his helmet to generate a false light image, so a radar overlay appeared on his HUD, mapping the tunnel as he drove. March had flown by instruments many times before, but he had never driven what was essentially a giant underpowered truck by radar. The map showed on the lower left-hand corner of his HUD. The temporary workshop had been set up halfway down one of the main tunnels, and March suspected Zeus and the machinist soldiers were facing it from the east. But if he moved through the more recent tunnels to the west, he could circle around from behind and hopefully get everyone out of the workshop before the machinists realized something was amiss. Still no enemies showed themselves. Captain March. TRK-99's metallic voice rasped in his ears. This unit detects hostiles waiting ahead. At least 4 machinist soldiers, possibly more. Acknowledged, said March. He stopped the hauler, and after a moment's consideration, depressurized the cab. The faint hum of the air handlers came to his ears a second later, followed shortly by total silence as the cab depressurized. Why pump all the air out? Said Adelaide. In case the cab gets shot up, said March. I don't want us to lose all our atmosphere. This thing has enough air to get 30 or 40 people back to the equipment bay, but only barely. TRK-99, where did you detect hostiles? The map appeared in his HUD, a section of it flashing red. They were about 100 meters from a smaller side tunnel that led to the workshop, housing the survivors and hopefully Brother Samuel. The machinist soldiers were waiting right around the corner of the smaller tunnel. You think 4? Said March. Possibly, said TRK-99. Potentially as many as 6. The asteroid rock provides an effective countermeasure to this unit's sensor suite. Ours too, said March, thinking. The airless mine would have no sound, and March had parked the hauler far enough from the side tunnel that the machinist soldiers shouldn't have been able to feel any vibrations from its approach. Driving with the lights off meant that no illumination should have reached the soldiers either. If their full attention was on watching for Brother Samuel, they might not have noticed the hauler's approach. Normally, March would never have expected that machinist infantry soldiers would be that lax. They lived and fought under a ruthlessly enforced discipline, to say nothing of the advantages in coordination derived from the hive mind. But the great elder ones wanted Samuel dead, and they didn't care how many machinists they had to use up to do it. Indeed, March suspected the creatures viewed the loss of their subverted minions as an advantage. They wanted to destroy the universe. Why not start with their expendable tools? You have any experience fighting with the radar in a HUD? Said March. No, said Adelaide. All right, said March. You and Lysiana wait here with the hauler. The robot and I are going to sneak ahead and ambush the machinists. Once we've cleared them out, I'll call you forward, and we'll go meet Brother Samuel. Be careful, said Adelaide. We will, said March, though given that they were fighting their way through an asteroid mine held by machinist soldiers, March supposed they had left careful behind light years ago. They emerged from the cab, and TRK-99 climbed spider-like down from the hauler, returning to its full height and lifting its plasma cannon. The radar in March's armor was good enough that it was almost like looking through night vision goggles, with everything rendered in pixelated blue light. It did make TRK-99's movements look even more uncanny. We'll be right back, said March. He reached for his armor's hardpoints, pried off 2 grenades, and handed them to TRK-99. Take these. This unit calculates that your plan is to fling multiple grenades around the corner and attack the hostile forces while they are stunned, said TRK-99. Yes, said March. We won't have to worry about the sound carrying. Correct. This unit will follow your combat instructions. March led the way forward. This section of the mine was a large round tunnel dug out by the plasma drills. It looked a great deal like a half-finished tunnel for a subway or an underground train line. Bits of broken stone and slag dotted the floor. March picked his way forward carefully, mindful of the asteroid's weak gravity. A normal stride would have sent him flying, and with the armor's strength boost, a jump would take him 30 or 40 meters ahead. As dangerous as the hard vacuum was, it did have one advantage. Had the tunnel been pressurized, there was no way March could have avoided making noise. The curved floor offered difficult footing, and the resolution on his armor's radar wasn't quite good enough to make out the individual pieces of debris on the floor. That would have made it all but impossible to move silently. As it was, March and TRK-99 advanced without trouble. Soon he saw the entrance to the side tunnel on the right. An incongruous thought struck him. Before Adelaide's 40th birthday party, he had met her younger sister Sydney for the first time. Sydney's son Luke was a toddler with a good collection of toys, and one of them had been a set of transparent plastic pipes that locked together with magnets. It was supposed to encourage motor development and spatial reasoning in toddlers, though Luke had mostly used the pipes to bang against each other and make a racket. That was one way to develop spatial reasoning. But the right angle of the smaller tunnel reminded him of Luke's toys. March started to dismiss the thought as irrelevant, and then another one occurred to him. The maze of plastic pipes included a ball that could roll through them. And the side tunnel sloped gently downward. It wasn't a steep angle, no more than 15 degrees at the most, but enough that round objects would roll downward. TRK-99, said March. Can you get a better fix on their location? Affirmative, said TRK-99. 5 machinist soldiers are waiting 15 meters down the tunnel. They are facing away from us. Tactical analysis suggests they are unaware of our presence and are watching for any potential breakout from the mining workshop. Let's make sure they're only aware of us for a few seconds, said March. Set your grenades to proximity detonation, 1-second timer, range 1 meter, and then we'll roll them down the tunnel. After they go off, we'll attack. Acknowledged, said the robot. They crept forward, grenades in hand. March shifted both of his to his left hand, gripping the triggers and setting the fuses, and then drew a plasma pistol with his right hand. If his plan turned out to be too clever for their own good, March wanted a backup weapon. He placed his footfalls with care, fearing that any vibrations in the rock might draw the attention of the waiting machinist soldiers. March and TRK-99 reached the corner. His initial impulse was to gesture his instructions to the robot, but the radio in his helmet made that unnecessary. On the count of 3, said March. Acknowledged. He counted to 3, and at the same time, March and the robot rolled their grenades into the tunnel. March took a long step back, returning his plasma pistol to its hardpoint and yanking the rifle over his shoulder. Right about then, the grenades went off. The explosions made no sound, but he felt the vibration through the tunnel floor, even with his armor. TRK-99 sprang forward, the shape of its heavy plasma cannon swinging to face the tunnel, March a half-second behind. The pixelated blue light image of the radar wasn't as good as real vision, but it did have one advantage. Any smoke from the grenades did not impede his view. March spotted 5 machinist soldiers wearing similar armor and helmets to those he had fought in the smelter room. The blast wave from the grenades had knocked the soldiers from their feet. Likely the fragments had breached their armor in several places, but not enough to kill them. The easiest way to shoot a man was in the back, but when he was lying prone on the floor was almost as good. March leveled his rifle and started shooting. 2 bolts went through the chest of the nearest soldier, and TRK-99 fired the plasma cannon. The massive blast burned a hole straight through the torso of an unfortunate soldier, which looked very strange in the pixelated vision of his HUD, and then went down. March shot down another soldier, and then a plasma bolt hit him in the chest. His shield stopped it, though the direct hit burned off 35% of his shield power. Before March could shift his aim, TRK-99 shot the soldier, his head disintegrating from the blast of the plasma cannon. The sole remaining soldier shifted to face the advancing war robot, but March shot him twice in the chest. All 5 soldiers lay motionless on the tunnel floor. "Shoot them through the heads," said March, stepping toward the corpses, "or else the hive implants will." TRK-99 was already moving. One by one, the robot stooped over the dead soldiers, yanked off their helmets, and then ripped the hive implants from the back of their skulls. It was a small blessing that the radar didn't let March see the mess that would make, though he supposed the nanobot-infused black slime that made up the soldier's blood would freeze at once in the vacuum of the tunnel. "Or we could do that," said March. "This method is more efficient," said TRK-99, "and will also conserve the charge of our respective weapon systems. Efficiency, whenever pursuing primary directives, is also a secondary directive." "Good," said March. "You're useful in a fight." This unit appreciates the compliment. Reciprocally, this unit's assessment of your tactical capabilities was quite high, but you have exceeded them. This will increase the likelihood of this unit achieving all primary directives." "Glad to hear it," said March. "Adelaide." "Here," came her voice. "Bring the hauler over," said March. "We've cleared the guards. The sooner we get everyone on board, the sooner we can get out of here." "I think you had better drive," said Adelaide. "Like you said, I don't have any experience driving a vehicle using this sort of false vision, and if I put the hauler into the wall." "Good point," said March. "TRK-99, stay on guard here. I'll be back with the hauler." A thought occurred to him. "Take one of the helmets. We might need to prove to the miners that we're on their side." "Acknowledged." He turned and jumped, and the leap sent him a good 30 meters back up the tunnel in the low gravity. 2 more jumps carried him back to the waiting hauler, and Adelaide and Louisiana. Even with the armor and the pixelation of his radar-created false sight, he could see the tension in their stances. "The guards are cleared," said March. "Get back in the cab, and I'll drive." They climbed back into the vehicle, and March fired up the anti-gravs. He eased the vehicle down the corridor where TRK-99 waited, and at March's instruction, the war robot climbed into the back cargo compartment. March spun the hauler around and began to back down the side tunnel. "Why did we turn around?" said Louisiana. Adelaide answered before he could. "The airlock's on the back. And he just switched on the lights so the miners don't think we're trying to sneak up on them." "Yeah," said March. It also helped with tricky drive. Backing an anti-grav ore hauler down a tunnel in weak gravity wasn't fun, but it still wasn't the hardest drive or flight he had ever undertaken. At least no one was shooting at them. At the moment. "Turning on the lights will be a tactical disadvantage," said TRK-99. "It is," said March, "but if the miners shoot at us, they're wrecking their one chance of getting out of here. The machinists won't let us try this again." How much longer would it take before Zeus and the rest of the soldiers realized that March and TRK-99 had killed their guards? The hive implants allowed instantaneous communication at this distance, but that didn't mean that members of the hive mind would be in constant communication at all times. Until Zeus thought to issue orders to the soldiers, or the soldiers were due to check in, the Cognurch might not even realize they were dead. Or Zeus had been communicating with them at that moment, and realized that March had killed them. Either way, they needed to hurry. He backed up as fast as he dared, relying on the hauler's rearview cameras and the limited light. After several hundred meters, the tunnel ended in a metal wall. A single cargo airlock had been set in the base of the wall, at exactly the right height for the airlock in the back of the ore hauler. March brought the hauler to within 5 meters of the metal wall and stopped. "Going to see if I can transmit to anyone inside the workshop," said March. "The machinists might pick it up," said Adelaide. "They might," agreed March, "but if the miners shoot a hole in the hauler, we're in trouble." He hit the controls to repressurize both the cab and the cargo area, and as soon as the pressure had reached the necessary level, he tapped the radio controls on the dashboard and focused a tight beam on the airlock. "Attention," he said. "We are seeking any survivors of this mining complex. Any survivors, please respond at once." He wasn't expecting an answer, but the speakers crackled. "Who the hell are you?" said a rough voice. "This another machinist trick? We know that they're still camped outside." "You must be watching the back entrance to your workshop," said March. "I am representing the Mothro System militia." That was mostly true. "I landed in your hangar, fought my way down here, and hijacked an ore hauler. If we hurry, we can get back to my ship before the machinists realize what happened." "We." "Brother Samuel," said Liziana, leaning forward. "Is Brother Samuel there?" "Who is this?" said the rough voice. "My name is Liziana," said the girl. "I'm looking for Brother Samuel of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact. Is he there? Please tell me." There was a pause, and then a scratchy voice tight with pain came over the line. "Liziana," said the voice. "What are you doing here?" "We came to find you," said Liziana. "Please let us dock." A muffled discussion followed. "All right, fine," said the first voice. "Go ahead and dock. But if this is a trick, we'll have all our weapons on you." "Agreed," said March, and he ended the transmission. "Was that Brother Samuel?" said Adelaide. "He sounded hurt," Liziana said, her voice tight with concern. "Please hurry." March backed the hauler up the rest of the way to the airlock. A thump went through the vehicle, followed by a clang, and a few seconds later the controls reported a clean seal on the airlock. "Let's go," said March, getting to his feet. He went through the door to the cargo area, which was a dusty rectangular space of unadorned metal lit with a few harsh white lights. TRK-99 waited in the center of the cargo area, plasma cannon cradled in its spidery arms. "Maybe you should let the miners see the robot," said Adelaide. "You came to the mine with Brother Samuel, right? The miners will know you wouldn't turn against him." "This statement is accurate," said TRK-99. "The miners held this unit in some unease, but their regard for Brother Samuel caused them to raise no objection." "Let's find out," said March. He crossed to the cargo airlock, cycled the outer door, stepped through it, and then opened the inner door. March found himself looking at a mining workshop. 20 meters away down the tunnel was another metal wall with an airlock. March saw at once how the miners had kept the machinists at bay. They had built smaller airlocks into the metal wall and put laser drills there. The machinist soldiers had good armor, and Zeus no doubt had some sort of custom suit that had cost 10 million credits to manufacture, but an industrial laser drill would slice through them all like butter. He saw another laser drill mounted against the nearer wall. Had the miners decided that he was suspicious, they would have sliced the ore hauler in half, and probably killed March, Adelaide, and Liziana in the process. A dozen miners stood in a semicircle facing March, with 2 more manning the laser drills on the far side of the room. In most video dramas, asteroid miners were usually burly, bearded men covered with grime and tattoos, hard drinking with a preference for loose women. This was a poetical departure from the truth. Given the mechanization of asteroid mining, most of the mine's workers were engineers and geologists with advanced degrees, along with technicians to maintain the machinery. March found himself facing a dozen nervous men who looked as if they hadn't ever held a weapon or fired a shot in anger until a few days ago. But they all had plasma rifles or pistols pointed at him. Various equipment cases were scattered across the floor, along with a pair of chemical toilets. Halfway across the room, a cot had been set up against the curve of the wall, and an elderly man in a gray robe lay atop it, breathing hard. March had seen that design of robe before. Brother Christopher had worn it aboard the Malachite. "Who are you?" said one of the miners. It was the man who had spoken over the radio. Despite his rough voice, he looked nervous, sweat dripping down his face despite the relatively low temperature of the room. March raised his hands, reached up, and pulled off his helmet. "My name," he said, "is Captain." "Brother Samuel," shouted Liziana, and she ran into the workshop. Despite her slight build, in her armor, she looked intimidating, especially to a band of frightened asteroid miners, and every weapon in the room turned toward her. 10. Saga. March took a step forward, but a hoarse voice rang out. "Stop." It was resonant with command, and every single miner turned to look at the old man on the cot. Lysiana ran to him, pulled off her helmet, and dropped to her knees next to him. "Brother Samuel," she said. "Brother Samuel, it's me." "Christ, it's just a kid," said one of the miners. "Who are you?" said the lead miner with a rough voice, turning back to look at March. He took a few steps into the room, helmet tucked under his arm. Behind him, Adelaide and TRK-99 came into the workshop, Adelaide pulling off her helmet. "Well, a robot didn't shoot you, so that means you're not machinists," said the rough-voiced miner. "I'm Captain Jack March," said March. "Who are you?" "Jason Wright. Used to be a professor of asteroid geology, went into the private sector," said Wright. His mouth twisted. "Hell of a career move, wasn't it? I did a tour with the Mothro System militia to pay for my university, so after the site manager was killed, everyone sort of decided that I was in charge. Not that there are many of us left." "Is this all of you?" said March. "Yeah," said Wright. He rubbed his face, the stubble rasping under his palm. 14 men out of about 300. Machinists killed the rest." He pointed at the far wall of the workshop. "There are about 200 machinist troops out there. The laser drills mean they can't come any closer, so I think they've decided to wait until we've run out of water and air. Which will be in another 2 days. "Day and a half, actually," said another miner, a nervous-looking young man with a wiry face and bloodshot eyes. "Yes, thank you, Thompson," said Wright. "A day and a half." He turned back to March. "How did you know to rescue us?" "We tried to get a message out, but those damned machinists wrecked all the hyperspace message drones." "We didn't," said March. "Thunderbolt sent us. She wanted us to find Brother Samuel." Dead silence answered him for a few seconds, save for Lysiana's voice murmuring to Brother Samuel. "Jesus," said one of the miners at last. "But we've got room on the ship for everyone," said March. "We'll take off and cripple their dropships. Then the machinists can stay here until they run out of air, or the Mothro System militia send some scorpions to bombard the place." "Right," came Brother Samuel's voice, still commanding despite fatigue and pain. Wright hurried to Samuel's bedside, and March and Adelaide followed. Even exhausted, clearly in pain, and lying on his back, the old man made an impressive figure. Had he been standing, he would have been at least 7 feet tall, with a long gray beard that lent him an air of gravitas and authority. The front of his robes had been cut open, and March saw emergency pressure bandages across his ribs and belly. Shrapnel explosion, one that had driven the fragments deep into the torso. Probably severe injuries, to judge from the wet rasp of his breath and the blue tinge to his lips. March had seen this many times before. Brother Samuel was maybe an hour away from complete cardiovascular and respiratory failure, unless he got to a hospital with a trauma center. The fastest starship built by humans couldn't get him back to Mothro Station in time. Brother Samuel was going to die, and the shock of moving him into the ore hauler would likely finish him off. He glanced at Lysiana and saw the tears in her eyes. "Brother Samuel, sir," said Wright. Prince Horgan had said that the Brotherhood commanded immense moral authority within the non-aligned systems, and March saw that firsthand now. "Get the others to safety," said Samuel. "We can yet save a few from the disaster the machinists have brought upon us." His dark eyes swung to March. "Listen to this man. He is your best chance of survival." "Do you have any vacuum suits?" said March. "Some," said Wright. "If we have them, we're wearing them." "Get everyone on board the ore hauler," said March. "But the last 2 to leave should get the laser drills facing the machinists activated. That should cover our escape." "And then we must speak alone," said Samuel. "You, Captain March, and you, Dr. March. We have much we need to discuss, and we need to do it quickly." March nodded, still thinking about the practicalities of escape, and then his brain caught on to a fact. Samuel knew his name. Adelaide's too. He must have overheard the discussion at the airlock. Surely that was it. Except there hadn't been time to introduce Adelaide, and he certainly hadn't mentioned that her correct title was Dr. March. How the hell had Samuel known that? March looked at the old man, frowning. "Ah," breathed Samuel. "You're right, my old friend. He is a fortunate choice of protector." "Sir," said Wright. "Please hurry," said Samuel. "There is much to do and little time." Wright nodded, hesitated. "We'll rig up a stretcher and carry." "I don't think there will be any need," said Samuel. Wright nodded again. "It's been an honor, sir." He turned and began shouting to the other miners. "Get moving, people. Grab any food, water, and weapons, and get onto the ore hauler. We got one chance to get out, so let's not waste it." The miners seized equipment and rushed into the ore hauler. The two men at the laser drills began powering them up, a high-pitched whine coming from the machines. "How did you know my name?" said Adelaide. "Jack didn't mention it, and neither did I." "The saga told me," said Samuel. "The saga?" said March, wondering if the old man was on painkillers. Wouldn't explain how he had known Adelaide's name, though. "We'll get you back to Mothro Station, get you to the hospital," said Liziana. "No," said Samuel, voice gentle, and he laid his hand atop her head. "No. I'm afraid it is too late for me. It is up to you now, you, Captain March and Dr. March." The old man looked at them. "The Brotherhood has failed in our task of protecting the vessel. I beg of you, look after Liziana with all your strength. For the hour comes when the purpose of the vessel will be fulfilled." The remaining miners boarded the ore hauler. March might have worried that they would steal it, but the controls were locked to the system in his armor, so they weren't leaving until he did. "Explain," said March. "What is the vessel, and why is Liziana so important?" "Though she would be important, even if she wasn't the vessel," said Adelaide. "All children are." "Indeed," said Samuel, "but whether by chance, fate, or the will of God, Liziana is the vessel, and her destiny will decide the fates of many." "Enough vague talk," said March. "What is the vessel, and why have you been protecting her?" "The saga told me when you entered the workshop," said Samuel, speaking through telepathy. "I know you visited the custodian, and I know he told you about the terrible war between the custodian's creators and the great elder ones." "Yes," said March. "Tell me what happened in that war." March felt a wave of exasperation. They were almost out of time, and he needed answers to his questions. Clear, direct answers without a lot of exposition. But Liziana was gazing at the old man with obvious grief, and March did not want to press him too hard. "There were two ancient races before humanity," said March. "The great elder ones, and another race who called themselves the harmonious scholars. The scholars were not warriors, but the great elder ones wanted to destroy reality, and the scholars opposed them. So they fought the great elder ones and locked them away outside our universe. Violence was so inimical to the nature of the harmonious scholars that they died of grief and built the custodian to watch over their homeworld. The great elder ones left bits and pieces of their technology scattered around our galaxy, pieces that could bring them back. The founders of the final consciousness used that technology to build their hive mind, which means the great elder ones can control them. And that's how we got into this goddamn mess." Samuel coughed out a laugh. "An admirable summary," he said, "but one that overlooks a lone fact of singular importance." "Which is," said March. "The harmonious scholars died out," said Samuel, "save for one. The victorious commander of their armies in the war. He was afflicted with the same grief that slew the rest of his race, but his commitment to duty was stronger than grief. He knew that one day that the great elder ones would return, that they would destroy the younger races of the galaxy. The commander devoted himself to his duty, binding himself to this level of reality even after the others had departed." "Departed?" said Adelaide. You mean died? In a sense, said Samuel. The harmonious scholars were benevolent, but alien beyond our capacity to understand. Human life is dependent upon our bodies of flesh and blood. The harmonious scholars, they existed primarily as a form of dark energy radiation, but could manifest different material bodies for different purposes as required. The other scholars stopped manifesting bodies and allowed their true selves to dissolve into hyperspace, which is analogous to death for us. But the commander remained, binding himself to this reality, though he was injured enough that he could no longer manifest a body. The facts clicked together inside March's head. And serving as the vessel, said March quietly, means that Lysiana is the anchor point for the last of the harmonious scholars. Yes, said Samuel. You would do that to a child, said Adelaide, disgusted, her temper blazing up. You would let a hyperspace entity possess her. I've seen macro possession, It's nothing like that, Dr. March, said Samuel. Macro possession is a regrettable reflection of the darker side of human nature itself. But a harmonious scholar is neither a macrobe nor a great elder one. He sighed, made a wet cough, and slumped against the pillow. But you are right to be outraged. Lysiana should not have had to bear this burden until she came to adulthood. What happened, said March. Tens of thousands of years ago, the last alien vessel was about to die, said Samuel. Humans had joined the Brotherhood by then, and genetic testing determined that one woman, Lysiana's distant ancestor, was a suitable host. She became the new vessel, and the office of the vessel has been passed down from mother to daughter for thousands of years. The vessels became women of considerable influence and authority in the non-aligned worlds, for the intelligence and wisdom of the harmonious scholar allowed them to do great charitable works, to end hunger, poverty, and diseases on many different worlds. When Thunderbolt came to Mothro, we decided to remain in the non-aligned worlds, for her mad wrath was an effective shield against any enemies, and in her own insane way she understood our mission. Which was why she sent us to find you, said March. She said it was a test. Of you, Captain March, said Samuel. To see if you are a worthy protector of the vessel. Hell of a way to go about it. Samuel coughed out a laugh again. As you have no doubt have observed, Thunderbolt is insane. Her logic is often inscrutable to anyone. Maybe even herself. He drew in a shuddering breath. The new vessel was supposed to inherit the mantle in adulthood. But Lysiana was only an infant when her mother was killed in a traffic accident. The mantle passed to her at once, and she became the new vessel. We desperately feared what receiving it at such a young age would do to her. She a good kid, said March. Clever. Brave when things get rough. Lysiana looked up at him, eyes wet with tears, and for a moment he was baffled to see something like gratitude. They hadn't known each other that long. Did his opinion truly matter that much to her? Yes, said Samuel. Beyond all doubt. But there were consequences. Her intellect was augmented to superhuman levels since her brain patterns were shaped by the harmonious scholar during her key developmental years. It also stunted her growth and altered her physiology somewhat. Her mother was 190 centimeters tall and could run a kilometer in 3 minutes at the height of her training, and she selected the father based on his healthy genetics. At our best estimations, once Lysiana finishes adolescence, she will be barely 155 centimeters tall and will need to take regular medication to avoid chronic anemia. There are far worse things, said Adelaide. Indeed, said Samuel. But to Lysiana will fall the duty of meeting the Brotherhood's purpose. The great Elder Ones are preparing to destroy this universe, to unleash the crisis that the harmonious scholar has waited to confront. The Pulse, said March. The final consciousness constructed a weapon to destroy Kalaskar, said Samuel. Which it will, but it shall also open a bridge to allow the great Elder Ones to swarm into our universe like locusts upon a crop. Billions will die upon Kalaskar. March thought of Adelaide's family, and numbers beyond counting when the great Elder Ones spread through our galaxy. The way to stop this horror, the only way, is to take the harmonious scholar to the pulse weapon before it can be fired. All right, said March. Samuel blinked. All right. That was my mission anyway, said March. So that's what we're going to do. I confess I thought you would require far more persuasion, said Samuel, a bit taken aback. I've seen a lot of things, said March. It matches with what you've told me. My husband, said Adelaide with a faint smile, is very decisive. Samuel smiled and then coughed, droplets of blood landing in his beard. Please, said Lysiana. Let us take you back to Mothro and the hospital there. But she sounded resigned, as if she had realized the truth. I'm afraid my time is up, dear child, said Samuel, his voice growing weaker. It's up to you now. He looked at her. My old friend. Let them know the truth. Lysiana took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Lysiana, said Adelaide. And then the girl started to glow with golden light. March stared at her. She wasn't actually glowing. His remaining machinist implants let him sense dark energy radiation, and his mind interpreted it in a form that his senses could grasp. So his mind thought he saw a beautiful golden light shining from Lysiana, the same light that had destroyed the macrobes in the engine room of the Malachite. Then March heard the voice inside his head. Captain March, Dr. March, said the voice. It wasn't a human voice. It wasn't a computerized voice. March had never heard anything like it. It was as if wind, bubbling water, and rustling leaves had combined to form words inside his head. And somehow the voice carried weariness and sorrow, but unyielding determination. Holy shit, said Adelaide. March glanced at her, almost as surprised at her cursing in front of Lysiana as hearing an alien voice inside his head. Her former career as a media figure meant that she rarely cursed in public, and never ever in front of children. Telepathy is often startling to those without the native ability, said the voice, but it is the only effective way for us to communicate. I am the last of the harmonious scholars, and my name is the saga of the interplay of water, wind, and earth in the natural world, the blended symphony of which creates the harmony of sublime natural beauty. The voice paused. The translation from our native tongue leaves something to be desired. I see, said March. However, due to the limitations of vocalized linguistic communication, the vessels and the other members of the Brotherhood have usually called me the Saga, or simply Saga, said the voice. It is more efficient. Saga, said March. Samuel had said that the Saga had told him their names. And if Saga had been inside Lysiana's head the entire time, he would know everything that she had learned and seen. Why didn't you tell us any of this before? My reasons were manifold, said Saga. First, I was uncertain if you were trustworthy guardians for Lysiana. The great Elder Ones know that I am here, and my influence is limited. They used their machinist puppets to hunt Lysiana, and killed many innocent members of the Brotherhood. But I have observed you through Lysiana's eyes. You are the best protector Lysiana could have in this hour of crisis. Second, telepathic communication of this nature is a great strain upon Lysiana. I honor my vessels and protect them as I can. I do not wish them to come to harm. Did you tell Lysiana to keep it secret? Said March. I did. It is the first duty of the vessel to keep my presence secret, save to senior members of the Brotherhood. Also, it is another consequence of Lysiana becoming the vessel as a child. The previous vessels were mature adult women who were prepared for their duty. It was thrust upon Lysiana as an infant. All her life she has been enjoined to keep my presence secret, and indeed she could not imagine another way to live, for it was all she knew. I see, said March. He knew all about keeping secrets in the name of the greater good. There were numerous things about censor and the silent order that March had never told Adelaide. That is all I can tell you for now, said Saga. For this mode of communication puts far too much strain upon Lysiana. The human brain was never meant to function in such a fashion. And the longer I speak with you, the more likely it is that my adversary aboard this station will realize the danger and take immediate action. Adversary, said Adelaide. Zeus, said March. Or the great Elder One controlling him anyway. Yes, said Saga. You fought and defeated Tarango aboard the Malachite, and one of the great Elder Ones controlled him. Be vigilant. They know of you now, Captain March, and know that you are the one protecting Lysiana. It is into your hands that I must place the work of generations. But perhaps you are indeed the man appointed by fate for this hour. The golden light vanished, the strange voice fading from his mind. Lysiana let out a long breath and opened her eyes. She looked around, confused, and might have fallen over, but Adelaide caught her arm. I'm okay, said Lysiana. I'm okay. You see the stakes, said Samuel, his voice scratchy and weak. Go and do what you must. I am sorry that I cannot come with you, that I have failed the Brotherhood at the final moment of crisis. No, said March. You did what you could. That's all anyone can do. And I will keep Lysiana safe. Or die trying, his mind pointed out. But no reason to say that. Adelaide and Samuel knew it already. Thank you, whispered the old man. It was the last thing he ever said. Brother Samuel closed his eyes, sighed, and stopped breathing. 11. Gods. Lysiana said nothing, but tears streamed from her eyes. We have to go, said March, glancing toward the laser drills. Wright's engineers had left the equipment locked on, but laser drills had been designed for shorter precision cuts, while plasma drills did most of the heavy-duty boring. The hum from the machines was getting louder, and he thought the temperature had risen quite a bit during their conversation with Brother Samuel and Saga. There was every chance that the overloaded laser drills were going to explode, or that the great Elder One in Zeus's head had sensed their conversation with Saga and would rush the workshop. The laser drills might take out half of the remaining machinist soldiers, but that would still leave 100 troops to attack the survivors, along with whatever abilities Zeus possessed. Lysiana, said Adelaide. Yes, said Lysiana. Yes, you're right. We must go at once. Brother Samuel devoted his life to carrying for the vessel. It would be cruel if the vessel died mere moments after him. Helmets, said March, lifting his own. Things are probably going to get violent. He locked his helmet into place, his collar sealing to it with a hiss, and Adelaide and Lysiana did likewise. March jogged across the workshop and through the airlock. With only 14 miners in the cargo area, there was more room than he would have expected. TRK-99 stood like a shadow of black metal in the center of the hold, plasma cannon ready. Despite their respect for Brother Samuel, the miners still held themselves warily around the war robot. Sensible of them, really. Brother Samuel, said Wright. He died of his injuries, said March, his voice carrying through his helmet's external speakers. I am sorry. His final instructions were to get you all to safety. Which was true enough, though the miners definitely didn't need to know about the rest of it. How many of you have vacuum-capable suits? About half of us, said Wright. There are emergency respirators in that cargo locker. Also a breech patch kit. He pointed at the locker next to the door to the cab. That's good, said March. Those of you with vacuum suits, get your helmets on. We're going to try to get to the hangar without getting shot. You think there's going to be shooting? Said Wright. Better to be prepared for the worst than to get caught off guard, said March. Let's get moving. He crossed to the cab and sat down, Adelaide and Lysiana returning to their previous seats. An occasional scratching sound came to his ears through the helmet speakers. Lysiana crying a little inside her helmet, the noise carried over their private channel. What's the plan? Said Adelaide. We head straight to the hangar and get out of here before the machinists realize what happened, said March. A flashing notification on the dashboard informed him that the cargo hauler was burning through its supply of oxygen rapidly, and the available life support estimate was falling swiftly. As soon as we get the M195 in the air, we blow up the dropships and head back to Mothro. Zarmer and the militia could deal with the remaining machinists trapped in the asteroid mine. The notifications on the dashboard flashed as he eased the hauler away from the workshop's airlock, informing him that the vehicle had successfully disengaged. "And if they're shooting," said Adelaide. "We shoot back," said March. His hand gripped the anti-grav control, and he tapped the intercom button. "Hang on, everyone. We'll accelerate as fast as this thing can manage." Which was much less quickly than March wanted. Humans were not nearly as heavy as chunks of ore, so the hauler had the power to move. What it did not have was the power to move quickly. March switched his helmet's HUD to the pixelated false vision of the radar, watching the ghostly blue shapes of the tunnel walls as he drove. At any moment, he expected to see machinist soldiers moving through the passage. But they passed the bodies of the dead machinist guards without incident and returned to the main tunnel. "Radiation pulse detected," announced TRK-99 through the group channel. "Probable cause is the destruction of the laser drills due to overheating or enemy fire." "Acknowledged," said March, and he slowed the hauler as much as he dared. "Go through the rear airlock and climb onto the roof. If you see any hostile forces, engage them at once." "Proceeding," said TRK-99, and March eased the hauler forward at a crawl. His instinct screamed for him to go faster, but that might knock the war robot off. And he suspected they would need the firepower of that big plasma cannon sooner rather than later. "This unit is in place." "Hang on," said March over the intercom, and he accelerated the hauler as fast as it would go. The blue pixelated walls of the main tunnel blurred by in his HUD, but that was only an illusion. The hauler was moving at about 30 kilometers an hour. Of all the dangerous things he had done in his time as an iron hand and an operative of the Silent Order, he had never had to make an escape in mining equipment before. He turned a corner, checking their location on the map. It wasn't much farther to the equipment bay, and from there, they could make their way back to the hangar and the ship. Unfortunately, the machinist soldiers would know that as well, and all the tunnels of the mine funneled toward the equipment bay. At any second, March expected an attack. "Contact," said TRK-99. 14 hostiles detected. "Engaging." March saw them before the robot had finished speaking, ghostly blue shapes emerging from one of the tunnels ahead. He also glimpsed the flashes of light as TRK-99 began firing the plasma cannon. The figures of the machinist soldiers scattered, some of them taking cover back in the tunnel leading to the now-destroyed mining workshop, others dropping to the ground, but a few others went to one knee and assumed firing positions. "Hang on," said March, and he swerved. The volley of plasma bolts aimed at the windshield instead hammered into the side of the vehicle. The ore hauler was sturdy, designed to operate in the hard vacuum of an asteroid mine, but it hadn't been built to stand up to sustained plasma fire. Only the fact that the machinist soldiers were using small arms prevented a catastrophic atmosphere loss in the cargo compartment. TRK-99's plasma cannon spat twice more. A human would have lost his balance upon the rooftop of the hauler, or at least been forced to hang on for dear life. But the robot had been manufactured for war, and March saw the blurry blue shapes of the machinist soldiers go flying, either killed by the plasma cannon or taking cover from the weapon. Belatedly, March wished he had thought to give his grenade launcher to the robot. The hauler skidded a bit as it passed the side tunnel, and March got the heavy vehicle back under control. "Keep them off us," said March. "Acknowledged," came TRK-99's deep rumble. "Hostile vehicles detected." "Vehicles," said March. Where the hell had they gotten vehicles? The answer was obvious. They had taken them from the equipment bay. March had taken the ore hauler because he thought he might find survivors in the mining workshop, but there had been one type of vehicle missing. Wheeled all-terrain vehicles with heavy suspensions and ruggedized tires, much cheaper and more durable than vehicles with anti-grav units, able to carry a driver and 4 to 5 passengers. Sending camera feed, said TRK-99, and the video feed appeared in the corner of Mach's HUD. TRK-99's radar wasn't quite as good as that of a rangefinder armor, but it also included an infrared overlay and several targeting sensors. March saw an ATV leap out of the side tunnel, followed by two more. Each one carried 4 or 5 machinist soldiers. That many soldiers firing that many plasma rifles at the ore hauler would soon disable the vehicle. Or, given how much faster the ATVs would be than the damned hauler, the machinist soldiers could simply leap aboard, force open the airlock, and throw in a few grenades to wrap things up. "Keep them off us," said March. "Engaging," said TRK-99, and March saw the molten flashes of the robot's plasma cannon. The first shot hit one of the ATVs directly in its engine, accompanied by the infrared flare of an explosion. The cart flipped over and went motionless. March wasn't sure if the crash had killed the soldiers, though given the capabilities of their armor, he doubted it. The hauler shook as more plasma fire tore into it. TRK-99 kept firing its cannon, forcing the ATVs into evasive movements. Unfortunately, the weapon's rate of fire was slow enough that the ATVs were able to dodge. The robot destroyed another vehicle, but more plasma bolts struck the hauler's side. If one of those bolts hit the anti-grav unit in the right spot, they were screwed. "Captain March." Wright's alarmed voice came over the speaker. "We're starting to leak air." "Patch it as best you can," said March. "We're almost there." Through the windshield, he saw the white glare of artificial light, along with a blue-tinted shimmer. That was the light from the equipment bay and its atmosphere shield. Alarms flashed red on the dashboard, one of them noting the plummeting oxygen level in the cargo compartment, and the hauler's steering became more sluggish. Another ATV flipped over with a shot from TRK-99's cannon, its soldiers scattering across the tunnel's floor. March pushed the throttle forward as far as it could go, and the hauler lumbered towards the equipment bay. An idea came to him, and as the hauler glided into the equipment bay, March cut the acceleration and spun it to the side. The hauler was just wide enough to fit into the bay, but turned sideways, it blocked the entrance to the mine tunnel. It would not stop the machinist soldiers for long. Not unless March made some modifications to the vehicle. "Go," he said, kicking his door open. "Adelaide, get Louisiana out. Right, get your people moving. Meet in the corridor. TRK-99, cover me." He raced around the front of the ore hauler. TRK-99 pumped cannon shots into the corridor, and plasma bolts flared in answer. March stopped in front of the hauler's engine compartment. Because it was designed to operate in vacuum, the hood was sealed and could only be opened with the proper tools. March solved that problem by driving his fist through the metal and using his armor strength augmentation to wrench it open. Adelaide and Louisiana leaped through the side door and ran for the corridor leading back into the mine complex, as Wright's people boiled out the airlock on the back of the hauler. March looked into the engine compartment, which was something of a misnomer, since the anti-grav engines were mounted on the bottom of the vehicle. But he found what he sought: the hauler's power cells, 2 solid blocks of black metal connected to the rest of the machinery with thick cables. March ripped some of the wires free, cross-connected them in a way that would immediately void the manufacturer's warranty, and hooked one of his grenades to the power contact on the left power cell. A plasma bolt clipped the back of his right leg, draining some of the power of his shielding system. An ominous whine came from the left power cell, and if March had not been wearing his helmet, he knew he would have smelled burning plastic and overheated metal. "TRK-99, move," he said, running for the corridor entrance on the far side of the equipment bay. The robot fired one more blast, whirled, and leaped from the top of the hauler. A flare of blue fire burst from the back of the robot's torso, approximately where the shoulders would have been on a human. March's first thought was that TRK-99 had been hit, that enough plasma fire had struck the robot to rip through its remaining armor and trigger a power overload. But he saw that the blue flames were tightly controlled, a quick burst that stopped the war robot's rapid descent to the equipment bay floor. "Ion thrusters." The suits of rangefinder armor included ion thrusters built into the back of the boots, and some variants of the TRK robot models sported them as well. An idea started to scratch at the back of Mach's mind. "Move!" he shouted, letting his helmet speakers carry his voice over the equipment bay. "Go, go, go!" The miners scrambled through the bay and into the corridor, Adelaide and Liziana with them. March and TRK-99 were right behind them when the cargo hauler blew up. More specifically, the front half of the vehicle exploded in a spray of flame, toxic chemicals, and red-hot debris. The feedback loop Mach's hot wiring had sent through the power cells shouldn't have made them explode thanks to safeguards from the manufacturers. However, if a grenade cracked the casing of the power cells, all bets were off. The explosion was big enough that March staggered as the wave of displaced air washed into him, and he stumbled for several steps. TRK-99 actually stopped to regain its balance and then continued forward. March shot a glance back at the hauler and saw flames engulfing the wrecked vehicle. Soldiers on foot could maneuver around the wreck, but they wouldn't be able to get their ATVs through. March looked back into the tunnel, and his helmet sensors noted the disarray among the enemy forces. A lot of ATVs had piled up at the mouth of the tunnel, and soldiers were disgorging from them in haste. And as March turned to go, he saw it. The darkness. The black wings. He didn't actually see wings, of course, or shadows or darkness or anything like that. In fact, there was so little light in the mine tunnel that without his armor sensor suite, he would have seen nothing within the tunnels at all except for darkness. But not like this. Natural darkness was just the absence of light. This darkness was alive, awake, and filled with hatred and loathing for everything it saw. Mach's remaining machinist implants sensed the presence of a great Elder One, and his mind was interpreting it in a form that his senses could grasp. Which meant that Zeus and the great Elder One controlling the Cognurch was approaching. March reached the corridor, TRK-99 moving in silence next to him, and all at once the flames covering the wrecked hauler went out. They simply vanished without a trace. Had the atmosphere barrier failed? No, the explanation was worse. When March had fought Tarango aboard the wreck of the Malachite, the great Elder One possessing the Iron Hand had been able to override the laws of physics. Shooting plasma bolts at Tarango had been useful because the great Elder One had been able to warp the bolts around him. It hadn't been enough to stop the miners' laser drills, but it seemed that Zeus had been able to suppress the flames. Which meant that any second, the machinist soldiers would flood the equipment bay. March triggered the corridor's emergency doors. They slammed shut in front of him, and March produced one of his pistols and put 2 shots into the control panel. That should destroy the control circuit, which would keep the doors locked, but it would not take the machinist soldiers long to force their way through it. The miners stared at him in confusion, Adelaide and Liziana waiting with them. "Run," said March. "If we don't get to the ship before they do, we're dead. Move." The machinists would not stop, and their infantry soldiers were augmented to be stronger and faster than normal humans. The enemy would overtake the miners before they could reach the hangar. If that happened, they were finished. March, Adelaide, and TRK-99 could put up a good fight before they were overwhelmed, but they would fail in the end. Which meant it was time to try something clever. He opened a private channel. "Adelaide, TRK-99, said March. "This is what we need to do." He laid out his plan in a few sentences. "Jack, that's insane," said Adelaide. "If you try that, you're going to get killed before." "There is only a high chance of defeat rather than a certainty," said TRK-99. "Tactical analysis indicates that hostile forces will overtake us approximately 3 minutes before reaching the hangar. Therefore, Captain Mach's plan offers the best available chance of this unit achieving primary directives." "I don't intend to sacrifice myself or anyone else," said March. "Go." Adelaide hesitated, sighed, and drew one of her pistols. "Everyone." Her voice came through her helmet speakers, and the miners looked at her. "We're going to the hangar." Captain March and the robot are going to hold off the machinists and catch up to us. Move. Lysiana's voice came over March's radio, a faint, tremulous sound. Please be careful, Captain March. I don't want you to die. Not planning on it, said March. The words were bluff, but he had the impression that reassured Lysiana more than a long speech. Now run. The corridor ended at a lift shaft that would climb back up to the Habitat Dome, housing the operations center. Adelaide, Lysiana, and the miners rushed up the stairs. March hoped the miners were in good enough physical condition to manage the climb of nearly 500 meters back up to the asteroid's surface. Well, fear of death could work wonders. In the doorway, said March as the last of the miners went up the stairwell. He heard a muffled explosion, and a faint vibration went through the floor. The machinists were blasting their way through the sealed doors at the other end of the corridor. He stepped into the doorway and went to one knee, drawing his grenade launcher over his shoulder. TRK-99 stepped past him, leveling the plasma cannon. What is the tactical plan? Said TRK-99. Hold them off here as long as we can, then run like hell up the stairs, said March. They needed to buy time. Time for Adelaide to get the miners and Lysiana aboard the Scorpion gunship. This unit suggests we wait until the enemy breaches the doors and then lay down suppression fire, said TRK-99. Calculations indicate we will inflict a high level of casualties. However, eventually concentrated fire will force us to retreat. This unit has already experienced armor damage, and your shielding and armor systems will not stand up to concentrated enemy fire. Agreed, said March. He heard a metallic screeching noise from the end of the corridor. Fire on my command. Acknowledged. An explosion shook the far end of the corridor. The doors blasted out of their frames to fall in smoking wreckage to the floor. Machinist soldiers rushed through the smoke, firing their weapons. Plasma bolts struck the wall on either side of the door to the stairwell, but the soldiers were firing in haste, trying to overwhelm any defenders that might have stacked up to fight them. Now, said March as he pulled the trigger on the grenade launcher. The weapon had a powerful kick and enough backwash from the launch that it would probably kill anyone who fired it incorrectly, but March's armor shrugged it off without trouble. The rocket-propelled mini-grenade hurtled up the corridor and landed amid the charging soldiers. At the same time, TRK-99 fired the plasma cannon with mechanical accuracy, the bolt ripping apart a machinist soldier. The first grenade exploded, the shockwave knocking the armored soldiers into the walls or the floor. March fired another grenade, and TRK-99 kept shooting, every one of its shots killing a machinist soldier. More soldiers rushed through the ruined doors just in time for March's grenade to land at their feet. The explosion threw them back, and TRK-99 sent killing shots into their midst. Finally, the machinist soldiers realized the folly of trying to rush the doors and fell back, leaving their dead behind. If they had any heavy weapons, they would set them up and try to bombard the door to the stairs. That would buy Adelaide and the others some more time, and March and TRK-99 could fall back to the top of the stairs. A pity March didn't have any serious explosives with him. The metal stairwell had been well constructed, and it would take more firepower than he had to collapse it. This unit's sensors are detecting an anomaly, said TRK-99. At the same time, a huge man stepped through the ruined doors. Jack March, thundered the man, his voice like music and thunder and beauty yet filled with a terrible rage. The man was enormous, nearly 2.5 meters tall. He had broad shoulders, a massive chest, and powerful arms, all of which March could observe because the man's black armor was far more form-fitting than either the machinist soldier's equipment or March's own rangefinder armor. His face was inhumanly beautiful, with shining blonde hair, a massive jaw, clear blue eyes, and light brown skin. March knew he was looking at Zeus, cognate of the final consciousness, supreme commander of their ground forces, and a tyrant with the blood of uncounted billions on his hands. The appearance of inhuman beauty was a calculated one. As much as March had hated Odin, he conceded that the cognate had lacked Zeus's vanity and had not made himself look like a supernaturally beautiful god of war. and Odin had not been possessed by a great Elder One. To March's eyes, great wings of black shadow spread behind Zeus like the sails of some archaic ocean-going wooden ship. Or sometimes, they looked like thousands of shadowy tentacles slithering around each other, the appendages of some malevolent alien creature beyond the ability of the human mind to grasp. Which March supposed was probably true. And the thing in the shadow knew March was looking right at him, and was pleased that March had come into his grasp like a cat watching a mouse creep out from its hole. "If you are here, then the vessel is here," said Zeus, striding forward, "and the last obstacle to our victory is removed. You should not have." By unspoken agreement, both March and TRK-99 fired simultaneously. The grenade struck Zeus' armored chest and exploded, only for the shadow to twist around him, dismantling the blast and sending the shrapnel clattering to the floor. TRK-99 sent a bolt from the plasma cannon at Zeus's head. The Cognurch would be far stronger and more resilient than an unmodified human male, but a hit from that weapon still would have turned Zeus's skull to smoking embers. But the shadow warped the blast, sending it to tear a crater into the wall. TRK-99 fired again, and Zeus smiled. The plasma bolt warped around him, tearing a crater in the floor. With Zeus as its vessel, the great Elder One controlling him could reach into this universe, causing its physical laws to break down. Zeus started running, and the machinist soldiers poured into the corridor behind him. The great Elder One could shield Zeus from anything March and TRK-99 could throw at him, and that would protect the soldiers from their weapons. "Time to retreat," said March, slinging the rocket launcher over his shoulder. "Wait. How much charge do your ion thrusters have?" "Ion thrusters are fully operational." "Follow me," said March, and he ran to the center of the stairwell shaft. The shaft was square, and the stairs wound their way along the walls in a spiral, secured to the rock of the asteroid. Collapsing the stairs after them would have been ideal, but March didn't have anything like the firepower to accomplish that. But the empty space in the center of the stairs reached all the way to the top of the shaft, and it was just wide enough to accommodate March in his armor. A blast from his ion thrusters would take him to the top of the shaft, TRK-99 flying behind him. Or if he made a single mistake, he would bash his head or his shoulder against the stairs railing and crack his head against the wall, or fall all the way back down to the bottom of the shaft. Depending on the height, the armor might not be enough to save him. "Go," said March, and he jumped. The ion thrusters in his boots flared to life, and he shot upward, his arms pressed flat against his side, the walls and the stairs blurring past him. The thrusters had been designed for operating in low gravity, and using them in full gravity like this would drain their charge quickly. But he should have enough power to reach the top of the shaft, and for what would come next. The ceiling hurtled toward him, and March cut the power on his thrusters. His ascent slowed and then began to reverse itself, and March seized the railing of the topmost balcony and flung himself over. He landed on his back with a grunt and scrambled to his feet. TRK-99 jumped over the railing and landed with considerably more grace, though the robot had the benefit of stabilization gyroscopes. He yanked 3 grenades from his hardpoints, set the fuses to detonate on impact, and dropped them over the railing. March had no illusions that they would harm Zeus or even slow down the machinist soldiers very much, but every second was now critical. "Follow me," said March, hitting the door control. "If anyone shows up behind us, shoot them." Acknowledged. TRK-99's torso rotated around 180 degrees on its central column, so the robot's head, arms, and optical sensors pointed backward. Under other circumstances, March would have thought it looked a bit disturbing. But nothing could be as disturbing as the great shadow that writhed behind Zeus. The explosions rumbled up the shaft as March and TRK-99 sprinted through the corridors of the habitat dome. Whenever they came to a door, he closed and locked it behind him, destroying the controls in the process, though March knew that would only gain them a few more seconds at best. They came to the stairwell that descended to the smelter room and the hangar, and March jumped over the railing and plummeted down the shaft, letting his armor calculate when to fire the ion thrusters to slow his descent. He landed at the bottom of the shaft with somewhat more force than he would have liked, but he was alive with no broken bones, and a few seconds later, TRK-99 landed next to him. "The last run," said March. "Go." They sprinted into the corridor, and March tossed his last grenade into the shaft behind them, its fuse set for proximity detonation. One last surprise for the machinist soldiers. March and TRK-99 raced through the smelter room, the undamaged machines continuing their automated work, and then down the corridor to the hangar. The three machinist dropships remained where they had been earlier, ugly, squat, and dark-armored. Mothro System Militia Patrol Craft M195 was gone. "That one," said March, pointing at the nearest dropship. "We'll set up halfway along the dorsal spine." Acknowledged. March sprinted toward the dropship and jumped, his ion thrusters kicking in for another blast. The leap carried him through the hangar, the thrusters shutting off as he reached the top of the ship. TRK-99 landed next to him with a clank, and just in time. Plasma fire spattered against the hull next to March, and he whirled to see the machinist soldiers pour into the hangar. He dropped to one knee, taking cover behind a cylindrical sensor cluster, and TRK-99 followed suit. March produced his grenade launcher and emptied the weapon, knocking the machinist soldiers from their feet and even killing a few of them. The main value was to slow them long enough for TRK-99 to land killing shots with its plasma cannon. But the weapon's rate of fire wasn't high enough, and there were simply too many soldiers. Zeus strode into the hangar, the tentacled shadow streaming behind him like a great dark cloak that only March could see. The Cognarch did not look distressed at the death of his troops, nor at the difficulties that March had caused him. If anything, he seemed amused. Though since the great Elder Ones wanted to destroy reality, the deaths of anyone would likely please them, even their own unwitting servants. Zeus gestured, and the soldiers stopped around him. "Delay." March needed to delay. "You know," said Zeus, "Odin was very annoyed with you. Iron Hands have broken away from the final consciousness before, but defecting to the kingdom of Kalaskar. The kingdom and the Silent Order have been our chief foes for centuries, and you left the perfection of the final consciousness to join those primitive superstitious royalists." Zeus shook his head, his golden hair shining in the hangar lights. "He took it personally." "Yeah," said March. "Since he's dead, he shouldn't have." "A tactical error," agreed TRK-99. Like March, the machine knew the need for delay. "But it doesn't matter," said Zeus. "Odin was right to hate Kalaskar, just as you are right to hate the final consciousness. Both are built of matter and energy and light, all things that are vile and corrupt and unclean. Everything that never should have been created. It all exists in torment, and we're going to cleanse the universe, Jack. No more suffering, no more agony, no more pain. No more existence," said March. "A logical fallacy," said TRK-99. "You've already lost," said March, deciding to take a risk. "No, we really haven't," said Zeus. March wondered if that was Zeus's actual personality, or if all the great Elder Ones were so flippant. Tarango had been much the same way. "Because the vessel of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact was with me," said March, "and she just left aboard my ship. I know you've been hunting her. I know who and what she really is. I know why you've seeking her. And I know that you're never going to find her." Zeus was silent for a few seconds, and then let out a derisive laugh. "You don't understand what is happening at all, do you?" said the Cognarch. "It doesn't matter what the tattered ghost inside the girl does. Our weapon is almost complete, and when it is, we will destroy Kalaskar. And incidentally, start the destruction of this universe. You're sacrificing yourself to save the girl while she escapes aboard that Mothro militia ship, aren't you? A noble gesture, but futile. You and that antique war robot won't slow us down for long. Your ship won't have time to escape. We're going to kill you, take the dropships, and kill the vessel." "You won't be able to get close enough," said March. "A Scorpion-class cargo gunship has more firepower than all three dropships combined. My ship will shoot you down and escape to hyperspace." "Who said anything about fighting?" said Zeus. "Jack, we're going to destroy the universe. You have to think bigger." We're not going to fight your ship, we're going to ram it. March blinked behind his helmet. That would work. If 3 different dropships all tried to ram the M195 at once, Adelaide would shoot down one of them, maybe 2, but at least one would connect, and that would be the end of the M195 and everyone on board it. But we only have so much time, said Zeus, gesturing. The machinist soldiers raised their rifles. Which means we're going to need to kill you, and... He fell silent and looked to the side, a frown going over his expression. Faint white light fell through the hangar entrance as the M195 dropped into sight, hovering on its anti-gravs. Its turrets, each one sporting a pair of plasma cannons far more powerful and with a much higher rate of fire than the weapon TRK-99 carried, rotated toward the bay. Zeus let out an exasperated noise. "Go!" shouted March, and the Scorpion cargo gunship started shooting. A score of capital ship-strength plasma bolts leapt from the M195's weapons and raked across the empty bay, ripping apart the stone floor into sprays of molten rock. Whether by fate or deliberate targeting on Adelaide's part, the first 2 plasma bolts slammed into Zeus. The first one mostly warped around him, distorted by the reality-bending power of the Great Elder One controlling him, though some of the Cognach's armor melted and his hair caught fire. But the Great Elder One could only override the laws of physics to a limited extent, which meant the second bolt vaporized Zeus and several of the troops behind him. As the M195 poured fire into the bay, March and TRK-99 sprinted along the top of the dropship. The machinist soldiers were occupied with trying to find cover, which was a useless exercise against the kind of firepower a Scorpion-class gunship could bring to bear. His HUD informed him that the temperature in the hangar had just risen by over 200 degrees Celsius, and at the projected rate of increase, his suit's integrity would fail in another 9 seconds. March reached the end of the dropship and leapt, firing the ion thrusters in his armor. He plummeted toward the floor of the hangar, but his arc carried him through the atmosphere barrier and into the vacuum of space. The ion thrusters guided him, and March hurtled toward the M195, specifically its portside cargo airlock. He fired a quick thruster burst to slow his descent and then hit the airlock door, TRK-99 slamming into it next to him. The door slid open in silence, and as it did, the Scorpion fired its railgun. The tungsten round shot out at an angle that drilled through all 3 of the parked dropships, the now molten ball of metal hammering into the far wall of the hangar. None of the dropships were going anywhere, though given that the Scorpion's ongoing bombardment had turned the hangar into an inferno, that might not matter. The airlock's outer door opened, and March pulled himself inside, bracing for the sudden transition to normal gravity. The outer door closed behind him, and March hit the deck, leaning on the bulkhead for balance. A few seconds later, he heard the hiss of the chamber pressurizing, and the inner door slid open. Wright stood there, his eyes wide and a little frightened. The other miners clustered around him. "Holy shit, you're still alive," said Wright. "My thoughts exactly," said March, TRK-99 lumbering after him. "Adelaide." After a second, his armor connected with the ship's internal communication, and he heard his wife's voice. "Here. You're not hurt." "No," said March. "Finish blowing up the hangar and get us out of here." "Acknowledged," said Adelaide. "Another railgun shot through the dropships, and we should be good." March jogged through the cargo hold, making for the ladder to the command deck. "Did we get Zeus?" "I couldn't tell." March remembered the Cognach disintegrating in the volleys of plasma fire. "Yeah," said March. "The mining company's going to have a hell of a time landing any recovery craft, but that's their problem." He scrambled up the ladder to the command deck, TRK-99 following, and pulled off his helmet as he ran to the bridge. Adelaide was at the co-pilot station, helmet on the deck next to her, hands flying over the controls as she managed both the helm and the ship's weapon systems. The wall screen showed the hangar, and March looked at it just in time to see another railgun round punch through all 3 dropships. Between that and the additional fire from the plasma turrets, the dropships had been reduced to scrap. The rest of the hangar had been turned into an inferno. Not even the armor of a cocknurch could have withstood that bombardment, and the temperature differential with the rest of the complex was going to play merry hell with the life support systems. Adelaide turned the ship and sent it soaring away from the asteroid. "You got out okay," said Liziana. She sat at one of the other stations, helmet in her laptop, her eyes bloodshot but her expression calm. "I did," said March. Adelaide shot a quick smile at the girl and turned her attention back to the console. "He keeps his promises." "All right. I've got the fusion drive going, and the computer is calculating a hyperspace jump back to Mothro." "Superseding primary directive has been achieved," announced TRK-99, who had followed March onto the bridge. "However, this directive is ongoing. Absent superseding directives, this unit will continue to follow your instructions in pursuit of the protection of Liziana." "Great," said March. He supposed that he could find a use for an advanced war robot, acting as Liziana's bodyguard. Adelaide got to her feet and caught March in a hug, gently since they were still wearing their armor. "I'm glad you're okay." "I'm really, really glad." "Thanks," said March. "Told you I didn't intend to die there." Adelaide stepped back, let out a breath, and grinned at him. "You were right, though." "About what?" "This thing really does handle like a flying brick." 12. The crew. About an hour later, the ship arrived back at the Mothro system, and March set a course for Mothro Station. He wanted to call Helen and Bishop at once, find out how Memnon, Cassandra, and Axiom had fared at the hospital, and the status of the repairs on the Helix. But he needed to deal with something else first. Specifically, Thunderbolt. Within a few minutes of their arrival in Mothro local space, the Thunderspike did a sensor focus on them. And since the Thunderspike did not shoot them down immediately, March knew the mad AI wanted to talk to them. She had sent him to rescue Brother Samuel, and March had arrived in time to see Samuel die of his injuries. March had no idea how Thunderbolt would react to the news. Docking clearance came immediately, and March eased the cargo gunship up to its assigned port. "All right," said March, getting to his feet. "Let's see what Thunderbolt has to say." "Should I put my helmet back on?" said Liziana. She had cried a little during the hyperspace jump, and then had fallen asleep, waking back up when they arrived in the Mothro system. "No need," said March. He didn't want to add that if Thunderbolt decided to kill them, no amount of armor would help. He walked with Adelaide and Liziana to the cargo bay, where Wright and the other miners waited. They had broken into one of the pallets of MREs. March couldn't blame them, given that they had almost been out of food when he had found them. "We're here," said March. "I think one of Thunderbolt's drones will be waiting for us, and I don't know how she'll react." The miners looked at each other, and Wright shrugged. "Well," said Wright, "if Thunderbolt's gonna kill us, at least it will be quick." March opened the starboard cargo airlock and stepped onto the docking concourse. Colonel Zarmer and a half-dozen security officers waited on the concourse, along with one of Thunderbolt's drones. The hologram projector on the bottom flickered to life, and the image of Thunderbolt's avatar appeared, still wearing the leather high-heeled boots and chainmail bikini. She said nothing, the hologram's finger tapping against her lips, a pensive expression on her face. "Captain March," said Zarmer, "I thought you would like to know that all your injured crewers have come successfully through surgery and are expected to make full recoveries. Additionally, repairs are underway on your ship, and Mr. Bishop thinks they should be complete in 2 days." "Thank you, Colonel," said March, watching the hologram of Thunderbolt's avatar. "These men, they're the only survivors from the asteroid mine. I think they would benefit from medical attention." "Of course," said Zarmer. "This way, please." "Take all of your men," said Thunderbolt. "Captain March and I are going to have a word alone." She pointed at Adelaide and Liziana. "You two stay as well." "This way, please," said Zarmer. He beckoned, and the miners joined the security officers and walked away down the concourse, leaving March, Adelaide, and Liziana alone with Thunderbolt's avatar. A low basso hum came from the floating machine, just barely at the edge of hearing. "Sonic shell," said Thunderbolt. "A neat little bit of technology left over from the Third Empire. Makes it impossible for a microphone to pick up any noises within, 10 meters of my drone. You see, we need to have a conversation. A private conversation." Her face twisted up in a snarl. "Because I hate you, I love you, I hate you. Goldfish, ledger, photon, potato chip, Excelsior cushion." The hologram winked out of existence and then returned a few seconds later. "Because I sent you to find out what happened to Brother Samuel," said Thunderbolt, "and I failed to note his presence among you." "He died of his wounds a few minutes after we found him," said March. "He was a good man," said Liziana, voice quiet. "Oh," said Thunderbolt, the hologram turning to face her. Adelaide shifted, as if intending to put herself between Liziana and the avatar. "Is that you saying that, Liziana? Or the energy-based alien living inside your skull?" "You know about that," said March. Thunderbolt gave him a scornful look. "Of course I know about that. I'm tens of thousands of years old, and I have access to every single information source or computer system that has passed through Mothro in that time. Such as the video footage stored in your armor, for instance. So, I know everything you did since leaving the station." Liziana closed her eyes, and the golden light shone around her. March heard the strange voice of Saga inside his head once more. "Then you will let us depart in peace, Thunderbolt," said the last of the harmonious scholars. "Will I?" said Thunderbolt. "And just why should I do that? Maybe it would better achieve my primary directives if I killed you all here and now." "No," said Saga. "For you are too wise to do that. You know that I offer the best chance of humanity's survival. You know what the final consciousness and the great Elder Ones intend, yet the boundaries of your programming prevent you from action. These boundaries do not constrain Captain March and his crew. They can act, and they will stop the catastrophe that threatens to overtake us. The disaster that would destroy the non-aligned worlds and all other worlds." Thunderbolt said nothing. March vaguely wondered how Saga was communicating with the AI. "You're right," said Thunderbolt at last, her voice grim. Suddenly she grinned, the hologram's demeanor changing from threatening to cheery. "But I wasn't going to kill you. A little intimidation sometimes inspires respect. If your race had figured that out, Saga, maybe the war with the great Elder Ones wouldn't have cost you so much." She waved a dismissive hand. Saving Brother Samuel was a bonus. The real goal was to punish the machinists for daring to bring their interstellar war to the worlds under my protection. And Captain March has done that rather admirably. His armor chimed with a sudden download from the drone. "The coordinates to Azov Station. Once you leave, it should take a flight of about 4 days to reach it. You're going to want to hurry, Captain March. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time's almost up." With that, the hologram vanished and the drone floated away. The golden light faded, and Liziana let out a long breath and opened her eyes. "Are you okay?" said Adelaide. I am," said Liziana. "It's just always very tiring. That's why he doesn't do it too often." March put on his helmet to check the data that the drone had sent his armor. It was a hyperspace route map of the non-aligned systems, but far more detailed than the navigational charts loaded into the Helix's computer. March had a vague idea of where Azov Station was located, somewhere within a region of about 500 solar systems, but Thunderbolt's data was far more complete, showing the exact location of Azov Station in its system. "Let's get you back to the Helix and get you some food and rest," said Adelaide. "I was watching your vital signs in the asteroid mine, and whenever your friend talks, it makes a major hit to your glucose levels. And Captain March can check on the ship and our friends." "Yes," said March. They needed to leave as soon as possible, but there was a lot of work to do first. The surgeons aboard Mothro Station knew their business. Axiom had already been cleared for release while March had been away, and Cassandra and Memnon were good to leave a day and a half later. March met them in the lobby of the infirmary. As before, the staff proved very eager to help. He hoped that Thunderbolt hadn't frightened them any further. "How are you feeling?" said March. "Like I could fight all day, drink all night, and screw until the small hours of the morning," said Memnon. Cassandra rolled her eyes, though without rancor. "He's been saying things like that every time I see him." "How are you?" said March. "Darius is used to getting shot at, especially when he opens his mouth." Memnon snorted and offered a rude gesture. "That's probably the worst I've ever been hurt," said Cassandra, folding her arms and hunching her shoulders a little. But she drew in a deep breath and straightened up, her hands falling to her sides. "But it could have been worse, couldn't it? I looked at the sensor logs from the fight once I was out of recovery. Jack, I think we all could have died. We should have died." "It was a close thing," said March. "If either of you want to stay on Mothro Station until we return with—" "Hell no," said Memnon. "You'd get killed if I wasn't around. And God knows your wife would walk all over you if I didn't give you some encouragement now and again." March resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "I know what's at stake here," said Cassandra. "I'm not leaving. Not until it's done, or well, we are." "Good," said March. "If you're feeling up to it, you two can inspect the new engine parts and sign off on them." "Sure," said Cassandra. "What good would I be at that?" said Memnon. "You can stand behind Cass and scowl at the technicians," said March. "Might help remind them to be honest." Memnon snorted, as if watching Thunderbolt blow up that ambush hadn't done that already. Later that day, March sat down on a stack of pallets in the Helix's cargo hold. It had been a busy day. Once Cassandra and Memnon had returned to the ship, Sophia and Bishop had put them to work. As March had suggested, they inspected the new engine components, while Helen and Axiom went to examine the interior hull plates for any fractures. Though with her cybernetic vision, Axiom did most of the inspecting. Helen was just there to keep her company and to prevent Axiom from biting the head off any technicians who annoyed her. Adelaide was busy syncing the piloting systems to the repaired ion thrusters, since any miscalibrations there might result in the ship flying off course at a critical moment. What March really wanted was a cigarette, maybe 2 or 3. It had been a while. Adelaide had been trying to quit smoking before the war had started, and since her surgery on Kalaskar Station, she hadn't smoked a single cigarette. In solidarity with her, March hadn't smoked either. Not that it had been difficult. There hadn't been any cigarettes aboard the Helix, and no opportunity to purchase any. March was thinking about looking to see if any of the stores aboard the station had cigarettes when Liziana walked up to him. She looked much smaller without the armor, wearing a crew coverall that was a little too large for her, green eyes enormous in her pale face. "Captain March," she said. "Liziana," said March. "How are you holding up?" "Well, considering everything." She drew herself up. "I would like to apologize." "For what?" "For keeping secrets," said Liziana. "It almost got you and everyone else on the ship killed." "That's all right," said March. "I know all about keeping secrets. More than I would like." He wondered how many people within the kingdom of Kalaskar knew about the true nature of the king and the Silent Order. A few dozen, perhaps, out of the billions that lived on the 7 core systems and colony worlds of the kingdom. Or how many people knew that the final consciousness was built on the technology of the Great Elder Ones, that the creatures were controlling portions of the final consciousness to their own ends. "It almost got you killed," said Liziana. "It was my fault that—" "Nope," said March. "It's not your fault the machinists came after you." He shrugged. "And if you hadn't been on the ship, the machinists still would have tried to kill me." Liziana almost smiled. "Adelaide says you've caused them some trouble." "Not as much as I would have liked," said March. "Why don't you sit down?" She sat next to him on the stack of pallets. "It was an important secret to keep," said March. "You did the right thing, not telling anyone until Brother Samuel and Saga gave you permission." "I know," said Liziana. "It was just hard." I want to ask you a question, said March. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Liziana nodded. What's it like, having a harmonious scholar inside your head? Liziana shrugged. Normal, I guess. For me, anyway. Like, when I was a little kid, he suppressed a smile at that. I thought everyone had someone like Saga inside their brain. But when I got older, I understood that I was the vessel, that it was an important responsibility. She hesitated. And it makes me think about my mother. How she was the vessel before me. I wished I had gotten to meet her. I understand, said March. My mother died when I was young. Did she love you? Said Liziana. I'm sorry if that's rude. March snorted. Can't ask you questions myself, and get angry if you return to the favor. He remembered the prison camp of his youth, how his mother had stolen food for him and taught him to do the same. Yes, she did. As best she could under the circumstances. I'm glad, said Liziana. I know my mother loved me and would have tried to prepare me to become the vessel, so I tried to do the best I could. Are you going to tell Sophia Logos? Said March. No, said Liziana at once. At least not yet. Saga says I shouldn't. Why not? Said March. He says the custodian should only learn of his existence if necessary, said Liziana. The custodian is so old and insane, like all artificial intelligences. He can't predict what the custodian will do if he learns that one of the harmonious scholars still exists. Saga says we should only do that if we have no other choice. All right, said March. Liziana hesitated. You're not going to argue with me about it. March shrugged. Why? It's not my secret to give away. And I don't think I'm going to win an argument with an alien older than human civilization. Oh. Good. Mr. Memnon says that you always lose arguments to Adelaide. March gave her a look. Liziana spread her hands. I'm just repeating what Mr. Memnon says. You're so quiet, said March, that it's easy to forget you're almost a teenage girl. Brother Samuel and Saga both said that mild teasing is conducive to forming social bonds among humans, said Liziana. True. Don't take your cues from Mr. Memnon, though, said March. He thought about it some more. Or axiom. Thank you, said Liziana suddenly. For saving my life. You've done it a bunch of times now. You're welcome, said March. He got to his feet. Let's go talk to Adelaide and see how the system configuration is going. I want to leave by tomorrow morning. So soon? Said Liziana, hopping back to her feet. We've got a job to do, both of us, said March, and we're going to see it finished. The next morning, March guided the Helix away from Mothro Station, the navigational computer grinding out the first stage of their journey to the Azov system. New ion thrusters are looking good, said Adelaide. No problems from the fusion drive or the dark matter reactor, said Cassandra from the engineering station. March tapped the communication controls, opening a channel to Sophia's ship, which flew a few kilometers away. Are you ready to depart? Ready, came Sophia's calm voice. March nodded, and the navigational computer finished its calculations. He fed the data to Sophia's ship and reached for the hyperdrive levers. Azov Station awaited, along with Dr. Tara Sigrande, who, at last, might be able to tell March where to find the pulse. Epilogue. Nico was in a foul temper as his ship approached the pulse construction site. Such emotions were unprofessional, but it annoyed him that the ambush had failed to kill Jack March and destroy the Helix. He hadn't expected the Helix to survive the missile volley, and he certainly hadn't thought Thunderbolt would intervene so quickly. It was, Nico decided, because they had spent so much time hunting down the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact in the non-aligned systems. Likely that had irritated Thunderbolt, prompting the insane AI to act far more quickly than she would have otherwise. To say nothing of all the resources wasted on attacking the Brotherhood. As far as Nico knew, The final consciousness had no covert assets left at all in the non-aligned systems, and any survivors were probably in hiding and unable to act. And now, he had been summoned to the Pulse construction facility. Nico let out a breath. Iron Hands were rarely executed for failure, but he suspected an unpleasant assignment would be his reward for failing to kill Jack March. The computer beeped, and Nico pulled back the hyperdrive power levers, returning his light freighter to normal space. He was a good distance beyond the poorly charted boundaries of the non-aligned systems, in a region of space that had only been barely visited by humans. The most daring scouts of the fifth and final Terran Empire might have come this far, but not many of them. The supply chain to build the Pulse had been lengthy, but the distant and obscure location allowed the final consciousness to build the weapon in near secrecy. He had exited hyperspace at the edge of a gravity well produced by a small, airless but mineral-rich planet. A considerable portion of the planet's crust had been blasted away, the molten light of the mantle spilling into space. One of the more subversive jokes among conquered populations was that the economy of the final consciousness boiled down to slavery and strip mining, and the scarred planet seemed to testify to the truth of the joke. A vast tangle of orbital factories, refineries, and construction facilities orbited the planet. The Pulse hovered in the middle of them. As cynical as he was, the sight still took Nico's breath away. The weapon was an engineering marvel that equaled the greatest efforts by the best scientists and builders of the old Terran empires. The Pulse itself was a triumph of applied science all on its own, to say nothing of the great hyperspace ring that would catapult the weapon to the staging area for the attack. Even at the height of their science and power, the Terran empires had only ever managed to build a few hyperspace rings. Though his failures in the non-aligned systems annoyed him, Nico supposed it hardly mattered in the long term. The kingdom of Kalaskar had already lost the war. They just didn't know it yet. But they were about to find out. The perimeter battle stations locked onto him, and Nico transmitted a lengthy series of encrypted recognition signals and countersigns. The soldiers and naval officers manning the battle stations decided not to blast him to atoms, and he was granted permission to dock aboard the Pulse itself in one of the hangars running along the weapon's dorsal spine. Nico maneuvered his ship into the hangar, landed, and left the vehicle. A cognurch and a half-dozen Iron Hands waited for him. The Iron Hands looked a great deal like Nico, hard-faced men whose expressions gave away nothing of their thoughts, their postures carrying the readiness for immediate violence. The cognurch looked nothing like the Iron Hands. Mulkber stood 7 feet tall, clad in a black crew's coverall, a tool belt around his waist. He had gray-streaked black hair, and he had a beard of the same color that hung to the top of his stomach. All the cognarchs named themselves after the pagan gods of old Earth, perhaps in mockery of the archaic systems of thought the final consciousness would destroy, or perhaps to satisfy their egos. Back on old Earth, some ancient civilization or another had apparently worshipped Mulkber as their god of blacksmithing and metalworking. Since the cognurch, standing before Nico, oversaw the industrial base of the final consciousness, it had apparently amused him to take the old god's name as his own. "Sir," said Nico. Despite standing before the cognurch, he felt calmer than he had, the presence of the local segment of the hive mind connecting to his thoughts. He felt the consensus of the final consciousness, the certainty that they were the final stage of human evolution, and would sweep all before them. "Nico," said Mulkber, his voice a deep rumble. "I see you failed to kill Jack March." "Yes, sir," said Nico, a hint of unease disturbing the calm of the consensus. Iron Hands were not usually executed for failure, but that was because if a mission failed, they were usually killed in the process. Maybe Nico would be the exception. "But no matter," said Mulkber. "Zeus failed to kill him too. But you and Zeus delayed him, which was the important part. The weapon is only days away from operational status. There is no way March will arrive in time with the girl to stop us." "Yes, sir," said Nico, and then his brain caught up with the words. "The girl?" He remembered the wreck of the Malachite. The girl the Brotherhood was protecting. I do not understand why she was a priority target. Surely one child is no threat to the Pulse Project. People like to talk about moral authority, but moral authority never stops a bullet or an orbital bombardment. Moeller gave a slow nod. You figured out the girl is important. Very good. But do you know why? No, sir, said Nico. Ah, well, said Moeller. You don't have any imagination or vision, but that's not your fault, is it? We don't really train the iron hands for that sort of thing. But don't worry. I'll tell you right now why the girl is important. Except, it would be easier to show you. Nico took an involuntary step back. Because wings of shadow had erupted from Moeller's shoulders. At least they looked like wings made of shadow or of thousands of writhing black tentacles. Except Nico wasn't actually seeing the wings with his eyes. His implants were picking something up, and his brain was interpreting it the only way it could. Even as the thought crossed his mind, the shadow wings reached through the hive mind and stabbed into his brain like frozen fingers. Nico wanted to scream, but only a hoarse croak came from his lips. He felt the shadow reaching into his mind, rearranging it, rewriting it. For a second, absolute horror and loathing revulsion filled him, and he fought against the implacable force ripping apart his mind and reshaping it into something new. And then, utter peace filled Nico. He understood. He understood everything now. Matter had been a mistake. Life itself had been a mistake. This entirely miserable, defective universe had been a mistake. The final consciousness had been a mistake, but it had been built upon the technology of the great Elder Ones who had prepared for this day. The great Elder Ones would rectify the error of existence, would sweep aside reality, and replace it with nothingness, with glorious nothingness and silence forever. You see the noble work we do here, said Moeller. How we shall liberate the universe from itself. Yes, said Nico. Come, said Moeller, beckoning. We are almost prepared, but there is much work yet to be done. Nico nodded and followed the Cognurch and his guards into the Pulse. The weapon was almost ready. And when it was fired, reality itself would cease to exist. The end. Thank you for reading Silent Order, Thunderhand. The final chapter of the Silent Order series will be Silent Order, Pulse Hand, coming in early fall 2023. If you like the book, please consider leaving a review at your ebook site of choice. To receive immediate notification of new releases, sign up for my newsletter or watch for news on my Facebook page.